About halfway there, Lin Qian found many tents set up along the road, with people guarding the way. When they saw her car approaching, two men quickly stepped forward to block her. "Miss, this road was cleared by us. If you want to pass, you'll need to pay a toll." These two were at least polite, not as pushy as those small-eyed guys from before. The road really was cleaner and tidier than before. Thinking about how you'd normally pay a toll on the highway, she figured it was reasonable for them to set up a checkpoint and charge a fee. "How much?" Lin Qian asked. 5 gene of grain per person and per vehicle, one of them replied. 5 gene? 5 gene of grain was definitely not a small amount these days, but wanting to get to Lin City quickly, she pulled out some of the grain she'd scavenged from Xiaominghui grain she'd always disliked and tossed it to the two men. They didn't make things difficult for her, letting her through right away. But as she drove off, she overheard them whispering, "Wasn't it supposed to be 2 gene per person? Why'd you ask for 5? Are you stupid? Look at her clean clothes, nice car. She's obviously not short on supplies. Didn't you see how she didn't even haggle, just handed it over? I'm thinking we could have asked for more." Hearing this, Lin Qian took note. She could pay with supplies, but that didn't mean people could just take advantage of her. She'd have to pass this way again on the way back. She'd deal with it then. After that, the rest of the trip went smoothly, and she finally arrived at Lin City, Guang City. This was the provincial capital, once bustling and prosperous. Lin Qian used to fly out of here on international flights. But since the disaster, she hadn't been back. She never expected that the once vibrant city would now be in ruins, looking even worse off than Ju City. Before the disaster, it took 3 to 4 hours to drive from Ju City to Guang City. Today, it took her over 7 hours. She was exhausted. By now, it was completely dark. There wasn't a single light around. Looking into the distance, she could barely make out a faint, flickering glow so dim it seemed it could go out at any moment. Night had already fallen, but Lin Qian's night vision was pretty good. Even if she ran into a beast tide, she wouldn't panic too much. Without overthinking it, she drove straight to the zoo. The closer she got, the louder the noises became, and the more excited she felt. It seemed the animals inside were still trapped. She found a hidden spot, stowed her car away in her space, and then picked a spot to climb over the zoo fence. The animals seemed to sense someone had entered. Lin Qian saw their eyes glinting in the darkness, as if they'd spotted something delicious. Hope and Little Black were already on high alert. As soon as they landed inside the zoo, all the animals swarmed toward them. "All right, babies, time to get to work." Lin Qian even let Little Green out. Human, dog, and snake began their rampage. Luckily, it was nighttime, so no one knew what was happening here. Even if people heard all kinds of wailing, they didn't dare come out to investigate. After experiencing several beast tides, people now hid at the slightest commotion. Lin Qian quickly dealt with all the visible animals in the zoo. The remaining ones, probably those who had developed some intelligence, saw how terrifying she was and immediately hid themselves. Those animals were probably thinking, "What a reversal. Humans were supposed to be our food, but out pops someone this scary." They couldn't afford to mess with her, so hiding was the only option. Once all the animals around her were down, Lin Qian looked at Little Green. "Can you sense where the inner cores are now?" "I can, but I have to get really close," Little Green replied. "Then check them one by one," Lin Qian said. Thank goodness Little Green had this ability. Otherwise, she'd have to dissect each animal herself, and who knew how long that would take. Little Green went around scanning, and finally found 3 animal corpses with inner cores. Lin Qian quickly dismembered them, extracted the inner cores, and washed them clean with water from her space. She took the inner cores and, with her 3 companions, found a hidden spot and entered her space. "That's enough for today. Let's rest for a bit." By now, plenty of time had accumulated in her space, and she was more than willing to spend it sleeping there. With the outside environment so awful, she wouldn't want to sleep out there even if she had all the supplies in the world. She sent the 3 little ones off to clean themselves up, then took a good bath herself, soaking in the wooden tub. Life, she thought, didn't get much better than this. She was truly satisfied with her current life. If she could save up enough time to retire in her space one day, that would be perfect. Now, fruits and vegetables in her space grew in wave after wave, and she didn't even need to harvest them herself. A thought was enough to collect them. With the endless supply, her stockpile of produce kept growing, far more than she could ever eat. The water in her space felt different from the outside, too. After soaking in it, all her fatigue vanished. She felt like she could handle another beast tide with ease. Of course, it was late now and she wasn't that crazy. After drying her hair, she flopped onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. She slept soundly until noon the next day. Inside her space, she heard a commotion outside. Seemed like someone had discovered something strange at the zoo. Lin Qian waited in her space until those people had carried away all the animal corpses before coming out. As soon as she emerged, she saw that the entire zoo was spotless, not a single animal corpse left. Judging by their efficiency, these people must have been starving. Since she was already here, Lin Qian didn't want to leave just yet. After all, the round trip took more than 10 hours. She decided to look for any remaining animals. Getting a few more inner cores would be great, and even if she didn't find any, at least Hope and Little Black could have a good meal. That would save her a lot. She remembered Little Black complaining about not being full before. After eating so many animals last night, surely it should be satisfied now? Are you full yet? Lin Qian asked. Little Black's childish voice piped up, not yet. It looked at Lin Qian, eyes sparkling. Big sis, do you have anything else for me to eat? Nope, Lin Qian replied mercilessly. Everyone knew Little Black was a bottomless pit, no telling how much it would take to fill it up. With the opportunity now, how could it not try to eat more? Lin Qian took out some dumplings she'd packed from Grandma Zhang's house yesterday and started eating them slowly. Hope and Little Black watched her, drooling. You two want some too? Lin Qian asked. The two little ones nodded furiously. These aren't for you. Grandma Zhang made them especially for me. Besides, you two ate so many animals last night, you should be more than full, Lin Qian said. Woof woof woof. We've already digested all that. Big sis, Hope and I actually didn't eat that much last night, and it's been a whole night. We're really hungry, Little Black said. Lin Qian really couldn't resist Little Black's baby voice. She could only put on a stern face. You only get 2 pieces of meat each, no more. She tossed out 2 pieces of roasted meat from Uncle Chen for Hope and Little Black. They cheered and jumped up in sync. Hidden animals, lured by the smell of roasted meat, couldn't resist any longer. A few, unable to withstand the temptation, slowly crept out. Lin Qian's whip, still stained with blood, lay nearby. The animals appeared but didn't dare come too close. Little Green, do any of these have inner cores? Lin Qian figured these animals were smarter than the others, so she suspected they might have inner cores. Little Green instantly understood her intention and quietly extended its vines toward the animals. Since Little Green was a plant, its vines moved silently, and the animals weren't very alert, just thought it was the wind rustling the grass. Master, they all have inner cores. Little Green's excited voice rang in Lin Qian's mind. She couldn't help but smile. Perfect. Talk about effortless gains. Since people had just come and taken away the animal corpses she'd killed earlier, she didn't plan to use her gun. She simply took out her whip and, with a flick for each, instantly killed all the bold animals. Little Green, go get the inner cores, Lin Qian said. Little Green, though it had just cleaned itself, obediently followed her instructions. After all, its vines could extract the cores much more easily than Lin Qian dissecting the animals herself. She'd already regretted dissecting those animals earlier, only then did she remember Little Green's vines could be used for this. Little Qing was indeed quick. The vines slipped into the animals' mouths and in no time, it fished out one inner core after another. It could even use several vines at once, which amazed Lin Qian. Lin Qian put all the inner cores into a bag and tossed it into her storage space, planning to deal with them later. She had thought about letting Hope try one, but since they were in another city, she wasn't sure if something like what happened with Little Black would occur. To be safe, she decided to hold off for now. By now, daylight had fully arrived. After they finished dealing with the animals, she wasn't sure if there were any others left, but those that remained clearly had no intention of coming out. After all, someone as lethal as Lin Qian was a rare sight. If you ran into her, it was best to stay hidden. Maybe hiding out would mean starving to death one day, but coming out now would mean certain death. There was no way out. Little Qing, do you think there are any other, smarter animals around here? Lin Qian asked. Hard to say. I feel like there are, but now that they're hiding, it's tough for us to find them, Little Qing replied. If it's too hard to find them, then forget it. She glanced over at Hope and Little Black, who were noisily munching on animal carcasses. She could barely stand to look. By the time they finished cleaning up the animals, the sun was already high in the sky. Lin Qian looked at the city of Guangshi, which she'd finally managed to visit, and didn't want to leave so soon. Maybe she could explore for another couple of days, who knew, there might be some unexpected surprises. After eating and drinking her fill, she drove around the city, only to find that Guangshi was lacking in every way compared to Zhushi. The streets were blocked by fallen trees and all kinds of trash, and there were bodies dried out from exposure to the sun. Every now and then, she saw giant rats roaming the streets. She drove through the city center for quite a while without seeing a single person. She had no idea where the people who'd come to the zoo to collect animal carcasses had come from. The whole city felt like an abandoned ghost town. She wandered around Guangshi all morning, not a soul in sight, not even a shadow. Who knew where everyone was hiding? By noon, she was tired of driving, so she found a relatively clean spot, took out some food from her storage, and shared it with Hope and Little Black. As for herself, she ate Grandma Zhang's dumplings. As soon as she took out her food, all sorts of snakes, bugs, rats, and ants caught the scent and started crawling over. Luckily, Little Qing stood guard outside, keeping them at bay. Just as Lin Qian was considering heading back after lunch, she saw people. To be precise, they could barely be called people anymore. The newcomers were emaciated, looking just like those skin-and-bones addicts from the old anti-drug campaigns she'd seen as a child. They stared at Lin Qian and her two little companions' food, unmoving, their eyes shining with desperate hunger. Lin Qian wasn't a charity worker. She certainly wasn't about to have a sudden burst of kindness. She sped up and finished off her dumplings. Hope and Little Black did the same. Seeing the newcomers, they quickly gobbled up the rest of their food. The people had been eyeing Lin Qian's food, and now that it was all gone in a flash, a flicker of anger flashed in their eyes. But seeing Lin Qian's neat and tidy appearance and the strong, well-fed dog by her side, they knew she definitely wasn't lacking in supplies. What's more, she had a blood-stained whip hanging at her side, clearly not someone to mess with. They didn't dare act rashly. They approached timidly. Little sister, do you have any food left? We haven't eaten in days, haven't had a single grain of rice. If we don't get something soon, we're going to die. You look like a kind person. Can you help us out and give us a little something to eat? I don't have any food left. What you saw just now was my last bit of rations. Little sister, have some pity on us. If we don't eat soon, we really will die. Another person looked at the 2-liter bottle of water by her side. I don't need food, just water. Isn't that water right there? Please, give it to me, I'm begging you. As he spoke, he dropped to his knees in front of Lin Qian. I'm kneeling to you. Lin Qian knew that at a time like this, dignity was worth nothing. She wasn't some savior, she wasn't about to show mercy for no reason. Still, she'd been in this place for so long, and finally ran into a few people. She didn't want to miss the chance to gather some information. She thought it over. If she took out more food, she might attract trouble. Who knew where these people had come from, or how many more were hiding in the shadows? I can give you water, but I really don't have any food left. When they heard this, they all said water was fine. Water is good, water is good. Kind person, please give us the water. Lin Qian raised the bottle in her hand. I can't just give you this water for nothing. At that, the group looked at each other. Finally, one of them stepped forward and said, we don't really have anything to trade. So, another group wanting a free handout. Compared to them, she really felt Zhao Tianwei's group was worth cultivating. I don't want your things. I want some information. Hearing that, they relaxed visibly. You've come to the right people. Ask us anything. You name it, there's nothing in this area we don't know. Their confident expressions made them look even more like addicts. Lin Qian suppressed her urge to kill them and forced herself to be patient. I've been here for 2 days and haven't seen anyone. Where is everybody? Oh, that. There are things out during the day, so normally we only come out at night. If we can avoid it, we don't go out during the day. Today, your food just smelled too good. We couldn't help ourselves and came out to take a look, one of them explained. What kind of things? Lin Qian was curious. What could make an entire city's population disappear during the day? You've heard of beast tides, right? When Lin Qian nodded, they continued, if it was just a regular beast tide, it wouldn't be so bad. But there's a lion that's gained intelligence. It's terrifying. We've tried organizing hunts several times, but there's no way to kill it. Every time it appears, it kills and drags away anyone it sees, even kids. The man spoke with deep fear in his voice. Where do you all hide? At home, if we can. Those who made it into the base hide there. The authorities are digging out an underground city, but given the current situation, we don't dare hope for much. Just look at us. We probably won't last much longer. So hiding was the only option. Some even complained to the original group, asking why they hadn't forced Lin Qian to stay. Even if she wouldn't stay, that dog of hers could feed them for days. They hadn't tasted meat in ages, and everyone had seen it, a dog meant meat. You're all talk. Why didn't you come out earlier? Why leave it to just us? Getting her water was already lucky. Didn't you see the blood-stained whip she had? She's killed plenty, that's for sure. Lin Qian only heard this much before the rest faded away as her car sped off. She'd never cared about people like them. Following the directions they'd given, she drove for another 2 or 3 hours before finally spotting the so-called official base. Looking at the fortress-like structure ahead, it was clear where all the money had gone. Just as Lin Qian expected, as soon as her military SUV approached, armed guards appeared. What's your business here? Lin Qian hadn't achieved her goal yet and didn't want trouble. I heard you can enter the base if you pay a certain amount of food. I came to check. The guard eyed Lin Qian. She was clean, well-dressed, and her car was something they rarely saw. His expression softened a bit. Wait here. I'll go report. She didn't wait long before a well-dressed man, by current standards at least, came out, giving Lin Qian a once-over before speaking. I hear you want to enter our official base? I'm just here to take a look. What are the requirements to get in? Lin Qian asked. What did your family do before? Where are you from? You need to check my household registration to enter? It's standard procedure. We have to eliminate potential risks. Times are chaotic. We have to ensure the safety of everyone inside, the man explained. Oh, I'm from Lin City. My family used to have a branch office here, so I thought I'd come see if there were any supplies left at the company, Lin Qian replied. Your family has a branch in Guang City? Which company? Lin Pharmaceuticals. Lin Qian didn't bother lying. She'd appeared on TV with her mother before. Anyone who recognized her would know. Lin Pharmaceuticals? The man's expression changed instantly. What's wrong? Lin Qian asked. Nothing. Please, come with me. His attitude seemed to shift subtly as he looked at Lin Qian. He led her to a reception room. Please wait here. Lin Qian knew he was off to report to someone higher up. She was tired from driving anyway, and the reception room was comfortable enough, with purified water available. She sat down and poured herself a glass. As she drank, she observed her surroundings. Compared to the chaos outside, this place was like another world, clean, orderly, almost impossible to associate with the apocalypse outside. If she hadn't seen it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. Lin Qian hadn't been sitting in the reception room for long before the man from earlier hurriedly returned, bringing someone else with him. She looked at the newcomer, feeling he seemed familiar, though she couldn't quite recall where she'd seen him before. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up. You must be Miss Lin. I'd been hoping to pay you a visit, but your mother's schedule was always so tight, I never got the chance. I'm Lai Ming, the mayor of Guang City. He reached out, intending to shake Lin Qian's hand, but she ignored him. Lai Ming. Even if her memory wasn't great, Lin Qian was sure the mayor of Guang City wasn't called Lai Ming, nor did he look like this. Yes, you can call me Mayor Lai, Lai Ming said. Lin Qian didn't recall having introduced herself earlier and found his self-introduction rather odd. You know me? You and your mother came to Guang City for a conference before. Your Lin Pharmaceuticals contributed a lot to our city before the disaster, so of course I know you. I can't believe how much you've grown in the blink of an eye. How's your mother these days? Why did you come alone this time? Lai Ming pretended to chat with Lin Qian as if they were old acquaintances. My mother is dead. Lin Qian's calm voice sounded like a thunderclap in his ears. He was instantly embarrassed. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. This disaster has been so cruel, so many people have lost their lives. My mother died of illness before the disaster, Lin Qian added. Lai Ming looked even more awkward. Ah, I see. He didn't know what else to say, so he put on a sorrowful expression. I can't believe Ms. Lin passed away so young. My condolences. By the way, where's your father? Why didn't he come with you this time? He's not my real father. My mom hired him, Lin Qian replied. The staff member who had greeted Lin Qian earlier had been listening in and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lai Ming shot him a glare. What are you laughing at? Go prepare some refreshments for Miss Lin. She's come all this way, she must be hungry. Lin Qian wasn't particularly interested in their food, but since he brought it up, she was curious to see what kind of hospitality they could offer in these times. As expected, they actually served her a lavish afternoon tea. The pastries on the table might have been nothing special before the apocalypse, but now, producing such a spread was no easy feat. She became even more wary. They'd never met before, and yet they were pulling out all the stops to welcome her. If they didn't have an agenda, she wouldn't believe it. She casually picked up a piece of pastry. It looked ordinary, but tasted surprisingly good, so she couldn't help eating a couple more. Lai Ming was pleased to see her reaction. The pastries are good, right? We specially brought in the head chef from Black Swan Hotel to make them. They look good and taste good too. Doesn't seeing all this make life feel a little less bleak? Lin Qian was curious. It's impressive you're able to get these things at a time like this. Lai Ming perked up. Isn't it? When the typhoon first hit, we all thought it was the end. Who would have thought we'd see a day like this again? After 2 pieces, Lin Qian stopped eating. As she chatted with Lai Ming, she absent-mindedly tossed a pastry to Hope, then another to Little Black. The 2 little creatures ate happily. Lai Ming watched, a little pained. People always say the Lin mother and daughter are full of compassion. Seeing you now, it's true, you're so kind to animals. It's nothing. After all this time together, they're family to me, Lin Qian replied. True. I used to have a dog at home, but when the flood came, it didn't make it, drowned. I was heartbroken, but we were starving, so in the end, we said a prayer and ate it. Luckily, those hard days are behind us now, Lai Ming said. Lin Qian loved dogs and couldn't stand hearing about people eating them. She didn't want to continue this topic. Mayor Lai, I assume you have something to discuss with me? Such generous hospitality, no way it was for nothing. No wonder everyone says Miss Lin is clever. I haven't said anything and you've already guessed. There is something. I'd been hoping to discuss it with your mother before the typhoon, but who could have predicted disaster would strike so suddenly? Lai Ming said. Lin Qian stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. I wonder if your mother mentioned any of Lin Pharmaceuticals' projects to you before she passed? Lai Ming probed. I've never been involved in the company's business. I only came with my mom last time because there were a lot of amusement parks here. She didn't have time to take me, so she brought me along, Lin Qian replied. She really had gone to the zoo with her mother last time, so there was nothing to hide. If Lai Ming was going to be dishonest, she saw no reason to be sincere. Oh, I see. I remember there was a project your company was especially focused on at the time. Your mother even transferred the research team back to Juice City. Do you remember anything about that? Really? I don't know. My mother never talked to me about work. Lai Ming felt like he was punching cotton. He couldn't get anything out of Lin Qian. Did she leave you any diaries or documents? Or since you inherited the company, didn't the shareholders tell you about the project's progress? Lai Ming pressed. Oh, I'm young and most of the shareholders thought I couldn't handle it. They all pressured me, especially my fake dad, who even came to my house to force me to hand over my shares. In the end, I had no choice but to sell them all. Lai Ming jumped up from his seat. What? You sold your shares? He was so loud that Hope, who was eating a pastry, dropped it in surprise. Lin Qian feigned confusion. Why are you so worked up, Mayor Lai? Lai Ming looked at her, wishing he could slap some sense into her. In his mind, her value plummeted, but since he still needed information from her, he kept up the act. No, it's just, I was shocked to hear that. I heard Lin Pharmaceuticals was built over generations of your family's hard work. How could you just sell your shares like that? Seeing his expression, Lin Qian almost thought she had good-for-nothing heiress written on her forehead. Selling them was fine. Now I have money. You have no idea how many people I've helped with it. Most importantly, that money had allowed her to live well, unlike her miserable past life. But Lai Ming wasn't giving up. So, who's running Lin Pharmaceuticals now? Lin Qian found his expression rather amusing and continued, Lin Pharmaceuticals has been gone for a long time, there's no one left to manage it. I only came this time because I ran out of medicine. It's only in times like these that I can sneak over to see if there's anything good left. In the past, I probably wouldn't have even been able to get near the entrance of Lin Pharmaceuticals. Hearing this, Lai Ming immediately lost all interest. Still, she was the heir of Lin Pharmaceuticals, and since she was already here, he couldn't really put on a sour face. He could only reply gloomily, if you're hoping for anything good, forget it. Everything worth taking was cleaned out long ago. Is that so? I was hoping I'd find something useful this time. Lin Qian pretended to look disappointed. But you could try contacting your former shareholders. I heard they're working with Su Chongqing now, Lai Ming suggested. Su Chongqing? Why does that name sound so familiar? Oh, look at me, I never explained. You should know Su Chongqing, right? Last time you and your mother came by, I think you met him, Lai Ming reminded her. Lin Qian truly had no recollection. For one, she never paid attention to these things, and for another, it had been so long ago that it was all a blur. Seeing Lin Qian still drawing a blank, Lai Ming prompted, don't you remember? Su Chongqing, the mayor. She didn't recognize the name Su Chongqing, but as soon as he said Mayor Su, she remembered. Oh, but didn't you say you're the mayor of Guang City now? Lin Qian asked. Lai Ming smiled awkwardly. I'm just the acting mayor. So Mayor Su isn't here anymore? Lin Qian pressed. Lai Ming smiled again. If he were here, how could I be acting mayor? He's busy now, transferred to the capital to help out at the central government. Who knows when he'll be back? So for now, I'm in charge of Guang City's affairs. Lin Qian thought to herself, no wonder. When the tiger's away, the monkey becomes king. Do you know where our Lin family shareholders are? She asked. Some of them are here in our base, some have gone to other private bases. But I have to say, your people from Lin Pharmaceuticals are really something. Even after all these rounds of disasters, they've managed to survive. That's impressive. By the way, do you want to meet them? Lai Ming asked. No need. We already settled everything when I sold my shares. Since there's nothing left to find here, I'll just look around for a couple more days and then head back to Ju City. Lai Ming was surprised. Huh? You're going back to Ju City? Why not stay here at our base? We'll take care of your food and lodging. Isn't that better than Ju City? No, thank you. This place really is nice. Better than our base in Ju City, honestly. But Ju City is my home, after all. You know what they say. A dog's kennel is better than a golden palace. Lin Qian politely declined. I get what you mean, but why not stay a little longer? It couldn't have been easy coming all the way from Ju City, right? Lai Ming was still hoping to get some information out of her. It did take longer than before, Lin Qian admitted. She remembered what those people had told her earlier. By the way, I walked around Guang City this morning and barely saw a soul on the streets. Eventually, I ran into a few people, but they said the authorities told them not to go out during the day. What's that about? Lin Qian knew Lai Ming probably wouldn't give her a straight answer, but she still wanted to ask. Maybe she could pick up something useful from his response. Lai Ming hadn't expected her to ask this and was momentarily stunned, but he quickly recovered. Oh, that. Well, things look calm here during the day, but you never know when a beast horde might show up. Every time there's a horde, there's this huge lion leading them, deliberately targeting our facilities. So after thinking it over, we decided to tell people to avoid going out during the day. I see. Lai Ming didn't care whether Lin Qian believed him or not. He felt he'd answered sincerely enough. Anyway, I've already arranged a room for you. Why don't you stay here for now? Lai Ming suggested. All right, thank you. Lai Ming was delighted that Lin Qian agreed to stay. No trouble at all. It's an honor for our base to have you. Lin Qian was puzzled. She'd made her intentions clear, so why was he so insistent on having her stay? Did he think she was still useful to him in some way? For now, she decided to stay. It would give her a chance to interact with more people at the base. Maybe she could pick up some more information. The room Lai Ming arranged for her was decent. A small studio of about 30 square meters, clean and equipped with all the essentials. There was no electric light, but several brand new candles sat on the table, along with 2 new lighters. Just from this, she could tell Lai Ming had put some thought into it, which made her even more cautious. The only reason she could think of for Lai Ming to curry favor with her like this was the Blue Vein project. After all, that project concerned the survival of humanity itself. Maybe he didn't care about all of humanity, but for anyone obsessed with power, the Blue Vein project was irresistible. Maybe her mother hadn't wanted her to get involved in all this, because she didn't want Lin Qian to get caught up in this web of intrigue. But her mother could never have imagined that, in the end, everything would fall into Lin Qian's hands. If her mother knew how things turned out, would she regret not telling Lin Qian the truth sooner? There was no way to answer that now. Suddenly, Lin Qian remembered the USB drive her mother had left her. She took it out from her storage space and examined it carefully, only to find that it bore a symbol almost identical to the totem on her hand where Shaoqing coiled around. Her heart skipped a beat. She compared the two closely and realized that aside from the color, there really was no difference. No way. Lin Qian started to wonder if she was some kind of experiment herself. But she was sure she and her mother were related by blood, so this must have something to do with the father she'd never met. She didn't have time to think further. There was a knock at the door. She quickly put the USB drive back into her storage space. Some even pharmaceuticals contributed a lot to our city before the disaster. I kept a little, Lin Qian replied. That's good, that's good. Jia Hong breathed a sigh of relief. But I only kept enough to get me through university. I had no idea the disaster would come so suddenly. I wasn't prepared at all. I was actually hoping to come here and see if I could borrow some supplies from you all to get by, Lin Qian continued. Zhao Hong choked on his words. Wait, you really were that naive? He didn't finish his sentence, swallowing the last word. You only kept that little? What were you going to do after graduation? I found a job, problem solved. A hospital already offered me a position. I'll be able to support myself. Zhao Hong looked at Lin Qian, wanting to say something but holding back. Well, there's no point talking about this now. Even if you have money, it's just a pile of useless paper these days. Forget it, it's all fate. He glanced at Lin Qian again, noticing she looked healthy and well-dressed. You must have been doing all right in Lin City? It was okay. I only got by thanks to the help of my neighbors, otherwise I would have starved, Lin Qian replied. Zhao Hong didn't want to keep talking to Lin Qian. He sat back down awkwardly, no longer inviting her to eat, just sighing to himself, probably cursing Lin Qian in his heart. Sigh, old Zhao, Miss Lin is still young. If you ask me, the problem lies with you lot. She was left all alone, with a stepfather who'd eat her alive. Making it this far wasn't easy, Lai Ming said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Zhao Hong opened his mouth, but said nothing, thinking to himself, who here's had it easy? Lai Ming pretended not to notice his expression and continued to invite Lin Qian to sit. It's been so long since you've seen each other, catch up a bit. He also had someone bring more tea and snacks for Lin Qian. Old Zhao, you mentioned before that you couldn't get in touch with the core group. Now that Miss Lin is here, maybe you two can compare notes. Maybe you'll get a pleasant surprise. Some pleasant surprise, Zhao Hong muttered, glancing at Lin Qian. Mayor Lai, you don't know, Xiao Qian never got involved in the company's affairs. Wanqing never told her anything about work. We all suggested to Wanqing that she should train Xiao Qian to take over, but she refused. She said Xiao Qian had a different destiny and couldn't let Lin Group hold her back. At this point, Zhao Hong grew even more frustrated. That's why Xiao Qian sold her shares to us so readily. She really didn't know anything. So if you're hoping to get information out of her, don't bother. It's impossible. Zhao Hong saw right through Lai Ming's intentions and called him out directly. It's not just for myself. If we could find information about that project, it'd benefit both of us, Lai Ming said. Who doesn't know that? But where would we find it? After that typhoon and tsunami, even the most important documents would have been washed away. I'm not even in Lin City. Maybe you could go there and talk to old Huang. He had access to far more secrets than we ever did. Zhao Hong knew Lin Wanqing's character well. Over the years, she really hadn't groomed her daughter to be the Lin Group's heir. Everyone had seen it. But is it possible Ms. Lin left some documents at home? If Miss Lin went back and searched and found them, could that project be restarted? Lai Ming pressed. You just don't know, Wanqing has never brought work home. I've told you so many times, if you want anything, it's best to go straight to the pearl market and find Huang Huang. Zhao Hong continued. Lai Ming kept shooting Zhao Hong looks, but Zhao Hong acted as if he was blind, going on and on about how Lin Qian couldn't possibly have any information. If Lin Qian didn't actually have the blue vein in her hands, he might have believed him. But the blue vein was something she got by accident anyway. Her mother really had never mentioned anything about it to her. Even on her deathbed, her mother hadn't said a word about it. She'd just given her a jade pendant and told her to keep it safe. Lin Qian didn't know whether her mother had known the secret of the pendant or not, but now she was 100% sure that this jade pendant was left by her long-lost father. And then there was her grandmother, Su Huizhen, who was almost certainly still alive. Where had these people gone all these years? Why hadn't they shown up, even now? If they didn't want to acknowledge her, there was no need to pass on such a precious jade pendant to her mother. If they'd truly abandoned her, why did the treasured pendant end up in her hands after all these years? Shaoqing, do you remember who your previous master was? Lin Qian asked in her mind. I told you, I don't remember. Some memories are really fuzzy, I just can't recall them. But there are some things I remember very clearly, Shaoqing replied. Lin Qian was a bit speechless. So, what exactly do you remember clearly? Every time she asked, the answer was always, I don't remember. Well, I know that black bead is a core, for example. Oh, I guess that counts. And I've told you a lot of other things too. Like what? Well. Shaoqing ed for ages, but couldn't come up with anything, and ended up deflating before Lin Qian did. Lin Qian didn't bother arguing with it anymore. If she couldn't figure things out, she might as well not think about them for now. Time would tell. She'd just have to wait and see. Although it seemed like she'd spent a long time talking with Shaoqing, in reality it was just the blink of an eye. Coming back to herself, she heard Zhao Hong still talking to Lai Ming. Honestly, instead of wasting your time on us, you'd be better off focusing on how to secure your position. Lai Ming's expression darkened at this. Su Chongqing's been transferred for ages now, who knows if he'll even come back. The base is running way better under me than it ever did under him. The central government will see that. Who knows, maybe I'll be the next one transferred to the capital. He really did have a good attitude. Zhao Hong, being a businessman, naturally saw things differently. If Lai Ming really had ability, he'd have been promoted long ago. No way he'd have to wait until now. To be honest, if the disaster hadn't killed off so many people, Lai Ming probably wouldn't have gotten to be acting mayor at all. The only reason he was in this position now was pure luck. It had nothing to do with his abilities. Xiao Qian, if you're here for supplies, I'm afraid we don't have any. Us old guys are barely scraping by ourselves. If it weren't for Mayor Lai's help, we wouldn't even be able to stay in the official base. Although Zhao Hong was a businessman, things had gotten so bad these days that he couldn't be too calculating anymore. He'd even developed a bit of genuine feeling toward Lin Qian. If you're willing, you could talk to Mayor Lai and see if you can stay at the official base. It's definitely better here than outside. Lai Ming quickly chimed in. I told her as soon as she arrived that she could stay here, but she said she'd rather go back to the pearl market. After all, that's her home. He looked at Lin Qian, hoping she'd say something. Yeah, even though my mom's gone, Uncle Qian is still there. After all these years, he's become like family to me, Lin Qian said. How's Uncle Qian's health these days? Mentioning Uncle Qian, Zhao Hong couldn't help feeling a bit sentimental. Every time he'd visited, Uncle Qian had always been so polite, making Zhao Hong feel like he was really welcome. Of course, that was just his own wishful thinking, not Uncle Qian's fault. He's doing okay. Thanks for asking, Lin Qian replied. That's good, that's good. When this disaster is over, I'll have to go visit Uncle Qian. It's been ages since we last saw each other, Zhao Hong said. Lin Qian instinctively wanted to say there was no need, but then thought better of it. After all, who knew when the disaster would really be over? At least for now, it didn't look like it would end anytime soon. Mayor Lai, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now, Lin Qian said. She didn't want to waste any more time here getting drawn into their conversations. She'd be better off asking around the dorms for news. Since she'd said so, Lai Ming couldn't really stop her. He just nodded. All right, get some rest. You must be tired after coming all the way from the pearl market. Xiaomei told you about the dining times and locations, right? Just take this with you when you go. Lai Ming handed Lin Qian a small card stamped with several seals, with boxes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Lin Qian took it. Is this a meal ticket? Yeah, it's my meal ticket. Just take it, and you can eat whenever you want, Lai Ming said. Xiaomei pretended to be surprised at the side. Mayor Lai, you're giving your meal ticket to Miss Lin? What about you? Oh, come on, you think I'll starve? He said, pretending not to care, though his calculations were written all over his face. Lin Qian tried to hand the meal ticket back. I brought my own food. No need to waste your rations on me. Food is precious these days, better to save where we can. Lai Ming hadn't expected her to do that, which threw off his plans. It's fine. You came all this way, I can't let you go hungry, can I? Just take it, I'm not short on food. He all but shoved the meal ticket in her face. It would be rude not to accept. All right, thank you, Mayor Lai. Lai Ming watched as Lin Qian just thanked him and left, not even asking Xiaomei to show her the way, heading straight back to her dorm. Lai Ming felt a headache coming on, but since he'd given her the ticket himself, he couldn't say anything else. If anything, he was even more determined to get some information out of her. In his mind, if he could get his hands on the important project data, his position as acting mayor would be secure. Even if Su Chongqing came back, he'd have nothing to fear. Watching Lin Qian's departing figure, he began to consider whether he could round up a few more Lin Pharmaceutical shareholders to try and get some information out of her. Maybe he'd really get what he wanted. He didn't know why, but he just had a gut feeling that Lin Qian was hiding the secret he was after. Unfortunately, Lin Qian completely ignored him, leaving Lai Ming with no choice but to keep her here for now and figure out what to do next. Lin Qian returned to her place with the meal voucher, Hope trotting by her side. As long as they passed by people, everyone's eyes would be glued to them. There were military dogs at the base, but few were as well cared for as Hope. After being fed with fruit from Lin Qian's space for a while, Hope had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to before the disaster. First, his fur looked glossier and smoother, and he'd grown bigger. He no longer looked like a typical Labrador. He was sturdier, full of strength. Only when he looked at Lin Qian did he show a hint of playfulness. When he looked at others, his gaze could send a chill down their spines. He already had an imposing presence. At first, people couldn't help but drool when they saw Hope, but as soon as he glanced their way, they quietly swallowed it back down. After returning home, Lin Qian thought for a moment and took out a bag of bread she didn't often eat from her space. She walked to one of the homes where someone had been watching her through the window earlier. The woman there looked kind and pleasant, so Lin Qian felt she was approachable. She knocked on the door. The woman hesitated at first, but when she saw the bread in Lin Qian's hand, she finally opened the door. Hello. Lin Qian could see the longing in her eyes, though she kept it under control. That told Lin Qian this woman was a bit different from most. She handed the bread to the woman, whose desire was now obvious. She couldn't even pretend to refuse. Come in, have a seat. After accepting the bread, the woman became even more enthusiastic, even pouring Lin Qian a glass of water. Lin Qian and Hope entered, glanced around, and sat down in front of the glass of water. Lin Qian gently pushed the water back to the woman. Water is scarce for everyone these days, so I won't drink it. I just wanted to get to know you and chat a bit about the situation here at the base, so I'm not completely lost wherever I go. The woman looked even happier when Lin Qian declined the water. Sensible people like this were rare. She hadn't met one in a long time. She was pleased, but didn't immediately spill everything. She just looked at Lin Qian and asked, I saw Xiaomei showing you around this morning. Oh yes. She just told me what's where and where to eat, but I just came from Lin City and don't know much. Since we're neighbors, I thought I'd come over and see if you could tell me a bit more. Lin Qian noticed the woman lower her head. She thought, this one's cautious. I hope giving her something isn't for nothing and I can get some information out of her. I'm Lin Qian. May I ask your name? Lin Qian asked. Everyone calls me Sister Qian. You can call me that too, the woman replied. Sister Qian. Lin Qian was about to say more when a faint noise came from the bedroom, followed by a childlike voice, Mama. Sister Qian gave Lin Qian an apologetic look. Sorry, my daughter's awake. Let me check on her. Lin Qian wasn't in a hurry anyway, and she knew that getting useful information required patience. After a while, Sister Qian came out of the room with a fair, chubby little girl. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw the bread on the table. Lin Qian took note of this. It seemed Lai Ming really had given her the best he had. Clearly, he wanted to get something out of Lin Qian. Sister Qian sat down opposite Lin Qian with her daughter in her arms. Dodo, say hi to Big Sister. Dodo was very obedient. She greeted Lin Qian in a soft, kitten-like voice. Hello, Big Sister. After greeting, she stared at the bread. Mama, I want to eat bread. Sister Qian immediately opened the bag and tore off a small piece for Dodo. Dodo didn't gobble it down, but instead mimicked Sister Qian, tearing off small pieces and eating them quietly. Wanting to get closer, Lin Qian took 2 lollipops from her bag and handed them to Dodo. Here you go. Dodo's eyes lit up, but she didn't take them right away. She looked up at Sister Qian, who said, If Big Sister gives them to you, you can take them. Only then did Dodo accept them, giving Lin Qian a sweet smile with 2 dimples. Thank you, Big Sister. She put down the bread and looked at Hope. Big Sister, can I pet your dog? We used to have a dog, but Mama said it went to heaven. I don't know where heaven is. Mama says it's very far away, and we won't see it again for a long time. Sorry, Dodo really likes animals. If it's inconvenient, that's okay, Sister Qian said apologetically. It's fine. Hope likes playing with kids, Lin Qian replied. She looked at Hope. Go ahead. Dodo cheered, walked over to Hope, looked at Lin Qian, then at Sister Qian. Only when both nodded did she gather the courage to pet Hope's head. Hope liked children and, seeing the adorable Dodo, even reached out a paw for her to hold. Wow, he's so well-behaved. Sister Qian smiled even more seeing her daughter so happy. Go play. Hope, keep an eye on your little sister, okay? Lin Qian reminded. Woof. Don't underestimate me. Seeing Hope's smug look, Lin Qian waved her hand. Go on. Hope squatted down and barked at Dodo, woof. Dodo immediately understood and happily climbed onto Hope's back. Sister Qian tried to stop her, but it was too late. It's okay, Sister Qian. Hope is strong, he won't let Dodo fall. Only when Sister Qian saw Dodo, I kept even drinking water, I have to ration it. If anyone here finds food outside, they have to hand over most of it. So, it's tough no matter where you are. By the way, speaking of that, I spent the whole morning wandering around Guang City today. It was almost like a ghost town. I finally ran into 2 people, and they said the authorities told everyone not to go out during the day, to stay home, or they might get killed by lions in the beast tide. Is that true? This was the news Lin Qian cared about most. Qinjie laughed. Honestly, that's just a smokescreen put out by the authorities. There aren't any terrifying lions out there. Even if there were, the base has so many weapons, what kind of beast hide could they not handle? The truth is, they just don't want people bringing animal carcasses back home. We had beast hides in Jade City too, but the animals there seem to have parasites. Aren't you worried about that? Lin Qian asked. What's scarier than starving to death? Everyone's known about this for a while. At worst, you just pass out for a bit, better than starving, right? Qinjia pointed to one of the buildings, the very one Xiaomei had skipped over earlier. That place is full of food they've collected, mostly dried animal carcasses. And we've already discovered that if you put the meat in a pressure cooker for an hour, it gets nice and tender, and you don't pass out after eating it. So that's how we eat it now. This was new information for Lin Qian. So if you cook it in a pressure cooker, you won't faint? That's right. And as long as you wear protective gear when handling the meat, there's no problem, Qinjia said. Just regular protective gear? Lin Qian asked. Yeah, at this point, even regular protective gear is hard to come by. As long as you protect the parts of your body that touch the animal carcasses, you'll be fine, Qinjia explained. I see. Lin Qian nodded. You're not from Guang City, are you? Qinjia asked. How did you know? Lin Qian replied. You don't look like you're from here. You said you spent the whole morning wandering outside, so you must be new. The authorities have already warned everyone about the beast hide and mutant lions. No local would go out during the day now. Only people from the base are still out hunting animals. Qinjia paused, then continued. The past few days, they've been planning to hunt the animals in the zoo. But for some reason, when they got there, all the animals had just died, so they just dragged them all back. Made things a lot easier for them. So that's who had picked up the spoils Lin Qian had left behind, the people from the official base. So their goal is to bring all the food outside into the official base? Do they care about the people outside? Lin Qian asked. Qinjia snorted, as if she'd heard a joke. In his own words, not sending people out to rob the civilians is already a huge favor. Seeing Lin Qian deep in thought, she went on, since you brought us something today, I'll tell you one more thing. Lai Ming has been looking for some secret documents from a Lin Group project. Supposedly, those documents could help him secure his position. I figure the reason he's so nice to you has something to do with that. And you said your surname is Lin, so you must have a close connection to the Lin Group? Or maybe you're the heir. Lin Qian couldn't help but look at Qinjia with new respect. She really was sharp, just a few words and she'd guessed Lin Qian's identity. You really are clever. That's right, after my mother passed away, I was the largest shareholder in Lin Group. But later, I sold all my shares. Qinjia's face showed she wasn't surprised. I figured as much. You're young, and a lot of those shareholders have moved in here. They're all old hands. Selling your shares was a smart move. Lin Group doesn't have anything left anyway. You're lucky. Qinjia fixed her gaze on Lin Qian. Fate really matters between people. You came to me, and I find myself liking you. Let me say this, if you can, don't stay here. Lin Qian understood Qinjia meant well. Don't worry, I won't. I only came here to look for something anyway. By the way, you mentioned earlier that a lot of people from our Lin Group came here. Did they arrive before or after Mayor Su left? At first, those people planned to bring some supplies from the Lin Group to join up here. But Mayor Su wasn't just letting anyone in, he only accepted 1 or 2. The rest were only taken in by Lai Ming after Mayor Su left. As Qinjia spoke, she seemed to remember something, her brows knitting together slightly. There's something else odd. My husband came home that day and said that one of your shareholders brought some documents to Mayor Su. Mayor Su got really angry and drove him out. But after Mayor Su was transferred, Lai Ming personally brought that person back and treated him with a lot of respect. I think it must be related to that project. You really can't beat talking to smart people. So much more pleasant. Qinjia had basically told Lin Qian everything she wanted to know, and Lin Qian was very satisfied. As Lin Qian was about to leave, Qinjia shared another explosive bit of news. Ever since Mayor Su left, Lai Ming had stopped letting outsiders in. But after bringing back that shareholder who angered Mayor Su, he started picking some strong young men to let in, saying it was to strengthen the base. But I don't think it's that simple. What makes you think that? Lin Qian asked. Qin Jia lowered her voice even more. Our base's medical resources are already stretched thin, but as soon as those people came in, Lai Ming suspended all patient care, even those injured fighting the beast tied outside. Everyone had to get a physical exam first. That's very suspicious, don't you think? A physical exam? Lin Qian was puzzled. Yes. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but Lai Ming has always cared most about the people who go out scavenging for supplies. For him to suspend treatment for those people just to give these newcomers a physical, it just doesn't add up. I have a feeling he's plotting something big. Maybe he wants to use them for some kind of experiment. The more Qin Jia thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Anyway, you need to be careful. If you can leave, do it as soon as possible. Lai Ming is really no good. He even took away Dodo's favorite dog and used it for food. Dodo was heartbroken for a long time. She's always been in poor health, and now she's even worse. I asked Lai Ming to have a doctor look at her, but he kept making excuses, saying the doctors were too busy with more urgent matters. Lin Qian didn't say much. After thinking for a moment, she took a peach and a few cherries from her backpack and placed them on the table, along with 2 cans of milk powder. These are for the information you gave me today, Lin Qian said. Qin Jia was shocked. These were all rare items. She quickly moved to the door to shield them from view. These are precious things, you can't even buy them with money. I mean, I do need supplies, but I can't take too much. Dodo really does need the milk powder, so I'll accept that. If you need anything else in the future, just come to me. But you should take the peach back. She picked up the peach and cherries and tried to stuff them back into Lin Qian's backpack. Don't let others see these things, or it'll cause trouble, especially with people like Lai Ming around. Lin Qian stopped her. This peach and these cherries aren't ordinary fruit. Keep them for Dodo. Trust me, after she eats them, her health will improve. Lin Qian was too strong for Qin Jia to win the tug-of-war, and she was worried that arguing further would draw attention, so she quickly put the items into a cloth bag. I'm really getting the better end of this deal, Qin Jia said. Not really. If I hadn't met you, I probably wouldn't have gotten so much information from anyone else. Your news helped me a lot. Let's just call it a fair trade. No need to feel bad, Lin Qian replied. Qin Jia's eyes grew moist. You'll be staying here for a few days, right? We don't have much food, but I'm a decent cook. How about I make you something? Though she was short on supplies, she felt guilty for accepting so much. She remembered she still had some flour at home, so she could at least make something for Lin Qian. Sure, I'd love that, Lin Qian said. Qin Jia breathed a sigh of relief. How about dumplings tonight? Perfect. Dumplings are my favorite. I don't know how to make them, so could you make a few extra for me to take with me? Qin Jia hesitated. She did have some food left, but not much. She wanted to agree, but it was hard to make something out of nothing. Lin Qian noticed her embarrassment. Wait a moment. She went back to her apartment and pretended to fetch a piece of pork and a bag of flour. I'm not good at cooking, so even with these I couldn't make anything tasty. Could you help me out? This. Qin Jia blushed deeply, embarrassed. How can I accept this? Lin Qian patted her hand. Don't worry about it. Just think of it as me asking for your help. Qin Jia, being smart, knew Lin Qian was helping her out. She was deeply moved. She smiled. All right, cooking is the one thing I can do. You go rest, I'll call you when it's ready. Thanks, I appreciate it. Qin Jia glanced at Dodo, who was still happily playing outside, and then at Hope. Would it be all right if your dog kept Dodo company for a while? She hasn't been this happy in ages. Hope loves to play. As long as you don't mind. Lin Qian called Hope over. Hope, I'm going to take a nap. Can you stay and play with your little sister for a while? Hope seemed to really like Dodo. Woof woof woof. Got it, you go ahead. The two played so happily that even if Lin Qian called Hope back, she probably wouldn't want to leave. Seeing Hope so cheerful was rare, so Lin Qian just let her be. Just as Lin Qian was about to return to her apartment, she turned around, and suddenly, a grown man came charging from a distance. He hit her with such force that even the enhanced Lin Qian was almost knocked over. She quickly steadied herself, but the man who'd run into her fell to the ground instead. He immediately hid behind Lin Qian, shouting, "No, I want to go back. Don't try to lock me up, I don't want to stay here." Lin Qian looked in the direction he had come from and saw several people in white lab coats hurrying over. When they saw Lin Qian standing there, they didn't care and reached out, trying to push past her to grab the person hiding behind her. There was no way Lin Qian was going to let them walk all over her like that. She immediately pulled out her gun and pressed it against the man's chest. "Try moving again and see what happens." She didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean she'd let others trample over her. The commotion drew everyone nearby. Doors opened and people came out to see what was going on. Seeing so many onlookers, the people in lab coats realized they couldn't just force their way through anymore, especially with Lin Qian's gun pointed at them, radiating an undeniable sense of threat. "Miss, this is an internal matter. Please don't interfere," one of them said. Lin Qian laughed out loud. "So you're saying I'm meddling in other people's business?" The group fell silent, clearly admitting as much. "I was just standing here, minding my own business. You all barged over, almost knocked me down, and then tried to shove me aside without so much as a word. What am I, an object? You don't know how to say, 'Excuse me'?" Lin Qian had never been known for her good temper. As she spoke, she kept her gun trained on the man. He could tell Lin Qian wasn't joking and started to panic, instructing someone beside him, "Quick, go get Mayor Lai." Lai Ming arrived at the scene shortly after. Seeing the tense standoff, and especially the gun in Lin Qian's hand, he was visibly alarmed. He walked over to Lin Qian, speaking cautiously, "Miss Lin, whatever the issue is, let's talk it out. There's no need for weapons." Since Lin Qian was still useful to him, Lai Ming had to consider her feelings, no matter how displeased he was. He shot a glare at the people in lab coats. "What's going on here?" "Mayor Lai, it's not our fault. That person suddenly went crazy during the checkup and tried to run out. We were worried he might be unstable, so we chased after him," one of them explained. Another chimed in, "Exactly. We just wanted to bring him back, but this young lady was being unreasonable and pulled a gun on us without warning." At that moment, Sister Qin, who had been standing behind Lin Qian, spoke up. "You clearly ran into Miss Lin first. And when that man hid behind her, you tried to shove her aside without any courtesy at all. The lab coat looked like he wanted to argue, but when he saw who was speaking, he swallowed his words." Lin Qian noticed this and realized that even though Sister Qin's husband had been demoted by Lai Ming, he must still hold some influence in the base. At the very least, these people were wary enough not to cross Sister Qin. "Ah, Qin, did you really see what happened?" Mayor Lai kept signaling to Sister Qin with his eyes, but she ignored him. "Mayor Lai, I saw it all clearly. There's no need for me to lie." These staff members ran into Miss Lin, didn't apologize, and then tried to lay hands on her. That's just too much. With Sister Qin speaking up, Lai Ming couldn't just brush things off. He glared at the group. "Aren't you going to apologize to Miss Lin?" With the mayor taking a stand, the group had no choice but to bow their heads and apologize. "We're sorry, Miss Lin. We acted rashly." "Miss Lin, about this," one of them started. Since they'd apologized, Lin Qian put her gun away. "I'm not unreasonable. As long as people don't mess with me, I'm easy to get along with." Sister Qin nodded repeatedly in agreement, while Lai Ming, hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation. Yes, it's our fault for not managing things properly. You all go back now," Lai Ming said to the staff. The leader still looked unwilling and pointed at the young man hiding behind Lin Qian. "But Mayor Lai, this person." Lai Ming kept signaling with his eyes. "If he doesn't want a physical exam, we can't force him. Let's just go back." Seeing this, the group had no choice but to leave. Only after the people in lab coats left did the young man come out from behind Lin Qian, trembling. He seemed to realize Lin Qian was no ordinary person, and even after stepping out, he was reluctant to leave her side. "Miss Lin, would you like me to handle this person?" Lai Ming asked. Seeing Lin Qian unmoved, he continued, "To be honest, it's not easy for us either. We can't risk letting outsiders stay in the base without a physical exam. You saw what it's like outside. If someone brings a virus in, the whole base could be wiped out." Lai Ming's words made sense, and the onlookers nodded in agreement. That's right. We've spent so much manpower and resources just to keep the base safe. Mayor Lai is doing a great job. Some people looked at the young man by Lin Qian's side and tried to persuade him. Young man, we're doing this for your own good. If you pass the exam, you can stay here. Isn't that better than struggling outside, not knowing where your next meal is coming from? The young man looked at Lin Qian, as if hoping she'd speak up for him. But Lin Qian wasn't some saint, and besides, he hadn't even apologized for bumping into her earlier. Seeing Lin Qian remain silent, the young man braced himself. I appreciate the opportunity the base has given me, but I've decided not to stay. A flash of annoyance crossed Lai Ming's eyes, but with so many people watching, there was nothing he could do. Are you sure you don't want to stay? If not, you'll have to leave the base right now. I'll leave. I'll go right now, the young man replied. Fine, I'll have someone escort you out, Lai Ming said, about to call for someone. But suddenly, the young man seemed to be triggered. No need. I want this lady to take me out. He tried to grab Lin Qian's hand, but she was quicker and dodged him. Staring at his empty hand, the young man looked bewildered, not understanding how Lin Qian could always avoid him so easily. He was supposed to be pretty agile himself. Lai Ming was getting irritated, but he couldn't show it in front of Lin Qian. He forced down his anger and said to the young man, "This lady is a guest of our base. I can't let her escort you." Hearing this, the young man seemed to think he'd found the right person. He looked at Lin Qian with even more eagerness. "Miss, could you please take me out?" Lin Qian was about to refuse when the young man pleaded again. "Please, miss, I'm begging you." The young man looked at Lin Qian with big, watery eyes, and for a moment, she felt as if she were seeing Hope's gaze, eyes full of expectation. Her heart softened a little. "So, should I walk him out?" Lin Qian looked at Lai Ming. Lai Ming needed her help right now, so he couldn't possibly refuse. He forced a smile and said, Sure. "But isn't that too much trouble for you?" "Not at all. I don't have anything else to do anyway. It'll help me get more familiar with the base. Didn't you want me to stay here?" Yes, of course." Seeing that there was no room to negotiate, Lai Ming said no more and turned to leave. Just as Lin Qian was about to take the young man out, Sister Qin suddenly pulled her aside. "Lai Ming probably hates you now. You've clearly messed up his plans." "It's fine, Sister Qin. But I didn't expect you'd actually stand up for me," Lin Qian said gratefully. "It was nothing, just a few words. Lai Ming won't do anything to me. But be careful. I know Lai Ming too well. You really need to watch out," Sister Qin warned. "I know. Thank you. All right, go ahead and see him out. I'll make dumplings for you." Lin Qian led the young man toward the base's entrance. As they walked, the young man whispered to her, "Sis, you need to be careful of the people in this base. Especially if they ask you to do a physical exam. Whatever you do, don't go." Lin Qian glanced sideways at him. "Why's that?" The young man looked around to make sure no one was watching, then furtively pulled a stack of papers from his pocket and tried to hand them to Lin Qian. "I stole these from them. It was after I saw the stuff that I decided to escape." Just as Lin Qian was about to take them, the young man pulled the papers back. "There are people everywhere right now. I'll show you after we get outside." She glanced around and indeed felt several eyes on them. Even after they left the base, Lin Qian could still feel 1 or 2 people watching her, probably to make sure she didn't run off. She shifted her body to block the line of sight. "I've already walked you out. Can you give me the stuff now?" The young man handed her the documents. "Sis, you really need to be careful. And thank you for today." With that, he dashed off. When Lin Qian came to her senses, she realized that some of the food she kept in her backpack for emergencies was missing. She almost laughed in exasperation. So this kid was a top-notch pickpocket. He'd managed to swipe her stuff without her even noticing. Luckily, it wasn't anything important, so Lin Qian didn't bother to pursue it. She turned back, carrying the documents he'd given her. As soon as she turned, she ran into Lai Ming, who was hurrying out with 2 men in lab coats and 2 guards. When he saw Lin Qian, his face lit up. Miss Lin, where's that young man from earlier? He left, Lin Qian replied. Aya. Lai Ming was anxious. Lin Qian looked at him, puzzled by his sudden urgency. Which way did he go? Lai Ming asked. Lin Qian nodded in the direction the young man had run. Lai Ming quickly ordered the guards, what are you waiting for? Go after him. After the guards ran off, Lai Ming turned to Lin Qian again. Miss Lin, did that guy say anything strange to you? He just thanked me. Does that count as strange? Lin Qian asked. Lai Ming had had people watching them the whole time, and they really hadn't said much. Even if they had, there was no way the young man could have told her anything substantial. So, after thinking for a moment, Lai Ming didn't press further. So what's going on? Didn't you let him go? Why are you chasing after him? Lin Qian asked, guessing that they must have realized the documents had been stolen, which was why they were in such a rush. Of course, she wasn't about to admit she had the documents. Sigh, turns out he's a thief. He stole some important documents from us. Without those, our base could be in big trouble. Lai Ming didn't say much more. Miss Lin, it's chaotic out here. You should head back. I have to go find someone, so I won't keep you. If you need anything, just talk to my assistant, the one who brought you in the other day. All right, you go ahead. Lin Qian didn't want to interact with people like him any more than necessary. Who knew what he was really after? Maybe he was eyeing her blue veins. Right now, she still needed to figure out which shareholder had given Lai Ming the documents in the first place. She returned to her apartment with the documents the young man had given her, ready to take a closer look, when she heard Sister Qin call her for dinner. Sister Qin was a great cook. She could turn the simplest ingredients into something special. The table was set with steaming dumplings and a pot of rich soup. Lin Qian almost forgot how long it had been since she'd had a proper slow-cooked soup. Uncle Chen used to make soup at home, but because her mother couldn't handle rich broths, they'd always had lighter soups. She took a sip, paired it with a dumpling, and felt warmth spread through her heart. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, Sister Qin. Sister Qin didn't bother with false modesty. I used to be a chef at a 5-star hotel. But after the disaster, even the best skills are useless without ingredients. Just make do with what I can offer. It's already amazing. Lin Qian wasn't exaggerating. The soup was excellent, and the dumplings were every bit as good as Grandma Zhong's. She ate heartily, enjoying every bite. Seeing Lin Qian eat so well, Sister Qin felt relieved. After dinner, as Lin Qian was about to leave, Sister Qin packed up the leftover uncooked dumplings for her. Take these with you. Lin Qian looked at them and shook her head. You keep them for yourselves. Well, Sister Qin looked a bit troubled. Lin Qian took out the meal voucher Lai Ming had given her. I'm only staying here for a day or two, not long. You take the voucher. Seeing Lin Qian's expression, Sister Qin realized she was telling the truth, so she accepted the voucher. But she refused to take back the dumplings, insisting Lin Qian keep them. In the end, Lin Qian had no choice but to accept the dumplings and return to her apartment with hope. Woof woof woof. I want dumplings too. Little Hei's soft voice piped up, sis, I want some too. They hadn't dared ask for food at someone else's place, but now that they were home alone with Lin Qian, they finally spoke up. The dumplings are from Sister Qin, so I can't give them to you. I love dumplings too, so you each get 2 pieces of meat. Woof woof. Sis, you're stingy. Little Hei was about to say something when it saw Hope get its ear tugged by Lin Qian. Wanna say that again? Woof woof woof. I mean, sis, you're the best. Xiao Hei's jaw dropped in shock at Hope's shameless behavior. Hope was truly living up to its reputation as a sycophant. Xiao Hei had wanted to imitate it, but quickly realized it just wasn't in him. All he could do was lower his head and focus on eating the meat Lin Qian had given him. Halfway through their meal, Lin Qian heard a knock at the door. She glanced at the 2 little ones. Hurry up and finish your meat. Only after seeing them eat did she walk over and open the door. Standing outside was a skinny man. He seemed to live next to Sister Qin. To Sister Qin's left was Lin Qian, and to her right was this man. From the start, he'd always looked at Lin Qian with shifty, beady eyes. Whenever Lin Qian carried things past his door, He'd hope she'd knock and bring something over. He'd even open his door before she arrived, ready to invite her in. But Lin Qian never paid him any attention and always went straight to Sister Qian's place. "What do you want?" Lin Qian asked, already feeling a sense of dislike for this shifty-looking man. He gave her a sly grin. "I saw you bringing things to Qin." "So?" Lin Qian replied. "I'm actually running low on food too. If you have any extra, could you spare some for me?" he continued. Their apartments weren't big, so standing at the door, you could see most of the inside. Lin Qian said bluntly, "Does it look like I have any food in here?" The man craned his neck, trying to peek inside through the crack. Sure enough, there was nothing to be seen, but the aroma of the meat Hope and Xiaohei were eating still lingered in the air. "You just ate meat, didn't you? Since you have it, why not share some with me? I haven't tasted anything that good in ages." As he spoke, he tried to push past Lin Qian and barge into her room to look for food. Lin Qian had already shown her gun before, so this time she didn't hesitate. She pulled out her gun and shot him right in the hand as he reached out. Her gun wasn't silenced, and the sudden gunshot startled everyone nearby, who all rushed out of their rooms. They saw the skinny man lying at Lin Qian's doorway, clutching his hand and screaming murder. "She's trying to kill me. This crazy woman's going to kill me and hide my body." His shrill cries echoed through the hallway, sending chills down everyone's spines. Sister Qian was among the first to arrive after hearing the shot. She glanced at Lin Qian and, seeing she was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped around the skinny man and went to Lin Qian's side, whispering, "You shouldn't have hurt him. He's Lai Ming's relative." No sooner had she finished speaking than the skinny man started yelling, "Someone get my cousin. Call my cousin over. He has to teach this woman a lesson. Damn it, I just came to say hello and she shot me. I want her shot too." Some of Lai Ming's lackeys were still around. Seeing the commotion, they didn't even wait for instructions before running off to find him. Lai Ming was already busy dealing with the kid who'd stolen some documents, and now he heard there was more trouble with Lin Qian. He was even more frustrated. What the hell is wrong with her? Didn't we just settle things? Can't she behave for once? He told a few officers to bring more men to look for the kid, then hurried over to Lin Qian's place himself. As soon as he arrived, he saw his cousin writhing on the ground like a maggot. Lai Ming was so embarrassed he wished he could gouge his own eyes out. "What are you doing lying there? Aren't you ashamed? Get up." The skinny man perked up when he saw Lai Ming, holding out his bleeding hand. "Cousin, look at my hand. That woman shot right through it." Lai Ming actually wanted to teach Lin Qian a lesson, but he felt she still had secrets he needed to uncover, so he forced down his anger. "Miss Lin, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" "Ask him," Lin Qian replied, glancing at the skinny man, who was hopping around like a monkey, and at Lai Ming, who was clearly itching to blame her but holding himself back. She couldn't be bothered to argue and simply shut the door in their faces. She sat inside, wondering if it was still worth staying here. After all, most of the information she needed, she'd already gotten from Sister Qian. If another lunatic like the skinny guy showed up, she really didn't think she could take it. Honestly, she was already at her limit. Lai Ming knew exactly what kind of person his cousin was. Seeing Lin Qian slam the door in his face without a shred of respect, he was furious. He slapped the skinny man across the face. "What the hell were you thinking, provoking her? Don't you know she's my honored guest?" The skinny man stared in disbelief. "Cousin, she's the one who shot me. Don't I know what you're like? If you hadn't caused trouble, would she have shot you for no reason?" Lai Ming retorted. The skinny man was left speechless. Lai Ming pulled him aside and whispered, "She's the Lin Group heiress. She definitely has the secret information I want. You'd better behave and stay away from her." "But she shot me." The skinny man showed Lai Ming his wounded hand. "Why don't you take her gun? You're the mayor and you don't even have a gun." Lai Ming was getting annoyed. "You think I don't know that? But I still need something from her. Once I get what I want, we'll talk." He noticed a crowd gathering, eager for gossip, and snapped, "What are you all looking at? Don't you have anything better to do? Get lost." The onlookers quickly dispersed. Sister Qin started heading home, but Lai Ming called her back. Qin, wait a minute. Yes, Mayor Lai? Is there something else? Sister Qin asked. Lai Ming tried to sound friendly. Qin, now that Lin Qian is living next door to you, and she seems to like you, could you help me keep an eye on her? Sister Qin pretended not to understand. What do you mean? Lai Ming was a little annoyed. Normally, Sister Qin seemed smart. Why was she playing dumb now? The skinny man piped up. He means he wants you to keep an eye on her for us. Don't worry, you'll get something out of it. Lai Ming slapped the skinny man's arm. Are you trying to get us killed? Don't say that so loudly, what if she hears? Sister Qin put on a troubled expression. I'm not sure that's a good idea. There's nothing wrong with it, Lai Ming insisted. You know we have a lot of outsiders in the base now. I'm just thinking about everyone's safety. She has a gun, who knows who she'll shoot next if she gets upset. We have to be careful. Sister Qin finally acted like she understood. You're right. When you put it that way, it does make sense. Lai Ming continued, right, so I'll need you to keep an eye on her from now on. If it's convenient, try to get closer to her and see if she's hiding any secrets. What kind of secrets are you talking about? Sister Qin asked. You know she's the heiress of the Lin Group, right? Even though she sold off her shares later, she still would have had access to the company's core secrets. They have a lot of projects, any one of them could be worth a fortune. If we can get our hands on any relevant information, we'll never have to worry about medicine again if we get sick. See if you can find anything out. If you manage to get some intel, your contribution will be even greater than your husband's. Sister Qin pretended to think it over. You make a good point, but my family can barely put food on the table right now. If I get close to her and come up empty-handed, she might even suspect I'm after something. What if she starts guarding against me? Lai Ming was no fool. He knew Sister Qin was using this as an opportunity to ask for something. How about this? From today on, both you and Daodu can each get a share of the supplies. Go to the supplies department in a bit to pick them up. This was already the biggest favor Lai Ming was willing to grant Sister Qin in exchange for secret information. Thank you, Mayor Lai. I promise I'll get the job done. But Mayor Lai, could you give me something as proof? Otherwise, I'm worried the people at the supplies department won't give us anything, Sister Qin said. Lai Ming went straight into Skinny's room, rummaged around, and finally found a piece of paper and a pen. He wrote out the details, signed his name, and handed it to Sister Qin. Sister Qin beamed as she took the note and immediately headed off to the supplies department with Daodu. Skinny got anxious when he heard this. Cousin, why'd you give the supplies to them? Why not just give them to me? I live right next door to that woman too, I can get information as well. Look at the state you're in. If you could get along with her, that'd be one thing, but look at what you did. She'd just arrived and you already pulled that stunt. How can I trust you with this? If I can't do it, you still shouldn't give it to them. Skinny watched Sister Qin and Daodu walk away, still disgruntled. Lai Ming, of course, knew what he was thinking. Qin and her family may have been with Su Chongqing before, but she's smart. Look at how respectful they've been to me since Su Chongqing left. They probably know he's not coming back and that their well-being depends on me now. We're all in the same boat. By giving them supplies, I make them grateful and they'll work harder for me. You could have just given one share. That brat Daodu won't last long anyway. Why waste the food? Skinny grumbled. It's exactly because she won't last long that I need to make a show of generosity. That way, they'll be loyal to me. Lai Ming seemed very confident in his approach. Skinny was finally convinced. Fine, but am I just supposed to take a bullet for nothing? Once I get the information I want, you'll have your chance for payback. Right now, I need to secure my position. Remember, your current life depends on me being mayor. If Su Chongqing comes back, neither of us will matter. But with this information, not even Su Chongqing or anyone from the central government could threaten us, Lai Ming said. Skinny leaned in closer. What kind of information is so important? Lai Ming opened his mouth, thought for a moment, but ultimately didn't say. You don't need to worry about that. Just make sure you don't provoke her for now. If possible, you'd better go and apologize. What? I have to apologize to her. Skinny blurted out. Why are you so worked up? It's just a temporary measure. At that moment, The doctor Lai Ming had called for arrived. Since they didn't have any anesthetic, the doctor just got to work on Skinny's hand, making him howl in pain. Damn it, when this is over, I'll make her pay. Lai Ming glanced at him lazily. What, you got a thing for her or something? No way. I just smelled meat in her room and figured she must have eaten some. I wanted to ask for a bit, but as soon as she opened the door, I tried to go in and she pulled a gun on me. She had meat. Lai Ming was surprised. I didn't see it, but I definitely smelled it. And it wasn't wild game, it was beef. I haven't had beef in ages, so I got excited. But you're right, she is pretty. I haven't seen a girl that good-looking in a long time. Lai Ming just gave him a look. All right. Once this is over, you can do whatever you want with her. For now, if you're up for it, come with me and apologize to her. It'll look more sincere if I'm there. Come on, cousin, you're not even angry? Who says I'm not? But I've long since realized that getting angry doesn't do me any good. It's only by swallowing my pride again and again that I've made it this far, Lai Ming said. Skinny wasn't happy about it, but he knew he had no choice. He depended on Lai Ming for everything now. Without Lai Ming, he was nothing. So Lai Ming took Skinny and knocked on Lin Qian's door again, this time carrying some snacks. Before Lin Qian even opened the door, Lai Ming was already smiling. Seeing Skinny's sour face, he nudged him. Put on a better attitude. I know, Skinny replied impatiently. Their voices weren't loud, but Lin Qian had good hearing and had already caught their earlier conversation. She opened the door to find Lai Ming smiling politely. Miss Lin, I've looked into what happened. My cousin was indeed out of line, so I've brought him here to apologize. Seeing Skinny still silent, he nudged him again. Cat got your tongue? Skinny finally spoke up. I'm really sorry, Miss Lin. I wasn't thinking straight. I didn't realize you were an honored guest at our base. It was my fault for offending you. Please forgive me. Lai Ming handed over the snacks at just the right moment. These aren't anything special, but they're hard to come by these days. Please accept them as a token of apology. Lin Qian didn't care for the snacks, but since they were offered, there was no reason to refuse. She could always give them to the cute little dodo next door. All right, I'll take them, she said, and promptly closed the door. Lai Ming and Skinny stared at the closed door, looking at each other. Skinny was the first to curse, damn it. That woman. The skinny guy hadn't even finished his sentence before Lai Ming clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him away. It was only after they returned to the skinny guy's room that Lai Ming spoke. Did you forget what I just told you? I said you need to be more polite for a while. Don't worry about her attitude. The fact that she accepted the gift means the matter is settled. Don't go causing any more trouble for me. But come on, did you see her attitude? She took the stuff, but still acted like that. She's such a hypocrite, the skinny guy grumbled. Just ignore it. As long as she has the information I need, who cares how she acts? You'd better behave yourself these days, or I'll pack you up and send you home, Lai Ming threatened. Hearing Lai Ming threaten to kick him out of the base, the skinny guy didn't dare protest any further. He wilted and muttered, all right, I won't even leave my room these days. If I see her, I'll turn around and walk away, okay? Lai Ming still looked doubtful, eyeing him suspiciously. You'd better. Don't let me catch you pretending to cooperate while actually doing the opposite. This is no joke. If I go down, you're going down with me. He knew his cousin far too well. The more Lai Ming thought about it, the less at ease he felt. How about this? For the next couple of days, you stay with me. That way, you won't run into her and mess things up for me because you can't control your temper. Cousin, why don't you trust me? I really won't cause trouble, don't worry. The skinny guy raised his hand in a solemn vow. Fine. I've got things to do. That pretty boy stole my stuff, and we still haven't found him. If we don't get it back, our project probably can't continue. You stay here and don't go out. I'll have someone bring you food, Lai Ming said. Yeah, I know. The skinny guy raised his uninjured hand and shooed Lai Ming out. Lai Ming had too much on his plate and had no choice but to leave. As soon as he left, the skinny guy flopped onto the bed. Damn it, that bitch better not fall into my hands. For my cousin's sake, I'll put up with you for a couple of days. He turned over and fell asleep. Inside her room, Lin Qian withdrew her attention after hearing all this. She took out the documents the young man had just. It was already getting dark, so she lit a candle and began reading by its light. As soon as she opened the first page, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. The more she read, the more familiar it seemed. There was a lot of overlap with the information Elder Zheng had shown her before. But there were also some differences, probably improvements made over the years. The main thing was that this document described some current side effects and unresolved issues. She focused on the side effects. Certain organs would continue to grow larger, and their functions would increase. If that was the case, wasn't that a good thing? Why was it listed as a side effect? She kept reading and saw that as these organs enlarged, their lifespans would actually decrease, unless the injections continued. As long as there was enough blue vein serum, the body's functions could be stabilized and even last longer than before. In other words, this could extend a person's life, but the downside was obvious. Blue vein was made from a special deep-sea toxin, which was extremely hard and costly to obtain. It couldn't be mass-produced, so long-term injections were basically impossible. After reading, she put the documents away, recalling that the blue vein's raw material was extracted from a giant mutated octopus deep in the ocean. According to the document, the Lin City headquarters used to keep a giant octopus, but after a typhoon, it disappeared, probably escaping back to the deep sea with the floodwaters. Catching one of these creatures was no easy feat. The Lin group had gone to great lengths to capture it before, and now that it had escaped, catching another would be even harder under current circumstances. She put the documents away, planning to bring them back to Lin City for Elder Zheng to review and see if he had any advice. Lin Qian glanced over to see Hope and Xiaohei already fast asleep. She checked the time. It was already 11 p.m. She blew out the candle and lay down herself. She had no complaints about Lai Ming's arrangements. This mattress was almost as comfortable as the one at home. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow and slept unusually well, not waking up once during the night. She only woke when her biological clock kicked in. When she opened her eyes, the room was pitch black. She thought it was still night, so she groped her way to the table and lit a candle. Checking the time, she was shocked to see it was already 10 a.m. As her mind cleared, she realized the noise outside had been going on for a while. She took a flashlight from her storage space and opened the door. The moment she stepped out, everyone's eyes were drawn to her flashlight. Sister Qin saw her with the flashlight, immediately grabbed Dodo, and pulled Lin Qian back into the room, closing the door behind them. Sister Qin first helped her light the candles in the room, then turned to her and said, "Miss Lin, don't take out your flashlight so casually. Now that it's this dark, everyone's candles are limited. As for flashlights, there are only a few in the whole base, all distributed by Lai Ming. People get jealous when they see one. Don't draw attention to yourself." "It's fine, Sister Qin. Lai Ming still needs my help, so he won't let anyone here do anything to me. I figure he'll even assign someone to protect me." It wasn't that Lin Qian was overconfident, but from what she'd overheard, Lai Ming really wouldn't let anything happen to her at this point. Even so, you can never be too careful. "Not everyone here listens to Lai Ming," Sister Qin said, looking at Lin Qian's youthful face in the candlelight. "Lai Ming told me yesterday to keep an eye on you and dig out your secrets. I don't know if you have any secrets, but I accepted the job. Who knows if he'll ask someone else next. So you really need to be careful these days." Lin Qian looked at her seriously. "Sister Qin, I understand. Don't worry. As for you, since you've taken on Lai Ming's task, we might as well interact more often. He'll just think you're trying to get information from me, which will actually make things easier for you." Sister Qin chimed in, "Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Rather than letting him go find someone we don't know, it's better if I do it. And I'm not working for free. I asked her for a bunch of supplies in return." Lin Qian took out the bag of snacks Lai Ming had brought earlier and handed it to Sister Qin. "Sister Qin, I don't eat these. Take them home for Dodo." Sister Qin took the bag and, using Lin Qian's flashlight, peeked inside. She saw it was full of snacks kids love and instinctively tried to hand it back. But this is food, you. It's fine, I really don't eat them. Take them for Dodo, Lin Qian insisted. If it had been something for adults, Sister Qin might have kept refusing. But thinking of her little Dodo at home, she just couldn't resist. You know, with all the things you've given us, it wouldn't be too much if we offered you our lives in return, Sister Qin joked. I don't need that. You're a smart woman, just keep gathering information for me. Of course. Honestly, with Sister Qin's intelligence and social skills, she would have made a top-notch spy in the old days. It was a real waste for her to be stuck here now. By the way, I think I overheard Lai Ming and Skinny discussing some project the other day. I vaguely caught words like gene and lifespan or something like that. I'm not sure if your group had a project like that before, but if you did, make sure to keep the information tightly under wraps. I have a feeling they might be here for that, Sister Qin told Lin Qian. You had to admit, Sister Qin's instincts were razor-sharp. Lin Qian was even considering taking her back to Zhu City. She was just too capable. Honestly, have you considered going to Zhu City? I have some connections with the official base's leader there, Lin Qian offered. Sister Qin's eyes lit up, clearly tempted. I'll need to discuss it with my husband first. She'd always wanted to leave this base, but her husband was convinced Mayor Su would return and insisted on waiting here. But what if they went to Zhu City instead? According to Lin Qian, the official base in Zhu City was pretty good, especially with a decent leader in charge, so they wouldn't be oppressed. Still, she'd have to talk it over with her husband first. All right, no rush. I'll be around for the next couple of days anyway. Go on, take Dodo home, Lin Qian said. Sister Qin picked up the bag and headed to the door, but couldn't help turning back to remind Lin Qian, keep that flashlight safe. Don't take it out and risk someone snatching it. This place might look orderly, but it's just for show, it's a mess underneath. Don't worry, I know, Lin Qian replied. Lin Qian genuinely liked Sister Qin. Mainly because she understood that nothing was owed to her and knew how to show gratitude. As Sister Qin opened the door to leave, she was startled to find a crowd gathered outside. Why are you all here? Sister Qin asked. Aya Qin, that's not fair. You've made friends with this new girl all by yourself and didn't even bring us along. As they spoke, someone pretended to be chummy and reached for the bag in Sister Qin's hand. Qin, what are you carrying? Let us have a look. Luckily, Sister Qin was quick and moved the bag behind her, blocking the person's hand with her other arm. It's nothing special. Miss Lin noticed my Dodo didn't have many clothes, and she happened to pick up some children's clothes she couldn't use, so she gave them to me. None of the neighbors had kids younger than Dodo, so even if they took the clothes, they'd be useless. There wasn't enough fabric to make anything for adults either. Hearing this, the person lost interest. I thought she'd give you something good. We heard from Skinny that she has meat at home, didn't she give you any? Oh please, you all know what Skinny's like. Has he ever told the truth? He probably just thinks Miss Lin is pretty and is making up excuses because he's too shy to say it outright. Thinking about Skinny's usual behavior, everyone agreed Sister Qin had a point and dropped the subject, instead turning their attention to the flashlight in Lin Qian's hand. Qin, you should head home, Lin Qian said, giving her a look. Sister Qin hesitated, worried Lin Qian might not be able to handle the crowd. But when Lin Qian firmly pushed her out, she finally left, glancing back with every step. Once Sister Qin was safely inside, Lin Qian turned her attention to the group in front of her. She could see varying degrees of greed in everyone's eyes. Most of them were using candlelight to peer into her room, but saw there was no food, and she only had a backpack. Clearly not enough to hide much. Aren't you all leaving? Lin Qian asked. The person who'd spoken to Sister Qin eyed her flashlight. That flashlight in your hand, could you lend it to us? Another quickly chimed in, we won't need it for long. It's suddenly gone pitch black, and it's hard to get around with just candles. If you could lend us your flashlight, we'd really appreciate it. Lin Qian switched on the flashlight and shone it right at the group. So if I lend you this, what do I get out of it? Her words left everyone speechless. Finally, the first person spoke up, we're all neighbors here. Isn't it a bit much to ask for something in return? We said we'd remember your kindness. If you know it's not right to ask for favors all the time, then why are you all here asking for one? And what good does your gratitude do for me? Lin Qian leaned on the door. Besides, I just got here. To be honest, I don't even know who any of you are. Why should I lend you my things? With that, she shut the door. Left outside, the group looked at each other. She's so stingy. It's just a flashlight. If she doesn't want to lend it, fine. But with that attitude, she'll never get married. All they could do was grumble. There was nothing they could do to her. They already knew from yesterday that even Lai Ming's cousin couldn't get anything from her, and after she shot Skinny, not only was she unharmed, but Lai Ming even brought her gifts to apologize. Clearly, she had some serious backing. They'd hoped to use this as a way to get on her good side, but hadn't expected her to be so cold. Though they were annoyed, they had no choice but to leave. As soon as they got home, they heard Lai Ming's voice blaring over a loudspeaker. Everyone, please send a representative to the base plaza immediately. We have an announcement to make. Although Lai Ming was only the acting mayor, at this point, he was already the absolute authority representing the official Guang City base. He was also notoriously stingy. If you dared to disobey his orders, you'd either be thrown out the next second, or, like Sister Qin's husband, marginalized and given less and less supplies. If Lin Qian hadn't come back this time, and if Sister Qin didn't just happen to live next door to her, Lai Ming had already planned to cut Sister Qin's husband off completely. Even though their family seemed well-behaved, they were, after all, Su Chongqing's people. Keeping them around always felt a bit awkward. When every household had sent someone to the base square, Lai Ming waited until most people had arrived before starting to speak. Lin Qian, wanting to gather more information, came along with Sister Qin. Some people were holding kerosene lamps, others had camping lanterns, their scattered lights creating a surprisingly beautiful scene. If you ignored the current circumstances, it really was quite picturesque. Brothers and sisters, as you can see, the heat hasn't let up, and now darkness has fallen. We must hold fast to our principles and get through these hard times together. Lai Ming droned on for nearly 2 hours, and Lin Qian was almost nodding off in the crowd, but the man showed no sign of stopping. People were starting to get impatient. Mayor Lai, you've said a lot, but what help will the base actually give us to get through this darkness? Yeah, and who knows how long this night will last. It's so inconvenient. Everyone began to talk at once. What they really cared about was what tangible help they could get. Don't worry, everyone. We've already organized people to go out and find lighting supplies for you. As long as we work together, I'm sure we'll overcome this challenge soon. Listening to this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel like she was at some cult gathering. Just empty promises and nothing practical. Still, she had to admit, Lai Ming did have some skill. Just by talking, he managed to get everyone fired up. See? That's all he's good for, talking big, Sister Qin whispered to her. Being good at talking is a skill too. It wouldn't be fair to say he's completely useless, Lin Qian replied. She didn't want to listen to his speech any longer and turned to head back to the dorms. Given the situation, she really didn't want to stay here any longer. She'd already learned what she needed to know and gathered the information she wanted. Besides, with this sudden darkness, she was worried about Uncle Chin and Old Zhong, who were still in Ju City. The polar night had come sooner than she expected. In her previous life, it only arrived after the temperature dropped, but now, before the heat had even reached its previous peak, the endless night had already descended. It really caught everyone off guard. Not long after she got back, Sister Qin came by with Dodo and knocked on her door. When she opened it, she saw Sister Qin holding out 2 candles. Lai Ming asked me to give these to you in case you run out. He's busy right now, but he said if you need more, you can go straight to the supplies department. He's already told them. Is it just candles, or can I get other supplies too? Lin Qian asked. He didn't say exactly, but given how valuable you are to him right now, I don't think it'll be a problem if you ask for a bit more, Sister Qin replied. Based on what she'd learned earlier, Lin Qian agreed. Sister Qin, Dodo, do you want to come with me to get supplies? Sister Qin immediately guessed her intention and smiled. Sure. Dodo, let's go help Big Sister get her supplies. But didn't we just get some supplies? Dodo asked, a bit confused. Ever since this big sister arrived, things at home seem to be changing in subtle ways. We're just going to help her carry hers. If she can't carry everything, we'll help out. Dodo jumped up excitedly. Okay, let's help big sister get her supplies. Lin Qian led Sister Qin and Dodo to the supplies department and found Li Ming still there. When he saw Sister Qin following her, he gave a knowing smile. Miss Lin, you're here. Is there something you're short of? There are a few things I'm missing. Would it be possible for me to take a look inside? Lin Qian glanced at the warehouse behind him. Li Ming hesitated, but remembering the secret Lin Qian carried, one that could bring him promotion and glory, he gritted his teeth. All right, I'll take you in. Lin Qian followed Li Ming into the base's warehouse and was surprised to see a cold storage unit inside. It was impressive that they'd managed to build such a large freezer under these circumstances. She couldn't help but marvel at it, but Li Ming's next words left her speechless. Oh, this was all set up when Su Chongqing was still here. He wasted so much manpower and resources, hauling in ice blocks from outside and finding materials for insulation. I thought it was unnecessary, don't you? Lin Qian just smiled and said nothing, so he continued, take whatever you need. We can't make sure everyone gets the same amount, but since you've come all this way, I'll make sure you're taken care of. This was exactly what she'd been waiting for. Then I won't be polite. Sister Qin, Dodo, could you help me out? As soon as they heard, Sister Qin and Dodo sprang into action, pulling out 2 large bags from their pockets. In no time, the 3 of them had their hands full. Li Ming's eyes twitched as he watched. He'd only meant to be polite, but she was actually taking so much. But since he'd already said it, and he was afraid Lin Qian would stop sharing information if he went back on his word, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Are you done picking, Miss Lin? Li Ming asked. Lin Qian knew she couldn't take everything at once, so she nodded. That's enough for now. If I need more, I'll come find you. Li Ming didn't care about next time, he just wanted her gone as soon as possible. No problem. If you need anything, you don't have to come yourself, just send someone. It's so dark now, if something happened, that'd be bad. He sighed again, who knows when this will end. It's hot and dark, feels like the end of the world. Anyone would think the world's about to be reshuffled. Li Ming might not be that capable, but he was quick-witted. Lin Qian herself had a vague feeling that maybe these disasters really were nature's way of selecting for the fittest. His idea happened to coincide perfectly with Lin Qian's. This made Lin Qian regard him a little more highly, but only just a little. Overall, Lin Qian still didn't think much of him. She'd taken so many things from him this time. She figured he'd soon come looking to her for information. If he kept failing to get the intel he wanted, he might end up doing something Lin Qian couldn't even imagine. Sister Qin, with Dodo in tow, was about to bring the things they'd gathered into Lin Qian's house. But just as they reached the door, Lin Qian stopped her. Sister Qin, you two just take these back yourselves. Don't let anyone else know. Sister Qin felt like she was always on the receiving end of Lin Qian's kindness, and at this rate, she had no idea when she'd ever be able to repay her. She was about to say something when a voice called out, Qin, Dodo. It was Sister Qin's husband, back home. As soon as Dodo heard the voice, she dashed over and leapt into the man's arms. Daddy, you're back. Sister Qin didn't have time to keep talking to Lin Qian and hurried to her husband's side. Why are you back at this hour? I saw it was getting dark so suddenly, and I was worried you two might be scared, so I came to check on you. I have to leave again soon. Take care of yourselves, the man said. You have to go out again? Sister Qin asked, a little worried. Yeah, we found a spot where a bunch of animals are gathering. We're going to see if we can bring them all back. If we can, it'll be enough to feed us for quite a while. Sister Qin looked anxious. But there's no light at all now. Isn't it even more dangerous? The man patted her hand. Don't you know what your husband's capable of? I've been fine all this time, haven't I? Guess I'm pretty lucky. He paused, then added, for you too, I'll make sure to keep myself alive. Sister Qin smacked him lightly and glared at him. Don't say such unlucky things. All right, I have to go. If everything goes well this time, I'll be able to stay home with you two for a couple of days." As he spoke, he started to leave. Just then, Sister Qian grabbed his arm. "Wait a second, there's something I want to discuss with you." She wanted to take this chance to talk to him about going to Jade City with Lin Qian. But her husband was really pressed for time. "Qian, I really have to go. I only managed to come see you because everyone else was coming back to drop things off. They're waiting for me." Sister Qian was caught in a dilemma. She really didn't want her husband to keep going out on such dangerous missions, but if he didn't, there was no way they could keep living here. She wanted her husband to go with Lin Qian to Jade City. At least that would be better than what he was doing now. But it seemed there just wasn't time to discuss it properly. At that moment, she heard Lin Qian's voice. "Your Sister Qian's husband?" Sister Qian quickly introduced them. Yes, this is my husband. His surname is Hu. You can just call him Brother Hu." Lin Qian nodded at Brother Hu. "I just heard you found a beast hoard. Are you heading out now? Let me come along." She'd been worrying about where to find animals for their inner cores, and now the opportunity had just fallen into her lap. In the dark, she had a big advantage over others. Her eyesight was better than anyone else's, and the night would help conceal her actions. She could also let Xiao He and Xiao Qing out to help, making it even easier to snatch the inner cores without anyone noticing. But under the faint light, Brother Hu looked at Lin Qian, so delicate and frail, and couldn't help but frown. "You." Sister Qian immediately knew what her husband was thinking. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Don't underestimate her. This girl might be even more capable than you." Brother Hu had been married to Sister Qian for years and knew she wasn't one to exaggerate. If she could say something like that, it meant Lin Qian had truly earned her respect. He looked Lin Qian over more seriously. "It's going to be dangerous. Are you sure you can handle it? If things get chaotic, we might not be able to protect you. Don't worry. Just do what you normally do." "You don't need to worry about me," Lin Qian replied. Brother Hu glanced at Sister Qian again. Seeing her nod seriously, he agreed, "All right, just stick close to me." Lin Qian was used to people's prejudice before they saw what she was really capable of, but she didn't care at all. She only cared about results. Sister Qian looked at Lin Qian. "If there's any danger, just hide behind him. But I believe you'll be fine." Lin Qian didn't say anything. She just nodded and followed Brother Hu outside. They hadn't gone far when someone stopped them. "Old Hu, where are you taking Miss Lin? She's Mayor Lai's honored guest." "Where else would I go? We found a beast den and are about to clear it out. I just came back to check on my wife and kid. She heard I was going and wanted to come along," Brother Hu replied. He might have to bow to Lai Ming, but that didn't mean he had to be deferential to all his lackeys. "You can't take her," the man said. "Isn't that up to me? Shouldn't you ask her what she wants?" Brother Hu tilted his head toward Lin Qian. The man hesitated, looking at Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, this is dangerous work. You're Mayor Lai's honored guest, and he instructed us to look after you. If anything happened to you, how could we explain it?" "You don't need to explain. I'll tell Mayor Lai myself when I get back," Lin Qian said. In fact, Lai Ming had told these people not to let Lin Qian leave the base, not even a step, at least until he got some information out of her. Now, the man was in a real bind, looking from Lin Qian to Brother Hu, unsure what to do next. Seeing his dilemma, Lin Qian said, "Don't worry. I'll go out with him, and I'll come back with him." The man had no choice but to pull Brother Hu aside. "Old Hu, if you're taking her out, you'd better bring her back. She's got the secret information Mayor Lai wants. If anything happens to her, neither of us will be able to stay here." Hearing this, Brother Hu got a little curious. "What secret?" "That's none of your business. Just keep an eye on her. The most important thing is not to let her leave. She hasn't given up any information yet, but she's already cost Mayor Lai a lot of resources," the man said. Brother Hu glanced at Lin Qian, unable to figure out what exactly this young woman had that Lai Ming wanted so badly. But there was no time to dwell on it. Someone outside was already calling, "Old Hu, hurry up. We're heading out." Hu looked at Lin Qian. "Ready to go?" "Let's go," Lin Qian replied without hesitation. Of course she wanted to go. Opportunities like this were rare, no need to search everywhere for animals herself. If she missed out, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Huge led Lin Qian over to the group of men preparing to head out hunting. When those men saw Huge bringing along a young woman, they all shot curious glances their way. Old Hu, not bad. Where'd you find this little beauty? These guys were all familiar with Huge, so they spoke without holding back. Huge first explained to Lin Qian, "Miss Lin, these are all brothers who've been through thick and thin with me." Lin Qian immediately understood. These were probably the guys who, after Su Chongqing left, had been forced by Li Ming to risk their lives scavenging for supplies for the base. Huge then introduced her to the others. "She's a guest of Li Ming's. When she heard we were going hunting, she wanted to come along." As soon as they heard Lin Qian was Li Ming's guest, their attitudes shifted subtly. "Old Hu, you're really bringing her?" At this point, Lin Qian stepped forward, holding the bag she'd just picked up from the supplies department. She took out a few items and handed them out to the men. "Brothers, I've studied martial arts before, I won't hold you back. Honestly, I'm not that close with Li Ming. I know you all don't like him, neither do I. The only reason he's treating me so well is because he wants information from me." Seeing how straightforward Lin Qian was, the men's expressions softened a bit. "Little sister, it's not that we don't want to bring you, but this really is dangerous. You can see for yourself, we're only out here because Li Ming doesn't value us. That's why he sends us on these runs. There's no need for you to risk your neck with us. Yeah, every time we go out, we're gambling with our lives. You're still a kid, it's safer to stay in the base." They all tried to persuade her, not wanting to take advantage of her kindness. "Thank you for your concern, brothers, but I have my reasons," Lin Qian replied firmly. Seeing she couldn't be dissuaded, they gave up. "All right then. Just stick close behind us if anything happens." "Okay," Lin Qian agreed crisply. Their vehicles were already packed, and now with Lin Qian joining, they weren't sure how to arrange things. "I have my own car. Wait for me. I'll go get it." Lin Qian quickly drove her car over. The vehicle was so eye-catching in the darkness that it left the men momentarily dazzled. "Wait, this is your car?" Even Huge looked a bit stunned. "Now I get why old Li values you so much. Just for this car alone, you deserve to be put on a pedestal." Lin Qian smiled. "It's not that big a deal. Huge, want to ride with me?" Huge was just about to head for the front passenger seat when Hope darted ahead of him, jumped up, and pulled open the door, claiming the seat. He froze and only snapped out of it when a companion nudged him. "What are you waiting for?" He came to his senses and got into the back seat. The others were itching to ride along too, but they didn't know Lin Qian well enough. Sensing their thoughts, Lin Qian rolled down the window and stuck her head out. "I've got room for 2 more. Anyone want a ride?" As soon as she spoke, 2 men nearby rushed over. "Yes, yes." The rest, not quick enough, could only look on enviously. "Miss Lin, can we take turns riding with you on the way back? We've never seen such a nice car before." Before Lin Qian could answer, the 2 who'd just gotten in piped up, "No way. We're sitting here now and we're sitting here on the way back too. Fair's fair." "Oh, come on. Anyway, it'll be my turn on the way back." Lin Qian didn't argue. There were only so many seats, so they could sort it out themselves. "I'll follow behind your vehicles," Lin Qian said. "The roads aren't great, drive carefully," the men reminded her before getting in. Lin Qian made a hand gesture to show she understood. From the back seat, Huge noticed Hope buckling his seatbelt and was so shocked he could barely speak. "Miss Lin, your dog can buckle its own seatbelt?" Huge asked in amazement. Lin Qian calmly started the car. "It's nothing. He's been doing it for a while." Huge looked at the dog sitting in the front seat. "Miss Lin, maybe I should sit up front? The roads are rough, I could help navigate." Hope immediately turned and barked at him, "Woof woof woof." Huge jumped, and even though he couldn't understand, he got the message. All right, I won't fight you for the seat. Don't be so fierce. You're scarier than the animals we're going to hunt." Only after Hugo promised not to compete did Hope turn his head back to face forward, looking quite pleased. Hugo was left speechless by the dog's antics and rubbed his nose. "Your dog's pretty clever. Lin Qian caught Hu Ji's expression in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but laugh. He's smart, can understand human speech. He loves sitting there. It's his special spot. Woof woof woof. Hope barked happily, clearly pleased with Lin Qian's words. Lin Qian actually didn't want to turn on the headlights. Her night vision was good enough to see clearly in the dark. But she didn't want to seem too unusual, and besides, there were 3 grown men in the back who seemed skeptical of her driving skills. She could tell from the way the 2 beside her were gripping the overhead handles tightly. They looked terrified. Suddenly feeling mischievous, Lin Qian made a sharp left turn, causing the car to lurch and scaring the 3 men in the back half to death. The man in the middle grabbed the thigh of the guy next to him. "Whoa, shit." 2 voices shouted at once. Who got it? "Old Fong, don't grab my thigh." "That wasn't grabbing, I was bracing myself." Old Fong retorted. The other guy chimed in, "He grabbed mine too." "I did not." Old Fong yelled. "Look at yourselves, both of you clutching the handles for dear life. If you're so tough, let go." "Aren't you wearing your seatbelt?" Huga said. "Like you're not wearing yours?" Old Fong shot back. "I didn't say that. Isn't that the bare minimum?" Old Fong glared at them, then gripped the back of Hope's seat tightly. "Happy now?" "Very happy, very happy." Once everyone was settled, Lin Qian made another quick turn to the right, making the veins pop out on their hands as they clung on for dear life. Finally, Huga couldn't take it anymore. "Miss Lin, maybe I should drive instead?" Lin Qian looked at their faces, already pale as ghosts, and decided to stop teasing them. "It's fine, Brother Hu. I can handle it." She'd wanted to tell them she was just messing around earlier, but worried it might freak them out even more. If they suddenly lost it, wouldn't that be a disaster? After that, Lin Qian drove obediently, not causing a single problem, making Brother Hu and the others think that what happened earlier was just their imagination. Soon, Lin Qian and the group arrived at an open area where the cars ahead had already stopped. Brother Hu unbuckled his seatbelt. "Miss Lin, we're still a ways from the animal gathering spot. We'll park here and walk the rest of the way. If we drive any closer, we might startle them, and then we won't be able to complete the mission." Lin Qian understood, so she parked her car next to theirs and got out, full of anticipation. "We'll have to hike about 5 kilometers through the mountains. Are you up for it?" Brother Hu eyed Lin Qian's slender frame, a bit worried. "I won't slow you down." At the time, Brother Hu didn't realize the weight of her words, but he would soon find out Lin Qian wasn't just boasting. There were 13 people in total, including Lin Qian. Everyone started pulling out their gear, an odd assortment that looked nothing like official government equipment. It was more like a ragtag team thrown together at the last minute. Some held sickles, some hoes, and one even had a frying pan. For a moment, Lin Qian felt like she'd stepped into a real-life version of that chicken dinner game. Now it was her turn to look at them skeptically. "You're heading out with just these tools?" "Yeah, is there a problem?" Lin Qian was at a loss for words. "No, I guess not. Whatever, let's go." She sighed inwardly. No wonder Sister Qin had been worried about them before anyone would be concerned seeing this kind of combat gear. At first, they even carried a few kerosene lamps. Lin Qian couldn't bear to watch, so she pulled 2 flashlights from her space and handed them over. "Here, you guys leading the way should take these." The group was delighted. "Wow, even our base doesn't have these." "Little sister, where'd you get them?" Lin Qian just glanced at him without answering, but Brother Hu gave the guy a slap. "Why do you care where she got them? Just take it and lead the way." The man quickly agreed and started heading up the mountain. As they neared their destination, everyone turned off their flashlights and blew out the kerosene lamps, tiptoeing forward. Brother Hu whispered to Lin Qian, "Up ahead is the spot we're looking for. The animals hide there after dark. We've already set up ambushes nearby, so our chances are good this time." Lin Qian had already sensed a huge mass of animals ahead the moment they turned off the lights. The dense breathing alone was almost overwhelming. Seeing the group about to charge forward with their makeshift tools, Lin Qian hurried up, lowering her voice. "Guys, hold on a second." They thought she was scared and exchanged glances. In the end, Brother Hu said, "Miss Lin, Maybe you should wait here? No, Lin Qian quickly said. When you scouted earlier, did you know how many animals are in there? Should be about 100. If each of us takes out 10, we'll finish the mission. If we pull this off, we'll get a long break when we get back. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. Brother Hu, if you trust me, listen up. Hope's senses are really sharp, and he's picked up that there are way more than 100 animals in there. If I had to guess, I'd say at least 1,000. What? Old Fong blurted out, and Brother Hu quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Keep it down. Right after he shouted, Lin Qian heard movement up ahead. There was no time to explain. Quick, find somewhere to hide. I think they're coming this way. We set traps nearby. We should be fine. Lin Qian wasn't nearly as optimistic. From what she sensed, even 1,000 was a conservative estimate. She didn't have time to worry about them. She told Hope, keep an eye on these people for me. I'll take Xiaohe and Xiaoqing to check things out. Hope knew not to make a sound and nodded at Lin Qian. Brother Hu shot Old Fong a glare that clearly said, "You're not even as useful as a dog." Old Fong knew he was in the wrong and kept his head down, silent. As Lin Qian was about to head out with Xiaohe, Brother Hu grabbed her arm. Where are you going? It's fine. I'm small, I'll just take a look. If anything happens, I'll come right back. No way, Brother Hu said firmly. If something happens to you, I can't answer for it. And if something happens to you, you can answer for it? Don't hold me back, we don't have time for this. Lin Qian used a bit of force and shook off Brother Hu's hand. Only then did he realize she was stronger than he was, and he was secretly shocked. His urge to stop her faded a bit. In that moment of hesitation, Lin Qian and Xiaohe had already disappeared into the darkness, leaving only Hope the dog behind. Brother Hu looked at the vigilant Hope. If the dog wasn't still there, he'd have thought he was dreaming. Lin Qian and Xiaohe crept forward and soon saw a huge area packed with animals, so dense it reminded her of the great migrations she'd seen in Africa. Staring at the mass of animals huddled together in the darkness, Lin Qian felt a little nervous herself. Xiaohe, can you handle all these animals? I could, but with so many, I'm worried they'll scatter, Xiaohe said, troubled. Xiaoqing, come out. Xiaoqing quickly emerged from Lin Qian's palm. She looked at it and asked, can you keep these animals contained so they don't run off? I can, but if I turn myself into a giant net to surround them, it'll take a lot of energy. I might fall into a deep sleep afterward. Lin Qian remembered how long Xiaoqing had slept last time. If it happened again, she'd be in trouble. She still needed Xiaoqing for what came next. After thinking for a moment, she still couldn't come up with a better plan. How about this, Xiaoqing? Keep an eye on the animals. There's only one way out here. If they try to run, herd them toward me and Xiaohe. That shouldn't use up too much energy, right? Xiaoqing stretched out a vine and gave Lin Qian an okay gesture. No problem, leave it to me. After settling on a plan, Lin Qian and her two pets quickly got into formation. Xiaohe was the first to slither down, sneaking into the midst of the animals while they weren't paying attention, and then rapidly enlarging its body. Xiaohe's sudden transformation startled the surrounding animals, throwing them into chaos as they scattered in all directions. But their escape routes had already been cut off. Behind them was a cave, all around were bramble-filled woods, and up ahead, Lin Qian and Xiaoqing stood guard. There was no way to break through this encirclement. Very soon, the area descended into a bloody massacre. Lin Qian held the front line, with Xiaoqing defending at her side. Whenever too many animals surged forward and Lin Qian couldn't handle them all, Xiaoqing would use its vines to drive them back. Lin Qian fought fiercely, her whole body covered in blood. She couldn't even tell if it was hers or the animals'. No matter how strong her physical abilities were, she couldn't withstand the sheer number of beasts. By now, she was already exhausted. Xiaoqing, how many are left? Lin Qian asked, panting. Xiaoqing swept its vines through the air. There should be about 300 left. 300. I can't go on. You and Xiaohe finished them off. There was a trace of fatigue in Lin Qian's voice. Meanwhile, Hu Ge and the others had been waiting a long time without seeing Lin Qian return, and couldn't help but worry. In the end, they decided to come and see what was going on. Hope hadn't wanted them to interfere, but hearing the sounds of battle ahead and feeling concerned for Lin Qian, it didn't stop them. When they arrived, they saw Lin Qian sitting on the ground, covered in blood, while the snake-like Xiaohei was wreaking havoc up ahead. Hope saw that although the fighting was fierce, their side seemed to have the upper hand, so it wasn't too worried. Still, it immediately ran to Lin Qian's side. Ignoring how filthy she was, Hope reached out with its snowy white paw to check on her. Only after confirming she was unharmed did it obediently stand by her side. The group of men were nearly shocked out of their wits by the bloody scene before tea. Lin Qian was still catching her breath and didn't have the strength to answer. She just waved her hand to show she was fine. Even so, Hu Ge was still worried. Lao Feng, watching from the side, also felt something was off and quietly walked over. Look, it seems like they're killing each other. Why don't we get Miss Lin out of here first? If that giant python comes to its senses, we might all end up in its belly. Hu Ge agreed and started to help Lin Qian up. Hope also came over, wanting to carry Lin Qian away. Lin Qian shook her head at it, and Hope understood, silently waiting by her side. With Hu Ge and Lao Feng supporting her, Lin Qian didn't resist and let them slowly lead her away from the battlefield. Even so, she didn't forget to silently communicate with Xiaoqing. You and Xiaohei finish off the remaining animals here. Dig out any beast cores you find, but don't let these people see. I'll go rest with them for now. Xiaoqing quickly replied, Don't worry, master. We've got this. We'll complete the mission. Lin Qian followed Hu Ge and Lao Feng back to the hiding spot she'd chosen for them earlier. They found a place for her to sit and took out a canteen, wanting to give her some water. But Lin Qian waved them off and took out a few bottles of mineral water from her backpack, first rinsing her filthy hands. Her actions made everyone around her ache with sympathy. Watching the clean water flow from her hands, their hearts twisted in pain, and they turned away, pretending not to see anything. Hu Ge, seeing Lin Qian about to open another bottle, couldn't help himself and offered his own canteen. Miss Lin, why not use mine to wash your hands? That mineral water is far too precious. We haven't had anything that good to drink in ages. Only then did Lin Qian remember that this world had been in drought for a long time. Seeing the way everyone looked at her, she nodded. All right. She handed over the bottle she'd just taken out. She didn't take Hu Ge's canteen, but instead pulled out a pack of wet wipes from her backpack, gave herself a quick wipe, and, seeing she was a bit cleaner, finally opened a bottle of water and drank. She downed 2 bottles in a row before her throat felt better and some of her strength returned. She hadn't noticed it while fighting, but now that she was relaxing, she could smell the stench of blood all over her. With everyone around, she couldn't go back to her space to shower, so she just had to endure it. Fortunately, Xiaohei and Xiaoqing didn't take long to finish off the remaining animals and collect over 100 beast cores for her. But since Xiaohei had returned to its normal size, it couldn't bring the beast cores to Lin Qian. Instead, Xiaoqing used its vines to make a basket, filled it with the cores, and left it nearby for Xiaohei to guard. When Xiaoqing quietly returned to report, Lin Qian was a little excited and wanted to go check. Hu Ge, it's probably over by now. Why don't we go take a look? If it's done, we can collect the animal carcasses. After some discussion, they decided it was too risky. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow. That snake is just too huge. If it spots us, we're dead for sure. Xiaohei, still on guard, suddenly sneezed and wiped its mouth with its body, muttering, Who's talking about me? Lin Qian knew there was nothing to worry about, but it was hard to convince the others. But the sticky blood all over her was making her very uncomfortable. I'm going to take a bathroom break, Lin Qian said. Hearing that, the men didn't insist on following. Be careful. Take your dog with you. Lin Qian figured the animals were all dealt with, so there shouldn't be any danger. She agreed, all right. She took Hope and headed to where Xiaohei was guarding the beast cores. Soon, she found Xiaohei and the basket holding hundreds of cores. Seeing the pile of beast cores, Lin Qian was overjoyed. She even felt like the bloody smell on her body had become pleasant. She immediately reached out and started stuffing the cores into her bag by the handful. As she was grabbing them, she suddenly noticed that one of the cores was faintly glowing. At first, Lin Qian thought she was seeing things. She stopped what she was doing and took that particular inner core out for a closer look. She noticed it was very different from the others in the darkness. It didn't shine like a luminous pearl, but instead glimmered faintly with tiny, elusive specks of light, almost like starlight. Lin Qian handed it to Xiaoqing. "What is this?" "It's an inner core," Xiaoqing replied nonchalantly. "I know it's an inner core." "I mean, what kind of inner core is this? Why does it glow?" Lin Qian pressed. "That happens when you live long enough," Xiaoqing said casually. Lin Qian still didn't quite understand, but she felt like she was starting to get the idea. "So you're saying these little lights are the core's energy?" "Huh." Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned, but quickly accepted the explanation. "I suppose you could say that. Many animals with long lifespans can form inner cores, and since they don't die for ages, the core keeps getting nourished inside them and gradually becomes more refined. So it's kind of like a pearl?" Lin Qian suddenly thought of a fitting analogy. "Exactly." Xiaoqing nodded. "Master, you're so smart. I never would have thought of that." Xiaoqing praised her with genuine admiration. Lin Qian was a bit speechless, but continued gathering the inner cores from the ground. However, no matter how carefully she looked, she didn't find a second glowing core. It seemed this wasn't something common. She'd just gotten lucky tonight to pick one up. She sped up, packed the remaining inner cores into her bag, then slipped into her space to change clothes. She really couldn't stand how sticky she felt. According to Hugo, they'd probably have to wait here all night. She could go without a shower, but she definitely needed to change her clothes. She couldn't be bothered to wash the dirty ones, so she just tossed them aside in her space and left them. After changing, Xiaoqing returned to her tiger tattoo form, and Xiaohei coiled itself around her wrist again. With renewed hope, she headed back to Hugo and the others. Hugo noticed she'd changed clothes and looked a bit puzzled. "You brought a change of clothes with you?" "Yeah. Out here, you never know what's going to happen. I like to stay clean, so I always bring a spare set just in case," Lin Qian explained. It wasn't a big deal. She was a girl, after all, so the others didn't question it. "All right, find a spot to rest for a bit. It's 4 a.m. now. We'll wait until 9 in the morning before checking things out again. If that snake is gone, we'll collect the rest of the animal carcasses and call it a day," Hugo said. Old Fong, still shaken from earlier, added, "I still can't believe where that giant python came from. It was terrifying." The others started chiming in anxiously. "Do you think those animals will be enough to fill up the snake?" "I'm worried we'll end up with nothing, and if it's still hungry, it might come after us." "I doubt it." "How can you be sure? That's a giant python we're talking about." Their nerves were on edge. Seeing things getting out of hand, Lin Qian spoke up, "Don't worry. When I went to the bathroom just now, I took a look. The snake seems to be gone." "Really?" someone asked skeptically. "Really," Lin Qian confirmed. "If it could attack those animals and I got that close without anything happening, I don't think it'll attack people unprovoked. As long as we take turns keeping watch, we should be fine. Besides, snakes usually won't bother us if we don't bother them." Everyone was half convinced, half doubtful, but in the end, Hugo made the call. "That's settled then. We've come all this way. If we go back empty-handed, who knows how Lai Ming will react. We can handle a little hardship. We all have families to feed." After he finished, everyone fell silent. He continued, "As long as we keep ourselves hidden, we should be fine. I'll take the first watch with Old Fong. We'll switch every 2 hours." Everyone agreed and found places to rest. Lin Qian followed suit, found a comfortable spot, pulled out a sleeping mat, and went straight to sleep. Old Fong, watching Lin Qian pull out yet another item, couldn't help but tug at Hu Ji's sleeve. How does she fit so much stuff in that tiny backpack? It's like she knew exactly what we'd need." Hugo also found Lin Qian a bit mysterious. Earlier, when he'd gone to find her, even in the dark he could sense a ruthless determination in her eyes that was far beyond her years. Even with all his experience, he'd instinctively shrunk back. And now, whenever Lin Qian spoke or offered advice, everyone just seemed to trust her without question. Watching her fall asleep instantly, the two men were even more impressed. How does such a young girl adapt faster than all of us grown men? The other men, who could usually fall asleep anywhere, couldn't even keep up with Lin Qian this time. What shocked Hugo most was that when his comrades started snoring, Lin Qian didn't stir at all. But if he so much as approached her, she'd wake up instantly and glare at him coldly. She was even more alert than the most sensitive soldiers he'd ever known. He couldn't help but wonder what this young girl had been through. No wonder even his picky wife held her in such high regard. Lin Qian had abilities he himself couldn't match. By the end of the night, the men's impression of Lin Qian had completely changed, a total 180-degree turnaround. In the morning, Lin Qian woke up at 8 on the dot. In front of everyone, she pulled out a disposable toothbrush and towel, brushed her teeth, and then took out a few packs of bread from her backpack and started eating. She was generous, too. Not only did she eat herself, she handed out a pack to everyone, including Hope and the snake coiled around her wrist. This surprised the group even more. As they ate, they watched Lin Qian and realized she really was treating this like a picnic. There wasn't a trace of anxiety about her. After eating, she took a sip of water and said, almost unconsciously, "Let's get moving. There are so many animal carcasses, it's going to take a while to collect them all." As she spoke, she pulled out more than a dozen pairs of gloves and handed them out. "Wear these when you work. Don't let your skin touch the carcasses directly. If you get infected by parasites, not even a god can save you." Lin Qian had no intention of wasting any more of her mental energy or storage space to save people infected by the bugs. These people actually had experience handling animal carcasses themselves, but seeing Lin Qian casually pull out so many pairs of gloves, ones that were even more professional than theirs, really made them see her in a new light. At this moment, everyone looked at her as if they were looking at Doraemon. Hugo and Old Fong, in particular, kept staring at her backpack. Lin Qian noticed their gazes and couldn't shake the feeling that they might try to snatch it from her at any moment. Hope also sensed the stares from these people and quietly moved closer to Lin Qian, its eyes turning cold. Lin Qian gently patted it, and only then did it return to its usual self, obediently staying by her side. The few people who had been eyeing Lin Qian's backpack felt a chill run through their veins the moment Hope looked their way. Thank goodness Lin Qian patted it in time. Otherwise, they felt like they'd be trembling in fear the next second. Once Hope returned to normal, everyone looked at the silly, adorable creature and started to think that maybe what they'd just felt was all in their imagination. But right now, everyone was anxious to collect the animal carcasses, so they didn't dwell on it and just let it go. After putting on their gloves, they slowly made their way over and soon arrived at the spot where Lin Qian and her group had hunted the night before. They cautiously surveyed the surroundings first and, seeing that it was very quiet and the giant python from before was nowhere to be seen, finally relaxed and switched on their flashlights. Lin Qian, knowing the real story, remained perfectly calm. When the beam of their flashlights swept across Lin Qian's face, they couldn't help but marvel at how relaxed she looked, like she was just out for a picnic. But the next second, the light passed over Lin Qian and illuminated the massive pile of animal corpses in front of them, leaving everyone wide-eyed and slack-jawed. This is definitely more than a few hundred. It looks like there are at least 1,000 here, right? Old Fong exclaimed, staring at the heap of animal bodies strewn about. Hugo shot him a glare and lowered his voice. "Can't you ever learn to keep your mouth shut?" Old Fong immediately clapped a hand over his mouth and mimicked his hushed tone. "I forgot. Be careful. Even though that big python isn't here now, there's no telling when it might come back. If it does, none of us will make it out alive," Hugo warned. "Got it," Old Fong nodded. "Anyway, let's all stay alert. Get your tools out and start hauling these bodies back," Hugo said. The little black creature coiled around Lin Qian's wrist poked its head out and stared at them for a moment, hissing twice as if to say it had been here all along. They just hadn't noticed. Only then did Old Fong notice the creature on Lin Qian's wrist. "Hey, your bracelet just moved." "That's not a bracelet," Lin Qian corrected him. "Huh? Old Fong leaned in for a closer look, and his eyes met the little black creature's beady ones. He saw its eyes rolling about, then noticed the horns on its head. Curiosity got the better of him, and he reached out to touch the horns. Wow, not only do its eyes move, but those horns look really realistic too, Old Fong marveled. Little Black and Lin Qian. Little Black twisted its head and started hissing at him. Old Fong was startled out of his wits. Shit, shit, shit. What is this thing? Why is it flicking its tongue at me? As you can see, it's my pet, a snake, Lin Qian replied calmly. Little Black turned to look at Lin Qian, wanting to say something, but with so many people around, it just hissed twice instead. Lin Qian clearly understood it was trying to tell her that it wasn't a snake anymore. It was a Jiao, flood dragon. She patted its head. I know, but there are a lot of people here. Old Fong didn't care what Lin Qian meant by that. He was so spooked by Little Black that he stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling over, only to be caught by Hugo. What are you getting all jumpy for? Hugo asked. No, Lao Hu, she, Old Fong stammered, pointing at Lin Qian in panic. She's got a snake wrapped around her wrist. Calm down. Miss Lin said it's her pet. It looks pretty intelligent and won't hurt anyone for no reason, so don't worry. Besides, Little Black isn't even that big. Do you really need to be this scared? Hugo tried to reassure him. No, but wait a minute, why does that snake have horns? And it looks kind of like a dragon. It even has legs. Oh, it's mutated, Lin Qian said offhandedly. It was a reasonable explanation, since they were the ones dealing with these animals and knew that most of them had mutated in this environment. Enough talking, let's get to work, Hugo said, pulling out 2 large bags and starting to stuff animal carcasses inside. He quickly filled both bags. The others moved fast as well, pulling out their own bags and cramming them full of animal bodies. Lin Qian had already washed her hands and changed her clothes. She didn't want to get involved in this, so she found a clean rock to sit on and, when no one was looking, quietly took out some food from her storage to feed Little Black. It was a reward for Little Black. During the hunt, it had swallowed animals whole, one after another, but this time it had managed to restrain itself and not eat a single one. Lin Qian felt she had to reward it. As Lin Qian fed Little Black, the men working nearby occasionally caught a whiff of grilled meat. Do you guys smell something? It's like grilled steak, one of them said. No way, it smells more like lamb skewers, another replied. Hugo smelled it too, but figured there was no way anyone would be grilling meat at a time like this. You guys must just be starving. Seeing all this bloody meat is making you imagine barbecue. Let's work hard and get this stuff back, then we can have a real barbecue tonight. His words fired everyone up, and they worked with renewed enthusiasm. But there were just too many animal carcasses to haul back all at once. Hugo looked at Lin Qian. Miss Lin, our truck can't carry all these animals. Would it be possible for you to use your vehicle? No, Lin Qian refused flatly. No way. As someone who loved cleanliness, Lin Qian was already struggling to tolerate the smell on her clothes. Now they wanted to load a bunch of bloody animal bodies into her car? That would mean she'd have to put up with that stench for who knows how long. Absolutely not. Hugo hadn't expected her to be so straightforward. But thinking about it, none of them had really done much on this trip, while Lin Qian, just a young girl, had even fought a battle. At this point, he didn't know what else to say. He could only sigh and silently resolve to make a few more trips himself. After a few more runs, Lin Qian didn't want to stay any longer in this place reeking of blood, waiting for them. I'll wait for you in the car. When you're done, just knock on the window to get me. Seeing that they'd probably be busy for a while, Lin Qian decided to head back to the car and catch up on some sleep. She wasn't picky about her environment, but she really hadn't slept well last night. They'd been moving around too much, and every time someone passed by her, she'd wake up on high alert. She'd lost count of how many times she'd woken up through the night, so now she was understandably a bit exhausted. Besides, it was the polar night period, pitch black all around, making it even harder to stay motivated. All she wanted was to sleep. Since she couldn't be of much help here anyway, no one objected when she said she'd wait in the car. After all, she'd nearly lost her life for everyone's sake. Now, whenever the others looked at her, they felt a bit embarrassed. At first, they'd thought she'd be a burden, but who would have guessed she'd end up contributing the most during this operation? Seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Qian headed straight back to her car. Old Fong's bag was full again, so he followed her back. Lin Qian walked ahead, lighting the way for him. With nothing else to do, Old Fong struck up a conversation. "Miss Lin, do you think it's because you have a snake with you that the big python didn't attack you at first?" Lin Qian looked at him like he was an idiot. Old Fong, not understanding but feeling clever, thought he'd hit the nail on the head. "You think it's possible too, right? Don't be fooled by how clueless I seem. When it counts, I'm actually pretty sharp. I'm telling you, that's definitely the reason." Faced with such a confident Old Fong, Lin Qian didn't even know what to say, so she just kept quiet. But Old Fong, oblivious as ever, kept chatting. "Miss Lin, what brand is your backpack? It can hold so much stuff. You're like Dora." Lin Qian finally couldn't take his chatter anymore. "If you keep talking like this, aren't you afraid that giant python, wherever it is, will hear us and come swallow us whole?" Only then did Old Fong fall silent, quietly following behind her. Back at the parking spot, Lin Qian handed her flashlight to Old Fong. "Here, use this. I'm going to catch up on some sleep." She tossed it over without warning, making Old Fong instinctively reach out to catch it. The bag of animals he was holding slipped and fell to the ground. Lin Qian didn't care at all. She went straight to her car, opened the back seat, put it down, and lay down herself. Hope curled up in the front passenger seat. Seeing Lin Qian like this, Old Fong didn't say anything more. Now, in their eyes, Lin Qian was already a master. And masters always have their quirks, everyone could understand that. Lin Qian didn't know how long she'd slept. In a daze, she heard someone knocking on the window. She opened her eyes to see who was staring at her through the glass. Good grief, it was like something out of the horror movies she'd watched before. Normally fearless, she was startled into a sharp intake of breath, instantly wide awake. She rolled down the window. "All done. Our cars are all loaded up. We're ready to head back," Hugo said. "All right." Lin Qian was used to surviving under extreme conditions in the apocalypse. She could wake up instantly and didn't need time to gather herself. She could jump straight into action. This was nothing to her. She quickly fixed up the car seats. "You can let..." She was about to say the people who'd ridden with her before could come over, but when she looked up, there were already several people standing behind Hugo. Everyone wanted to try out Lin Qian's nice car, so after finishing their work, they'd all rushed over, eager to grab a seat. Lin Qian didn't care. There were only so many seats, after all. She got out and took the driver's seat. "Get in." Since she'd done this once before, this time she took the lead, driving at the front of the convoy. When they returned, Lin Qian was surprised to see Lai Ming personally come out to greet them. After she parked, Lai Ming rushed over with a flashlight, clearly anxious. "Miss Lin, you're back?" "Yeah, didn't I tell your assistant? I've never seen so many animals before, so I wanted to tag along. Plus, I've been practicing martial arts at home lately and wanted to see how I'd do in a real fight," Lin Qian replied. Lai Ming didn't care what she'd been up to. All that mattered was that she was back. "You must be tired, right? Hungry? Why don't you eat something first, then get some rest?" "Sure." Lin Qian thought to herself, if there's a free lunch and I don't take it, I wouldn't be Lin Qian, especially when it's someone like Lai Ming footing the bill. "Oh, by the way, we got a pretty good haul this time, and there are still a lot of animals left to bring back. Why not give everyone a meal? Once they're full, they'll have the energy to go back for the rest," Lin Qian suggested. When Lai Ming heard there were still plenty of animals left, he shot a look at Hugo, Old Fong, and the others. "You've all worked hard. After you unload, go to the cafeteria for a meal. Normally, we don't encourage eating outside of meal times, but since you've all worked so hard, we'll make an exception today." Lai Ming thought everyone would be grateful for this, but instead, they just headed quietly toward the cafeteria, not even bothering to say thank you. He didn't mind, though. Right now, his main concern was Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, let me take you there?" "Sure." Lin Qian knew Lai Ming couldn't wait any longer. Right now, in his eyes, she was a treasure lost and found. If he didn't get some useful information from her soon, he'd definitely keep a much closer watch on her and wouldn't let her leave the base again. Maybe she could feed him some half-truths, just enough to keep him from focusing on her too much. Otherwise, if she wanted to leave later, it would be a hassle. Of course, with her abilities, she could leave any time she wanted, but if things could be simple, she'd rather keep them simple. She wasn't looking to stir up trouble everywhere she went. But as for Sister Qian, she'd better talk to Hugo soon about what was going on up top. Mayor Lai, everyone didn't get any rest last night, and all the animals there are already dead and not dangerous. Why not send a new team to bring them back and let these guys get some rest? Otherwise, if they keep working while exhausted, something's bound to go wrong. If they can't work, that'll be a big loss for the base. Lai Ming was eager to get information from Lin Qian, so he was happy to go along with whatever she said. Besides, her suggestion made sense. He was counting on these people to bring in more resources for the base. He couldn't afford for anything to happen to them. Lai Ming led Lin Qian into a private dining room in the restaurant. Inside, 2 candles were lit. Although the lighting was a bit dim, the table quickly filled up with dishes. The food, while not comparable to what they had before the apocalypse, was already considered quite lavish under current circumstances. Miss Lin, you must be hungry. These dishes were prepared on short notice. I hope they suit your taste, Lai Ming said. Looking at the spread on the table, Lin Qian thought to herself that if this was all just for her, it was a bit too extravagant. Mayor Lai, are there other guests? Lin Qian asked. You really are sharp. Before Lai Ming could finish, several male voices sounded at the door. Lin Qian found the voices familiar. One of them was Zhao Hong, whom she'd met before. The others sounded familiar too, but she couldn't quite place them. Once they entered and greeted Lai Ming, Lin Qian used the candlelight to get a good look at their faces. Aside from Zhao Hong, she couldn't recall who the others were at all. Yet after greeting Lai Ming, these men put on a show of friendliness and crowded around her. Niece, I heard from Mayor Lai that you came to Guang City. I've been wanting to meet you. Who knew you'd be so reckless, going out hunting with them? Exactly. Good thing you made it back safe. If anything had happened, we wouldn't know how to explain it to Wonking. They took turns chiming in. Lin Qian was speechless. Uncles, I'm really hungry. Can we eat first? Her subtext was, can you stop pretending to be close when we're not? This is so awkward, can't you see I'm not even smiling? The uncles didn't seem to mind the awkwardness and cheerfully took their seats at the table. Lin Qian had barely taken 2 bites before they started up again. Xiao Qian, now that you're here, you're not planning to leave, right? Our base is really great, you know. Lin Qian really hated it when people kept talking during meals. It made it impossible for her to focus on eating, not that the food tasted all that great anyway. But with their constant chatter, she completely lost her appetite. She set down her chopsticks. Uncles, why don't you say whatever you need to say now, and I'll eat after? Even these old foxes felt a bit embarrassed at that. No, you go ahead and eat. We'll catch up after you're done. They truly hadn't expected Lin Qian to be so unpredictable. They'd hoped to build rapport over dinner, but that clearly wasn't going to work. So everyone fell silent and started eating, occasionally sneaking glances at Lin Qian through the candlelight. To their surprise, once they stopped talking, Lin Qian calmly picked up her chopsticks and resumed eating at her own leisurely pace. She dragged the meal out for a full 2 hours. She didn't mind eating alone. In fact, she occasionally tossed pieces of meat to Hope and Little Black, which made the others wince in distress. When she finally finished, Lin Qian pulled a wet wipe from her space and cleaned her hands and mouth. The others quickly put down their chopsticks as well. Niece, are you done eating? One of the uncles asked, looking at Lin Qian. Lin Qian genuinely couldn't remember who he was, and he seemed to notice. He introduced himself directly. Niece, don't tell me you've forgotten me? I even held you when you were a baby. Lin Qian was at a loss for words. If you have something to say, just say it. I've been out for a long time and I'm really tired. I don't have the energy to play games with you all. Lin Qian didn't care what these people thought of her. After all, it was the apocalypse now. Even before the apocalypse, she never had to cater to these people. The only reason they were willing to deal with her now was because they thought she had information on Blue Pulse. Because her mother was Lin Qian, they refused to believe she didn't have any data, which was why they kept coming to test her. Seeing how uncooperative Lin Qian was, the group exchanged glances, then stepped outside to discuss. When they returned, it was Zhao Hong who spoke first. "Xiao Qian, we really have no other choice." Wang was always in charge of the company's key projects, but after she died, some crucial project data went missing. "It's very important," Zhao Hong said. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Qian frowned. "So they plan to pin the missing data on her already deceased mother? Don't get upset. We just thought maybe Wang took the data home, or perhaps she mentioned something about the company to you before she died." Zhao Hong continued. "She never told me anything about the company. The most she ever said was to take care of myself and study hard." The others grew impatient at Lin Qian's repeated answer. The uncle who spoke first scowled at her. "Lin Qian, the only reason we're still sitting here talking politely is out of respect for your late mother. By rights, since you sold us your shares, you should also hand over the project data." Zhao Hong, hearing this, quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Don't be like that. I really think Xiao Qian doesn't know anything. Wang never brought company matters home, everyone knows that. Just because she didn't bring work home doesn't mean she didn't give her daughter the data. You're too naive." He shot Zhao Hong a look, not backing down at all. "Old Zhao, have you gotten too comfortable here? Forgotten that those project files are company assets? Old who, she's just a young girl. If you want to ask, just ask, don't act so high and mighty. Think about it. If she knew how important that data was, would she have sold us her shares so cheaply?" Zhao Hong's words made sense, and the others nodded in agreement, trying to calm Old Hu down. "Old Hu, Old Zhao's right. Let's just talk to her properly. It really seems like she doesn't know anything." When Lin Qian heard the name Old Hu, she finally remembered he was Hu Feng, the one who'd given the Blue Pulse data to Lai Ming. Back when her mother was alive, he was always trying to curry favor. Whenever Lin's mother came to Guang City on business, he'd look for any excuse to get close. But since Lin Qian never got involved in her mother's business, every time she came to Guang City, her mother's assistant would just take her out to have fun, so she barely exchanged a word with Hu Feng. Zhao Hong, on the other hand, would sometimes come to Zhu City on business and visit their home. Lin Qian knew exactly what they were after, but there was no way she'd admit that not only did she have the data, she also had the materials. Lin Qian had no idea if they would be so furious they'd die if they ever found out the truth. Hu Feng thought for a moment, then cautiously reached into the backpack he'd brought with him from the start and took out a box. When he opened it, a vial of reagent lay nestled in the center of the foam. Lin Qian glanced over and immediately recognized it as a vial of blue vein. Her pupils contracted. She hadn't expected that what she thought was all in her own hands would now appear in Hu Feng's possession. But at this moment, she couldn't show the slightest hint of surprise. Otherwise, even if she managed to keep her own stash of blue vein hidden, people would still become suspicious. Luckily, the darkness concealed all her expressions, so no one noticed anything amiss. "Take a look at this. Have you seen it before?" Hu Feng held the box containing the blue vein tightly in both hands and brought it in front of Lin Qian. Lin Qian put on a look of confusion and was about to reach out for it, but Hu Feng quickly pulled it back. "Niece, it's not that I don't want to let you hold it, but this thing is just too precious. This is the last vial our entire group has left. If we lose it, we'll never get it back," Hu Feng explained. "What is it?" Lin Qian pretended it was her first time seeing this thing, her face full of puzzlement. As she spoke, she took a high-powered flashlight out of her backpack and shone it directly onto the box in Hu Feng's hands. The sudden beam of light pierced through Hu Feng's fingers and hit his eyes, startling him so much that he nearly dropped the blue vein. Fortunately, he treated it like a treasure and was used to being careful with it. No matter what happened, his first instinct was always to protect this vial. To him, it was more important than his own life. He almost let go to cover his eyes, but forced himself to endure it. He nearly cursed out loud, but remembering that Lin Qian might still have the information he needed, he held back again. Hu Feng grumbled inwardly, "Xiao Qian, don't shine that in people's eyes. You nearly made me drop it. Do you realize this is the last file our group has?" "Sorry, I didn't know what it was. I just wanted a better look." Lin Qian's face was full of apology, impossible to tell if it was genuine or not. Hu Feng thought for a moment, then carefully placed the box in the center of the table. "Be careful. Don't touch it, just look. This is our last sample, nothing can go wrong," Hu Feng reminded her. Seeing how cautious he was, Lin Qian didn't really care, but still nodded at him. "All right." She acted as if she were seeing it for the first time, putting on another display of surprise. "This thing that looks like a sapphire, what is it?" She tried to make her eyes look sincere yet clueless, so everyone present would believe she was really encountering this for the first time. Even Hu Feng started to doubt himself as he looked at her. "You've never seen this before?" Lin Qian reached out as if to grab the blue vein, just like a child seeing something novel for the first time, wanting to touch everything. But Hu Feng wouldn't let her. He quickly closed the lid of the box. "Niece, it's not that uncle who doesn't want you to touch it, it's just that this thing." He'd already explained this once. If he said it again, both he and Lin Qian would look a bit foolish. He knew Lin Qian wasn't a clueless kid, otherwise, how could she study at the best medical school in Juice City and win scholarships every year? "Sorry, it's just so dazzling. I couldn't help myself since it's my first time seeing it. Please don't blame me, Uncle Hu." By now, Hu Feng was almost convinced that Lin Qian truly didn't know anything. He put the vial of blue vein back into his shockproof backpack for safekeeping. He still needed to give a portion to Lai Ming for research. If even this little bit was lost, the blue vein project would really be finished. Besides, the information he'd given Lai Ming before was already the only copy. He hadn't expected Lai Ming to be so useless. Despite all the security at the base, a kid had managed to sneak it out and they still hadn't found them. He glanced at Lai Ming, unable to hide his contempt. The more he looked, the more he thought Lai Ming was a waste of space. Actually, in his eyes, Su Chongqing would have been the best partner, but Su Chongqing was stubborn and uncooperative. Luckily, he'd been transferred to the central government, giving Hu Feng the chance to connect with the official base. This was his last bargaining chip. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Lai Ming seemed oblivious to Hu Feng's glare, staring intently at the bag containing the blue vein. "It'd be better to keep that bag on the floor, less likely to cause problems." "We know that already," Hu Feng replied coldly. He didn't need an outsider to remind him. "Xiao Qian, this is the most important project our group has worked on in recent years. It's a matter of life and death for humanity," Zhao Hong said. Still playing the innocent, Lin Qian asked, "So what exactly is it? What does it do?" When it came to acting, after so many years of surviving in the apocalypse, if Lin Qian hadn't learned how, it would have been a waste. She really did manage to fool everyone present. The old guard from the various groups exchanged glances and ultimately decided not to tell Lin Qian what the blue vein was for. They only gave her some basic information, hoping she could go back and look for any relevant documents. "We were going to have you stay in Guang City, but since you know nothing about this, it's better for you to return to Juice City and search for the project files. If you find them and come back, your status will reach an unparalleled height," Zhao Hong said. But Lin Qian hesitated. "I really don't know what this is." The company in Juice City was already destroyed by typhoons and floods. Even if there were documents, I doubt I could find them. Suddenly, Zhao Hong remembered something. "Where's Huang Huang now? Maybe he has the files." Lin Qian put on a look of sudden realization. Her sudden exclamation made everyone think there was hope. They all looked at her expectantly, but what she said next dashed all their hopes. "I just remembered Uncle Huang came to me a while ago, asking for some documents. Do you think it could be related to what you're talking about?" Lin Qian said. "Old Huang asked you for documents too?" Hu Feng asked. Lin Qian nodded quickly. "Yes, but he didn't say what kind. He just asked me to see if my mom left behind any files or papers. Did you find any?" That was what everyone cared about most. Under their anxious gazes, Lin Qian slowly shook her head. "No. I went through all the books and papers at home, even turned on my mom's computer, but there was nothing about the group. She really never brought company matters home. As soon as she said this, everyone fell into despair. Hu Feng appeared the most anxious. Are you sure you looked properly? He turned his gaze to Lai Ming. Mayor Lai, how about letting Xiao Qian go back to Zhu City to look for it? Once she finds it, she can bring it here. That would be a huge help to our project. But Lai Ming hesitated, pulling Hu Feng aside. What if we let her go back and she never returns? Then, just assign someone to go with her, right? That way you can make sure she comes back, Hu Feng suggested. Inside, Lin Qian heard their conversation, and it was exactly what she'd been hoping for. She'd been racking her brain for an excuse to get Sister Qin's family out of here. Now, hearing them whispering outside, it was like someone handing her a pillow just as she was dozing off. Lin Qian was almost certain Lai Ming would send Sister Qin and her family along. Even if not, she was confident she could change his mind. Sure enough, the next moment she heard them continue, so, who should we send? Other than those out on missions every day, who else would even want to? Wait, you could have Qin go. She's clever, and as a woman, Xiao Qian would be less guarded around her. If she manages to find the documents, we won't have to worry about getting them back, Hu Feng suggested. Qin alone probably isn't enough. She'll definitely want to bring Dodo. Maybe let her husband go too. Lai Ming still seemed hesitant. You're overthinking it. Hu Nian is just waiting here for Su Chaqing to return. Of all the people to worry about, he's the last. Lai Ming still wasn't reassured and looked at Hu Feng. You're not just sticking up for him because you share a surname, are you? Come on, just because we share a surname doesn't mean we're family. Look at how he sucks up to Su Chaqing, you should know we're not on the same side, Hu Feng retorted. Fair enough. So let their whole family go. Let them go. If he brings it back, doesn't that prove he's loyal to you? Then you won't have to be so wary of him. He's actually quite capable, Hu Feng continued to persuade. After this, Lai Ming finally relaxed. All right, I'll go talk to Lin Qian in a bit. Lin Qian, listening inside, was quite pleased to have learned of their scheme. At least she'd managed to get what she wanted without a fight. She now had plenty of inner cores on hand, enough for the time being. Night was falling, and she wondered how things were at home. What worried her most was old Zhong and the others. Their age made her anxious that the slightest disturbance could spell trouble. As soon as Lai Ming entered, he spoke first. Miss Lin, here's the situation. This thing is of extraordinary importance to all of Huagua. If we can make this project succeed, our country will be at the forefront of the era. Lin Qian wasn't one of his brainless subordinates and naturally wouldn't be swayed by such empty talk. She kept her expression calm. I still don't know what this thing is for. Since you all want me to find the project documents, shouldn't you at least tell me what the project is about? Otherwise, even if I find the documents, how can I be sure they're what you want? Her words were perfectly reasonable. The group exchanged glances before Hu Feng finally spoke, explaining some of the less critical functions of Blue Vein to her. That's basically it. With this, even if we get injured, we can recover quickly, Hu Feng explained. A potion that miraculous? But the raw materials must be hard to find now, right? At the mention of raw materials, everyone frowned. That's true. There used to be a source in Zhu City, but after the typhoon and floods, who knows where it is now? Otherwise, Huang wouldn't have come straight to you. Huang really is something else. What could Xiao Qian possibly know, yet he keeps pestering her? As they spoke, they seemed to forget they were no better themselves, criticizing Huang without a hint of self-reflection. Lin Qian was speechless. Since it's so urgent, why don't I rest for a bit and then head back? They were more than happy to agree. That would be great. There's one more thing. You're a young woman, and while we didn't know before, now that we do, we absolutely can't let you go back alone. Lin Qian waited silently for them to finish. We plan to have Sister Qin's family go with you, so you'll have someone to look out for you on the road, Lai Ming said. Sister Qin? Yes, you're familiar with her, and she's reliable. With her along, we'll feel more at ease. And Hu Nian, he's always been one of our base's main forces outside, very familiar with the environment, and can ensure your safety on the way back to Zhu City, Lai Ming explained. Lin Qian was delighted inside, though her expression remained unreadable, making them think she wasn't happy with the arrangement. Finally, Zhao Hong spoke up as well. Xiao Qian, we're genuinely concerned for you. With someone to protect you on the way, we'll feel much better. If Lin Qian hadn't already seen through their true colors, she might have been fooled by their words. But now she didn't believe a word they said. It just so happened that their plan matched her own wishes, so both sides were quite satisfied. All right, thank you all for your concern, Lin Qian said. It's nothing. Just remember, once you get back, look for the documents as soon as possible. And whatever you do, don't contact Huang Huang. He's not to be trusted. Either bring the documents back yourself or let Hunyan's family bring them, Lai Ming instructed. I understand. Lin Qian put on a well-behaved act. If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest for a bit. I'm feeling a bit tired. Of course, go rest. We'll handle the rest, Lai Ming said. After Lin Qian left, Lai Ming hurriedly called for Hunyan and Qin, telling them his decision. Hunyan, you're used to being outside and know the environment well. Lin Qian is still a young girl, so you must protect her. Hunyan was about to say that Lin Qian might look like a young girl, but in a fight she was tougher than any of the men. She hardly needed his protection. If anything, it would make more sense for Lin Qian to protect him. Besides, why did his wife and daughter have to go too? Thinking this, he asked aloud. Lai Ming was clearly impatient with him. Qin is careful and attentive. Lin Qian is still young, without her mother around, so she needs someone to look after her. So you want my wife to be her maid? Hunyan was about to refuse, but Sister Qin tugged at his sleeve. Before Hunyan could open his mouth to refuse, Sister Qin quickly smiled and said to Lai Ming, "All right, we won't let you down. We'll take good care of Miss Lin and help you get the information you need, Mayor Lai." Information? What information? Hunyan asked in confusion. Didn't your wife tell you? Lai Ming replied with a question. I'm out all day long. What could she possibly tell me? Hunyan answered helplessly. I see. Qin, you explain it to him in detail later. Don't let anything important get delayed, Lai Ming said. Understood, Mayor Lai. Don't worry, Sister Qin agreed. At this point, Hunyan was still clueless about the deal between Sister Qin and Lai Ming, looking completely bewildered. But he'd always followed the rule that as long as his wife spoke, he'd listen without question. Even if he didn't understand what was going on, he wouldn't argue with her. If there was something he didn't get, he'd just ask later. After Lai Ming left, Sister Qin finally told Hunyan about everything that had happened while she was with Lin Qian these past few days. Are we really going to work for Lai Ming? He doesn't look like he has good intentions, Hunyan said, feeling uneasy. But if Sister Qin said yes, he'd probably just go along with it anyway. He'd always believed in the saying, listening to your wife brings prosperity. Sister Qin knocked him on the head. Are you stupid? Why would I work for him? I'm just trying to lower his guard against us. Miss Lin has been so good to us. If I did something like that, would I even be human? With that, she brought up the idea she'd been meaning to discuss with him, going with Lin Qian to the Zhu City base. Hunyan frowned when he heard this. But what about Mayor Su? Don't worry about it for now. When Mayor Su comes back, can you just come back too? Why stay here and put up with all this crap? Besides, think about it. It's dangerous to be running around outside every day, Sister Qin said. But if we go to Zhu City, how will we know if Mayor Su comes back? Hunyan asked. Sister Qin sighed. Her husband was great in every way, but sometimes he was just too stubborn. Isn't Mayor Wu from Zhu City always in contact with Mayor Su? Once we get to the official base in Zhu City, we can just ask Mayor Wu to keep an eye out for us, she explained. That works. So we'll go with Miss Lin to Zhu City, and when Mayor Su comes back, we'll return. Hunyan asked. And then, Sister Qin nodded. What if Mayor Su never comes back? Hunyan pressed. Sometimes Sister Qin was truly speechless with her husband. If Mayor Su never comes back, what's the point of you staying here? Hunyan scratched his head, chuckling at his own foolishness. You're right. If Mayor Su isn't coming back, there's no point in me staying. Even if I did, I'd just get sidelined eventually. Sister Qin rolled her eyes at him. You're already being sidelined. Just get some rest. When Miss Lin wakes up, we'll head to Zhu City together. No rush. I'll help you pack up, Hun Yan said. No need, I've already packed everything. Just go rest, Sister Qin replied. After coaxing Hun Yan and Dodo to bed, Sister Qin took out 2 meal tickets from her pocket. If their family was heading to Zhu City, these meal tickets would be useless to them. It was better to sell them and trade for something they could actually take along. She was efficient soon. She'd traded them with the neighbors for useful supplies. Now all that was left was to wait for Lin Qian to wake up and they could leave. Lin Qian had a very restful sleep, but when she woke up, it was still night, which felt strange to her. Her memories from her previous life were already distant, and she'd been living comfortably for a long time in this life. The sudden darkness made her feel uneasy. She wasn't sure if it was the darkness itself making her feel unsafe, or if she was worried about the people she cared about back in Zhu City. Ever since she'd left Zhu City, she'd felt restless, as if something was about to happen. Whatever it was, she needed to hurry back and check. Otherwise, she just wouldn't be able to relax. After a quick wash, she went out to find Sister Qin and her family. They were already packed and waiting for her at home. Lin Qian looked at them. Ready to go? Yes, we're ready. I've already spoken to Mayor Lai. You don't need to say goodbye to him, just leave directly, Sister Qin said. Lai Ming really trusted Sister Qin's family. With them watching over Lin Qian, he wasn't worried that she'd slack off on finding the information he needed after returning to Zhu City. Even though Hun Yan had once been Su Chongqing's right-hand man, now that Su Chongqing was gone, Hun Yan had diligently helped Lai Ming with many things. Compared to Lin Qian, Lai Ming was naturally more familiar with Hun Yan. Why would he trust a stranger over someone he'd known for years? Lai Ming had no doubts about this and was very confident in himself. He even assigned a car to Hun Yan, so that after Lin Qian found the information, Sister Qin's family could quickly bring it back to Guang City. This made Sister Qin overjoyed. Not only did they get food, but also transportation. Because of this, she acted even more loyal to Lai Ming, almost fooling even Hun Yan. When Sister Qin was talking with Lai Ming, Hun Yan kept watching, opening and closing his mouth several times, but in the end, he didn't say a word. Sister Qin was very satisfied with this. Now that Lin Qian was awake, everyone finished packing and set off. Sure enough, Lai Ming had already notified everyone, so their departure went smoothly, which made Lin Qian very happy. If she could get back to Zhu City soon and make sure everyone was safe, she'd finally be able to rest for a while. They followed the same route Lin Qian had taken on her way out, heading back to Zhu City. Along the way, they ran into the same people who had charged them a toll before. This time, when they saw Lin Qian, they immediately demanded 10 jin of grain. Lin Qian said nothing, watching as another man walked over to Sister Qin's car and knocked on their window. 2 jin of grain per person. He thought he was speaking quietly enough that Lin Qian wouldn't hear. Sister Qin, unaware of what was happening on Lin Qian's side, was distressed at the thought of her family of 3 having to pay 6 jin of grain. That's way too much. We don't even have that much grain on us. If you don't have it, go back. These people weren't exactly bandits, they wouldn't rob by force. Although Lai Ming had given Sister Qin's family a car, it didn't look like anything special, so the toll collectors didn't try to extort them for more. Who would have thought that someone with a car couldn't even come up with 6 jin of grain? Hun Yan's face darkened, and he was about to argue when he saw Lin Qian, at some point, pull out a gun and point it at the man next to her. With a bang, she shot him in the head. The sudden gunshot startled not only the people demanding a toll from them, but also Sister Qin's entire family. Sister Qin had long known that Lin Qian carried a gun, but Hun Yan didn't. Seeing her suddenly draw her gun and kill someone left him completely stunned. After the man fell to the ground, the remaining one no longer dared to approach. He backed away repeatedly, shouting murder. Murder! His voice echoed through the sky, quickly attracting nearby gang members. Lin Qian could hear the commotion growing. Seeing Hun Yan still frozen in place, she snapped, "What are you standing there for? Move. Do you want to wait until more people show up?" Only then did Hunyan snap out of it. He hurriedly started the car and sped away before anyone else could arrive. Seeing that he had left, Lin Qian quickly followed in her own car. The people who rushed over could only catch a glimpse of the rear of their vehicles as they sped off. Did you get a good look at them? The newcomers were furious. Yes, I did. That woman has been here before. She was very generous. When we asked for 5 jin of grain, she gave us exactly 5 jin. Then why did she suddenly kill someone this time? The man stammered, not daring to answer. Speak. The questioner slapped him hard across the face. The man was so frightened he nearly fainted, but he still didn't dare hide the truth. We thought she was so easygoing last time, so this time we tried to ask for more. Who knew she'd suddenly go crazy? Are you idiots? Do you have any idea what 5 jin of grain means to a person these days? If she could hand it over so easily, she's obviously not an ordinary person. The first time, you were lucky she gave you 5 jin when you asked. But the second time, you demanded 10 jin right off the bat. No wonder you got yourselves killed. He kicked the corpse on the ground in anger. You'd better hope you haven't pissed off someone important, or I'll make you pay for it. No one dared say another word. Heads down, they followed the others back. What rotten luck. After that incident, the rest of the journey to Zhu City went smoothly. There was a lot of debris on the road, but at least no one else tried to cause trouble. Because it was so dark and the roads were cluttered with all sorts of things, it took them another 6 hours of driving before they finally reached Zhu City. Remembering that Sister Qin's family was still with her, Lin Qian decided to stop by the official base first. As soon as she arrived at the entrance, she sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. There were people standing guard at the gate, as if waiting for someone. When they saw her car approaching, they rushed forward. Miss Lin, you're finally back. Through the darkness, Lin Qian could see the man's face was grave, and she felt a pang of unease. Did something happen? The guard hesitated, then said, "Come with me. You should see Mayor Wu first." The matter was serious, and the guard didn't dare tell Lin Qian directly. If something went wrong, he couldn't take responsibility. That's fine. I need to see Mayor Wu anyway. I brought a few people back from Guang City and need his help to settle them in. The guard had already noticed the car behind her. After helping them park, he led Lin Qian to Mayor Wu's office. When Mayor Wu saw Lin Qian enter, he studied her face by candlelight. Seeing that she looked calm, he realized she probably didn't know what had happened yet. He waved his hand. You all can leave. After the guards left, he noticed the people following Lin Qian. Who are these people? Lin Qian had already noticed that Mayor Wu looked unwell, with more gray hair than before. She guessed something serious must have happened at the base to trouble him so much. I was just about to tell you. She brought Hunyan and Sister Qin forward and introduced them. This is Hunyan, his wife Sister Qin, and their daughter Dodo. Hunyan used to be Mayor Su's right-hand man in Guang City. But after Mayor Su was transferred to the central government to handle disaster relief, Lai Ming took over and Hunyan was sidelined. I asked if they'd like to come to Zhu City, and they agreed. See if you can arrange something for them. If not, I'll think of another way. Su Chaqing was transferred to the central government? Lai Ming is now in charge of Guang City. Mayor Wu asked, looking at Hunyan. Yes. The disaster killed so many people. Lai Ming was lucky since all the other suitable candidates were either injured or dead. He got promoted. Mayor Wu looked at Hunyan. I've actually heard of you before. When we went to the central government for meetings, you were the one always by Su Chongqing's side, right? Hunyan hadn't expected Mayor Wu to remember him and was delighted. Yes, I didn't think you'd remember me. Of course. When that incident happened, you were the one who handled it. I remember it well. Su Chongqing must be having a hard time without you. Why didn't you go with him? Hunyan gave a bitter smile. Mayor Su wanted me to stay in Guang City to keep an eye on Lai Ming, but after he left, I was gradually pushed aside. My wife kept urging me to leave the Guang City base, but I wanted to stay and wait for Mayor Su to return. If Miss Lin hadn't come this time, I'd probably still be waiting there. I'm very happy to have you here in Zhu City. Mayor Wu walked over to Hunyan and shook his hands earnestly. On behalf of the Zhu City base, welcome. You must be tired after your journey. Go rest with my assistant for now, and I'll figure out where to place you later. Hun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such a warm welcome. Mayor Wu's hospitality was far beyond anything he'd imagined. Sister Qin and Dodo were also very happy. Sensing that Mayor Wu had something to discuss with Lin Qian, Sister Qin pulled Hun and Dodo aside and sincerely thanked both Mayor Wu and Lin Qian. We'll head out first, then. Thank you so much. Seeing his wife tugging at him, Hun knew it was time to leave. Mayor Wu, I can do any kind of work. Just put me wherever you need me. My wife is a great cook, too. If the kitchen needs help, she can pitch in as well. Sister Qin tugged at him again, and he finally said, We'll be going now. Just call me if you need anything. Mayor Wu nodded and had his assistant take the family away. Once Sister Qin's family had left, Lin Qian looked at Mayor Wu, who seemed hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Logically, if the base needed her help with some difficult problem, he should have no trouble asking her directly. A bad suspicion had taken root in her heart, but she didn't dare voice it. She simply stared intently at Mayor Wu through the faint candlelight. Mayor Wu sighed and stood up from his desk. Come with me. Lin Qian didn't know what he meant, but she was desperate to confirm her fears. Since Mayor Wu told her to follow, she did. As she expected, Mayor Wu led Lin Qian toward Elder Zheng's residence. When they reached Elder Zheng's door, he didn't knock as usual. Instead, he opened the door and walked right in. Once inside, Lin Qian saw Feng Ku, Feng Ziyu, Elder Zheng's students. Almost everyone connected to Elder Zheng was there. Even in the dim candlelight, Lin Qian could clearly see that they were all dressed in black, with white sashes tied around their shoulders. Lin Qian staggered, her voice trembling slightly. What are you all doing here? Don't you have other things to do? It looked like Feng Ke had just been crying, her eyes red in the candlelight. Seeing Lin Qian arrive, Feng Ke hurried over and took her hand. Xiao Qian. Lin Qian had already guessed what had happened, but she hadn't heard any news, nor had she seen Elder Zheng or his wife. She didn't want to believe it. She shook off Feng Ke's hand. Sister Feng, aren't you all busy? So many people crowding here isn't good. Grandma doesn't like too much noise. Feng Ke glanced in surprise at Mayor Wu, who shook his head at her. I haven't told her yet. This left everyone at a loss. The matter was so important, but if even Mayor Wu hadn't said anything, how could they? Tears immediately streamed down Feng Ke's face. Xiao Qian, Elder Zheng and his wife, they're both gone. Gone? Gone where? They're so old, how could you let them go out? Where did they go? I'll go look for them. Lin Qian turned to leave, desperate to escape the suffocating room. But Mayor Wu blocked the doorway. She had nowhere to go. Miss Lin, Elder Zheng and his wife have already left this world. I'm sorry for your loss. Lin Qian acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. Mayor Wu, please move. I need to find Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Qian, Feng Ke called out, her voice heavy with grief. Lin Qian didn't seem to hear, still trying to leave. Feng Ziyu stepped in front of her. Lin Qian, Elder Zheng and his wife are gone. Please don't do this. If you act like this, how can they rest in peace? Though Lin Qian never admitted it, in her heart, she had long regarded the elderly couple as her own family. She shoved past Feng Ziyu and stood before Mayor Wu. Please move. Mayor Wu's own grief was evident. Miss Lin, I know it's hard to accept, but Elder Zheng and his wife are in the bedroom. Don't you want to see them one last time? That stopped Lin Qian in her tracks. When they were dying, we tried to contact you with your walkie-talkie so many times, but there was never any response. Mayor Wu took out the walkie-talkie. It was the one Lin Qian had left with Grandma Zhang before she left. Lin Qian felt dampness on her face. She wiped it and realized she was crying. I'll go see them, she said, turning and walking into the bedroom. As soon as she entered, she caught a faint odor, probably because the weather was so hot. Mayor Wu followed her in. It's been so hot, we've already changed their clothes. We've been waiting for you to come back before proceeding. After you say goodbye, we'll arrange for cremation. Let me know if you have any concerns. Lin Qian didn't mind at all. She sat down by the bed and quietly looked at the elderly couple. There was no trace of pain on their faces. They looked as kind and peaceful as ever. How did they pass? She asked. Mayor Wu sighed again. Honestly, I blame myself. Someone from your company came looking for you. I thought you knew him well, so I let him in. Who knew he'd run into Elder Zhong? I don't know how they knew each other, but he got very emotional when he saw Elder Zhong, saying Elder Zhong used to work on some national project. What was his name? Huang. What does he have to do with my... For some reason, Elder Zhong fell down the stairs and died almost instantly. Did Huang push him? Mayor Wu shook his head. I don't know. After the accident, I couldn't find him. Maybe he was afraid we'd hold him responsible and fled the base. What about Grandma? After she saw Elder Zhong had passed, she just lay down beside him. By the time we found her, she was gone too. I see. Lin Qian wiped her tears away, her face quickly returning to its usual calm. She took a stethoscope from her backpack and carefully examined the bodies, making sure they were truly gone before turning to Mayor Wu. Please arrange for their cremation. Mayor Wu nodded. Would you like to rest in the dorm we prepared for you? Even in the candlelight, he could see Lin Qian's red eyes. He felt a little uneasy. No, I'll stay here. Please ask everyone else to leave. I'll rest here. When Mayor Wu told the others, they understood Lin Qian's relationship with the elderly couple and quietly left, until only Feng Ku and Feng Ziyu remained. Xiao Qian, why don't you come to my place? No, I'll stay here. You two can go. Feng Ziyu wanted to say something, but Feng Ku pulled him away. As she did, she said to Lin Qian, rest well. If you need anything, just let us know. After Mayor Wu sent everyone else away, he saw Lin Qian still standing numbly in the center of the room and asked, worried, should I have someone take them for cremation now? Let me rest a bit first. I want to spend a little more time with them. Seeing that Mayor Wu had something to say, she reassured him, don't worry, I'll just stay a while. You can have someone come tomorrow to take care of it. Since Lin Qian insisted, Mayor Wu couldn't refuse without seeming heartless. All right. Take care of yourself. Don't grieve too much, death is part of life, and at least they passed peacefully. I know. Don't worry about me. He still looked uneasy. Lin Qian pushed him straight to the door. Look at me, I really don't need you to worry. Seeing that she truly didn't seem on the verge of an emotional breakdown, Mayor Wu finally left, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Once everyone had gone, the room fell silent. Lin Qian returned to the Zhong's bedroom, sat by the bed as before, and began talking to them in a soft, rambling way. Hope, who had been by her side all along, seemed to sense her low spirits and obediently lay down at her feet. Lin Qian didn't even know what she was saying. She just stayed there until the knock at the door came the next day. Mayor Wu had been worried that Lin Qian might do something impulsive in her grief, so he'd stationed people outside the door until the time she'd mentioned arrived. Even though Lin Qian's body had been strengthened, when she opened the door, Mayor Wu was still startled by how she looked. She seemed utterly drained, as if all her vitality had been sucked away. You're here. The moment she spoke, her hoarse voice startled Mayor Wu. Did you not sleep at all last night? Oh, that's right. I just wanted to talk to Grandpa and Grandma a little more. Her voice sounded so weak it was as if she might collapse at any moment. Mayor Wu was deeply concerned. Why don't you rest for a while first? There's no rush to cremate them, you can do it after you've had some sleep. It's fine. No need. She knew she didn't sound well, but the bodies of Grandpa and Grandma Zhang had already been left for too long. The smell in the house was getting worse. She imagined they wouldn't want to be left to decay and become unrecognizable and repulsive after death. I'll rest after Grandpa and Grandma are cremated. Have you got everything ready? It's all arranged. We just need to take them over. All right. Mayor Wu had somehow managed to find 2 coffins. These are the best coffins I could find right now. Lin Qian glanced at them. He really had put in the effort, though the materials weren't top-notch. They were the best wood available under the circumstances. Thank you for your trouble. Mayor Wu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're satisfied. Lin Qian wasn't too particular about these things after all, the dead were gone. To her, nothing mattered more than the living. The fact that Mayor Wu had gone to such lengths to find proper coffins for the Zhang elders was already no small feat. She was not someone who didn't appreciate kindness. She remembered every good deed. After the Zhang couple were placed in the coffins, Mayor Wu said to Lin Qian, "Our official base doesn't have a crematorium. If we want to cremate them here, we'll have to use the place where we burned the bodies before." "That's fine. Let's go there." Lin Qian knew he meant the place where they'd burned the bodies of those who died from the ice silkworm infection. She remembered she'd lit the final fire herself. "Since you burned those bodies last time, that house hasn't been used. It's perfect for this now, but I don't know if you mind." "It's all right. Honestly, just having a place to cremate them is already a blessing. In this weather, if we don't, there'll be problems soon enough." The thought of rats, bugs, and other vermin gnawing on the Zhang elders' bodies was unbearable to her. "If you're okay with it, let's go now." He had people carry the coffins out first. As they walked ahead, Lin Qian saw them using oil lamps, so she pulled 2 high-powered flashlights from her space. When she turned them on, the path ahead was brightly lit. She handed one to Mayor Wu. "Let's walk in front and light the way. I'm afraid it's too dark, Grandpa and Grandma won't be able to see." Hearing this, Mayor Wu felt a lump in his throat. He took the flashlight and walked ahead with Lin Qian. "All right, let's lead the way for Elder Zhang and Madame Zhang." With Lin Qian and Mayor Wu lighting the way, the road ahead was still dark, but those 2 beams of light illuminated their path. The coffins were carried steadily, without a single bump. When they arrived, Lin Qian didn't go inside. Mayor Wu arranged for the cremation to begin. It didn't take long, just over an hour. When it was done, Mayor Wu's assistant brought over 2 white marble urns. Mayor Wu took them and handed one to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, let's go in and collect the ashes." Lin Qian took one. "One is enough." Grandpa and Grandma loved each other so much, they'd want to stay together, even in death. Mayor Wu had no objection and told his assistant to take the other urn away. Lin Qian carefully placed the ashes of both Mr. and Mrs. Zhang into the same urn. Looking at the ashes that remained, she said, "Mayor Wu, could you please find something to hold the rest of the ashes and bring them to me later?" She knew Mayor Wu would handle the ashes respectfully, but she still wanted to keep all of them herself. "No problem. But we do hope you'll leave some of the ashes here. After all, many of Elder Zhang's students are still at the base." His request was reasonable. Most of Elder Zhang's students were here, and it wouldn't be right if they had nowhere to pay their respects. "How about this? Mayor Wu, you still have the other urn. Bring it over, and I'll fill it as well. We can keep it at the base, so everyone has a place to remember them." "That's wonderful. Thank you for your understanding." After handling the arrangements, Mayor Wu decided to place some of the Zhang elders' ashes in their old house. Even though housing at the base was tight, Elder Zhang and his wife were national treasures. Giving them a room was only right. It also reassured the other talented people at the base, letting them know that even in death, the country would not abandon them. As expected, this move drew the attention of most of the base's talent. Their loyalty to the country, the official base, and even to Mayor Wu himself increased greatly. Lin Qian didn't pay much attention to what was happening outside. She hadn't rested in days. After putting away the ashes that Mayor Wu brought her, she went straight to the room in the Zhang's house where she'd been staying and collapsed into a deep sleep. Her sleep was restless. She kept dreaming of Elder Zhang and his wife. Sometimes they were kind and gentle, sometimes in pain, and all sorts of unfamiliar faces kept appearing. When she woke up, the sky outside was still pitch black. She felt disoriented, unsure of what time it was. Hearing noises from the kitchen, she instinctively thought Grandma Zhang was making dumplings. "Grandma?" For a long while, there was no response. Only then did Lin Qian remember that Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang had already passed away. She rubbed her temples, found a lamp, and hung it up. The whole house instantly brightened. She got up to wash up, and when she walked into the kitchen, she saw that Grandma Zhang's dumpling-making tools were still there. In the spot where antiques used to be displayed, several buckets of water she'd left behind were still stacked up. In that moment, grief slowly welled up in her heart. She first tossed a few pieces of meat to Hope and Little Black. They seemed to sense what had happened. When given food, they ate. When given water, they drank. They stayed quietly by her side, not daring to disturb her. Only after seeing the two little ones start eating did Lin Qian take out the last bit of Grandma Zhang's dumplings from her space, grabbed one of Grandma Zhang's bowls, and placed the dumplings on the dining table. Then she turned to the kitchen to fetch chopsticks. Just as she picked up the chopsticks and was about to return to eat, she saw, through the warm yellow candlelight, that the dumplings on the table were still steaming, as if they'd just been taken out of the pot. She seemed to see Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang sitting at the dining table, waving at her. She smiled in their direction, and the two elders at the table smiled back at her with gentle affection. She stood there, frozen, staring at the scene. She didn't dare move, afraid that if she did, the vision before her would vanish. But an illusion is, after all, just an illusion. Even if she didn't understand why, the moment she blinked, the two elders at the table were gone. All that remained was a lonely plate of dumplings. She wiped her eyes, took out 2 more bowls, and divided the dumplings into 3 portions, placing 2 servings where Grandpa and Grandma had just appeared. Then she sat in her usual spot, picked up her chopsticks, and silently began to eat. After finishing, she took out a bag of flour and some pork from her space and tried to imitate Grandma Zhang's technique, chopping the filling, kneading the dough. It took a lot of effort, but she finally made a batch of dumplings. As they boiled in the water, through the rising steam, she seemed to see the two elders smiling at her again. When they were cooked, she served herself a bowl and started to eat, but the very first bite tasted off. The flavor wasn't right, and she didn't want to eat anymore. She looked at the photo of the two elders on the ancestral altar. She didn't know where Mayor Wu had found it. He'd not only set up a photo for the altar here, but had even given her 2 more copies to keep. Lin Qian was deeply grateful for this. She was just about to give the dumplings to Hope and Little Black when a knock sounded at the door. Lin Qian put down the dumplings and opened the door, finding Fang Ke and Fang Ziyu standing outside. As soon as Lin Qian opened the door, the light from inside dazzled them, and they instinctively raised a hand to shield their eyes, taking a moment to adjust. Fang Ziyu lowered his hand and walked straight into the house. "Where did you get this lamp?" "Not bad." He reached out to touch it, but Fang Ke quickly pulled him back, stopping him just in time. "Sister Fang Ke, is there something you two need?" Lin Qian asked. Fang Ke had already noticed the dumplings on the table. "We were worried you'd be hungry and brought you some food, but it looks like you've already eaten." "I see you made dumplings. They smell delicious." "They're not quite right. Have you two eaten yet? If you don't mind, sit down and have some." Fang Ziyu was already seated at the table. Now, with Lin Qian's invitation, he picked up a bowl and chopsticks, ready to eat. But Lin Qian was faster, blocking him. "These 2 bowls are for Grandpa and Grandma. If you want to eat, get your own from the kitchen." He quickly put them down. Okay. Fang Ke wanted to scold him for being clueless, but could only sigh and set the steamed buns she'd brought from the canteen on the table. "The canteen only has buns and steamed bread now, but your dumplings smell much better." "Fang Ziyu, bring your sister a bowl too. I want to try Lin Qian's cooking." "You two eat. I'm tired, so I'm going to get some sleep." "Just close the door when you leave," Lin Qian said, not waiting for their response before heading into the bedroom and lying down again. Maybe it was the lingering smell of dumplings, but this time, she didn't dream. She slept soundly. When she woke up, Fang Ke and Fang Ziyu were already gone. Lin Qian saw that the table had been cleaned, with a few buns and steamed bread left on top. She put them away in her space. After tidying up a bit, she took Grandpa and Grandma's ashes and went to find Mayor Wu. "I'm getting ready to leave," she said. She took out the walkie-talkie Mayor Wu had previously returned to her and placed it on his desk. "You keep this. I won't be leaving Lin City for a while. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime." Mayor Wu immediately understood what this meant. He must have handled Grandpa and Grandma Zhong's affairs to Lin Qian's satisfaction. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have handed over the walkie-talkie so easily. Getting the walkie-talkie was as good as having Lin Qian's promise for the official base. He'd tried countless times before to get a clear answer from her, but never succeeded. Now, this was enough to make him excited. He put away the walkie-talkie without showing much emotion, but couldn't hide the smile on his face. Still, since Lin Qian had just lost her loved ones, he restrained himself and quickly returned to a serious expression. I've already arranged everything for the Hu family. Do you want to see them? If you've taken care of it, that's fine. No need for me to meet them. I need to go home for a bit. With the sudden arrival of the polar night, I don't know how things are at home. All right, I won't keep you then. The mayor had plenty of things to do himself. With everything said, he let Lin Qian go. Lin Qian had planned to go home first, but on the way, she remembered Huang. According to people at the base, old Zhong's death was inseparable from him. She was worried about her family, but with Wang Hui at home, and since she was still in Lin City and had the walkie-talkie, she decided to contact home first. Uncle Qin and the others at home hadn't heard from Lin Qian and were worried sick. If she hadn't told Wang Hui to stay at home, Uncle Qin would have gone out looking for her. Miss Lin, are you all right? Uncle Qin had been waiting by the walkie-talkie, afraid to miss any news from her. I'm fine, Uncle Qin. I just made a trip to Guang City. Is everything okay at home? Everything's fine here. Will you be back today? I'll make you something good to eat. Whenever Lin Qian was away, Uncle Qin always worried she wasn't eating or sleeping well and tried every way to make her delicious food. I still have something to take care of. I'll let you know before I come back. It was time to settle things with. She was holding in a surge of anger and soon arrived at the gates of the Huang base. Even though it was now the polar night, things here didn't look much different from before. There were still plenty of people lining up. In fact, the line was even longer than before. Clearly, everyone was hoping to find a safe haven. This time, Lin Qian didn't even bother getting out of her car. She drove straight up to their entrance. Someone inside spotted her car and hurried out, carrying an oil lamp. He walked up to her window. Miss, may I ask? Lin Qian rolled down the window, her face cold. I'm here to see Huang. The man raised the oil lamp higher to get a better look at her. The moment he saw Lin Qian's face, he immediately remembered that Huang had shown them her photo before, telling them to memorize her face. If Lin Qian really did come by with the information, and the guards didn't recognize her, wouldn't that be a huge mistake? At this point, there was no way they wouldn't recognize Lin Qian. Miss Lin. Lin Qian didn't recognize him at all. You know me? The man nodded. Mr. Huang showed us your picture and told us that if you ever came, we should give you a warm welcome. Is he here? I need to see him. He's here. Please follow me. He wanted to get in the car and guide Lin Qian to a parking spot, but she wasn't having any of it. You walk in front. I'll drive slowly behind you. I don't have time to waste here. Once I'm done talking to Huang, I'm leaving. You're in such a hurry? Lin Qian ignored him, giving him a look that told him to hurry up and lead the way. Seeing that she wasn't responding, the man felt a bit awkward and stopped talking. He put out the oil lamp and led Lin Qian toward the building where Huang was. When they reached the building, the man came to Lin Qian's window again. Miss Lin, Mr. Huang is upstairs. Would you like to get out of the car? I can take you up. Lin Qian shut the window, grabbed her flashlight, and got out of the car. Lead the way. The man wasn't sure what she meant, but judging by her expression, he could tell she was in a bad mood. He couldn't tell if her visit was good news or bad news for Huang. He was also surprised to see her holding a flashlight. After all, flashlights were extremely valuable now. But since Huang had told them to treat her well, Lin Qian was clearly someone special. Being polite was the right move. Lin Qian followed him upstairs, and soon they arrived at the same room where she'd once snuck in to find Huang. The man knocked on the door, and a voice quickly came from inside. Who is it? Didn't I say not to bother me unless it's important? As he spoke, Huang opened the door. The moment he saw Lin Qian standing there with a flashlight, his first instinct was to slam the door shut. But then he reconsidered. Lin Qian was just a young girl. Even if he'd killed her whole family, what could she possibly do to him, an old man who was already close to death? It was only because of the blue vein data that he still had to play nice with her. If that old man hadn't stubbornly refused to hand over the information or come back to the Huang base with him, he wouldn't have ended up pushing him. Was Lin Qian here to cause trouble for him? Xiao Qian? What brings you here? Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to respond and walked straight in. Huang kept signaling to the man who'd led her up, but he clearly had no idea what Huang wanted. He asked directly, "Mr. Huang, is there anything you need?" Huang was a bit speechless and waved his hand. "It's fine, you can come in too." "Huh? Me too." Lin Qian spoke up. Huang, I suggest you don't let him in. I'd hate for you to lose face in front of him." Mr. Huang, should I go in or not?" Huang was so angry he could barely breathe. "Forget it, just wait here." He lowered his voice. "Go get a few more people to stand guard here. If you don't hear anything inside, rush in together. Don't bother." Huang froze, thinking he'd misheard. He'd spoken so quietly that only the man next to him could have heard, so how could Lin Qian have caught it? "What do you mean, don't bother?" "I mean you don't need to call for backup. No matter how many people you bring, if I want to do something, you won't be able to stop me." Huang was startled. He hadn't expected her to hear him at such a low volume, and he became wary of her. "My dear niece, you're joking. I was just calling the relevant people over in case you have the project data, so we can discuss it together." He signaled to the man again, but the man still didn't get it. In the end, he just shoved him. "Go now." "Oh, okay, I'll go right away." Lin Qian didn't stop him. If he wanted to go, let him. She wasn't worried at all. She glanced around at Huang's place. There were no lights on, just 2 candles burning on the table. "Xiao Qian, you found the data, didn't you?" Lin Qian sat down on a chair. "What do you think?" "Of course you did. If you'd found it, you could have just sent someone to tell me." "I'd have come over myself," Huang said. "Heh." Lin Qian's cold laugh sent a chill down Huang's spine. He looked into her eyes. "What do you mean by that? You think I'm here because of the data?" Heh. Huang gave an awkward laugh. "What else? You wouldn't come see me for no reason, would you? By the way, I went to your house a few times recently, but Uncle Chen said you were out. It's dangerous out there these days. As a young woman, you really shouldn't be running around." He was still trying to play the elder, but Lin Qian wasn't buying it, especially not now. "No need for your concern. You know exactly why I'm here, so stop pretending." She casually pulled out a gun and started playing with it in her hand. Huang was so startled by her action that his heart skipped a beat. "Xiao Qian, that gun is dangerous. It's so dark, you shouldn't be waving it around. Why don't you put it away so we can talk properly?" He tried to step forward and take the gun from her, but in the next instant, Lin Qian pointed it straight at him. "You think I'm not talking properly now? I think you'd better tell me exactly what happened at the official base, or I'll send you down to keep my grandpa Zhang company." Huang froze, completely stunned. "Xiao Qian, please calm down. You're not familiar with that thing, it could go off by accident. Put it away and we can talk, okay?" Lin Qian wasn't someone to be pushed around. Huang saw her move the gun slightly and thought, for a moment, that he'd talked her into putting it away. No one expected Lin Qian to suddenly point her gun at Huang's head. "Are you going to talk or not? Like you said, I'm not exactly an expert with these weapons. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, the gun might just go off by accident." Huang frantically waved his hands. No. I'll talk. Please don't get excited. Put the gun down, I'm begging you, okay? Fine. Then tell me, why did you go to the official base to look for my grandfather?" Lin Qian asked coldly. I didn't know he was your grandfather. Wasn't your grandfather supposed to be dead already?" Huang stammered. Lin Qian knew exactly who he was talking about. "Li Shouqing isn't my father, and his father isn't my grandfather either. You know that. Don't try to play word games with me. I may be young, but I've got a temper. If I get careless, this gun might just go off." Huang broke out in a cold sweat. "Please don't get excited." Right, he's not. But when did old Zhong become your grandfather?" "I really didn't know. You don't need to know. I'm asking you, why did you go looking for him? Why did you push him down the stairs? Lin Qian walked right up to Huang Huang, aiming the gun at his heart. He heard a click as she cocked the gun. The slightest movement made her press the gun harder against him. He didn't dare move a muscle, silently cursing those people for not showing up yet. Talk, Lin Qian ordered. I went to him for some documents. I'd met him once before. Someone told me old Zhong used to be in charge of our group's project. Later, the government didn't want to continue the project, but some people just wouldn't give up, so they came to us, Huang Huang explained hurriedly. What does that have to do with old Zhong? Lin Qian pressed. It does. Huang Huang was terrified Lin Qian might accidentally pull the trigger and end his life right there. All our group's documents were lost because of the disaster. There's nothing left. If old Zhong could rejoin the project and dig up the old data, it'd be easy for us to restart it. Actually, you're partly to blame for this too. He'd wanted to blame Lin Qian directly, but with a gun pointed at him, he swallowed the words and rephrased. Lin Qian was sharp enough to know what he meant, but she wasn't someone who could be easily fooled anymore. She didn't say a word, just flicked off the gun's safety. Huang Huang trembled all over in fear. No, please, don't get excited. What I mean is, I originally went to you for the documents. You said you'd help me look, but when I went to find you later, you weren't home. I heard you'd gone to the official base, so I went there to find you. Who knew I'd run into old Zhong instead? He swallowed hard and continued, I didn't get the documents from you, but the project is really important. But maybe old Zhong is just too old, he couldn't tell what was important and what wasn't. He kept saying he didn't have them. That day, I was talking to him about it in the stairwell. Suddenly, he got agitated and tried to leave. I tried to stop him, and I don't even know how it happened, he just fell down the stairs. Lin Qian's expression didn't change at all, and she didn't lower the gun. Huang Huang could only keep talking. It's true. You have to believe me. I even tried to get help, but when I got downstairs, he was already dead. That's when I left. His mind was racing, cursing Lin Qian for being so stubborn and cursing his security for taking so long. Just as he was lost in thought, someone finally arrived with several others. Boss Huang, do you want us to close the door for you? They couldn't see Lin Qian's gun and thought the two were just chatting otherwise. Why would they be standing so close? Close your head. You. He was about to call them over when Lin Qian's voice rang out. You can see for yourself whether my gun is faster or they are. Don't come any closer. Huang Huang suddenly shouted, startling everyone behind him into freezing on the spot. He continued, don't close the door. Just stand guard at the entrance. Oh, okay. Lin Qian heard one of them mutter as he walked to the door, calling us all over and not even telling us what's going on. Every day it's something new. Lin Qian was still thinking about what Huang Huang had said and let her guard down for a moment, giving him an opening. There was a candle burning nearby. He grabbed it and hurled it at Lin Qian's face. She dodged just in time, almost getting hit. Instinctively, she turned her head and caught the flying candle with her other hand. Hot wax dripped onto her skin, instantly raising a red blister. Her dodge gave Huang Huang the chance to bolt. Hurry up. That damn girl is trying to kill me, she's got a gun. Did you bring any tools? He ducked behind one of his men, using him as a shield, and backed away step by step. Lin Qian's hand was already blistered from the candle wax, but she didn't care. She strode right up to the group. Move aside and hand over Huang Huang. If you do, I'll let you live. If not, you'll all die with him. No matter what Huang Huang said, the fact remained that the two elders of the Zhang family died because of him. Lin Qian only wanted to know how it happened. She never planned to let him go. The group was still confused. A gun. It wasn't until Lin Qian shot one of the men in the head that the rest finally realized the danger and panicked. By then, Huang Huang had already disappeared. Lin Qian cursed the people who'd blocked her way. It was pitch dark and the group scattered like headless chickens. In the chaos, Huang Huang was long gone. With her target missing, Lin Qian couldn't be bothered with the rest. She could only grit her teeth and chase down the hallway. She searched for a long time but found no trace of Huang Huang. Who knew where he'd hidden himself? Frustrated but helpless, she had no choice but to give up for now. But Lin Qian wasn't about to let him off easy. She grabbed one of the men. "Where's your food storage?" "Huh? The storage?" I don't know." He froze when he saw Lin Qian pull out her gun. "Who's in charge of it? Take me to them." Even if she couldn't find Huang Huang, she'd make him pay dearly. No way he was getting off easy. If you dare say you don't know, I'll blow your brains out right now." The man trembled in fear. I'm actually not too sure, but I can take you to look for him. You know where the warehouse is?" He waved his hands frantically. "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, I'm not sure where that person is. He's President Huang's relative. He often patrols the base." "Huang Huang's relative?" "Yes, I think he's his brother-in-law." Huang Huang's brother-in-law. Lin Qian instantly remembered him from her previous life. Even though they didn't go to the same school, he'd always show up at hers, acting overly familiar. But after her mother passed away, he vanished without a trace. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. When there were benefits to be had, they'd all show up. When there was nothing to gain, they'd avoid her like the plague. Human nature. "Take me to him. Now." "Oh, okay." With Lin Qian pointing a gun at him, he didn't dare refuse. He hurriedly led her around to look for the man. It didn't take long before they found him. When Lin Qian stood in front of Huang Huang's brother-in-law, the man was so stunned he thought he was seeing things. "Lin Qian? What are you doing here? Is it that strange?" No, not at all. My brother-in-law brought you here, right?" "Zhao Yang, I need you to take me to your base's warehouse." "The warehouse? Why do you want to go there?" "What do you think?" "No, Lin Qian, we need my brother-in-law's authorization to go to the warehouse. It's not somewhere you can just go. Even if I wanted to take you, I wouldn't dare. If he found out, he'd never forgive me." "Zhao Yang, I'm not joking with you." Lin Qian pulled out her gun and pointed it at Zhao Yang's head. "I'll say it one more time. Take me to the warehouse." Zhao Yang couldn't believe the once delicate little girl had become so bold, casually pulling out a gun and pointing it at him without hesitation. Even though nothing had ever happened between them, in his mind, Lin Qian was destined to be his. Back when her mother suddenly died, Huang Huang told him Lin Qian was no longer useful and kept him from approaching her. Otherwise, she'd already be his girlfriend by now. "Lin Qian, stop messing around. How could a little girl like you have something so dangerous? You're just trying to scare me, right? Pretty clever, bringing something like this to bluff people. It looks real, I'll give you that." As he spoke, he tried to step forward and grab the gun from Lin Qian's hand, wanting to see what it really was. The man who'd brought Lin Qian over was trying to sneak away, but every move he made was under Lin Qian's watchful eye. Lin Qian fired a shot at him, bang. The man collapsed in a pool of blood. She deliberately shone her flashlight on the corpse so Zhao Yang could clearly see the blood streaming from the man's head. How about that? Not bad marksmanship for a little girl, right? You. Zhao Yang staggered back 3 steps. Where did you get a gun? Even my brother-in-law doesn't have one. What's it to you? Lin Qian pointed the gun at him again. You'd better do as I say and take me to the warehouse. Otherwise, this gun might just go off. Like you said, I'm young, I might not be able to control it. Having just witnessed her ruthlessly shoot a guard, Zhao Yang didn't dare say another word. He nodded frantically. Okay, I'll take you now. Just. Could you please not point the gun at me? Please don't let it go off by accident. It was already hot, and now his forehead was drenched in sweat. He finally brought Lin Qian to the warehouse, but he didn't have the key. This is the warehouse, but my brother-in-law never lets me have the key except when I need to fetch something. Normally, I don't have it. Useless. Besides this one, does Huang Huang have any other warehouses? No, just this one. Lin Qian glanced at him. Now that she'd found the warehouse and confirmed there were no others, she realized this man was truly nothing but an eyesore. She raised her gun and finished him off. Xiaoqing, come out and open this door for me. Xiaoqing, who lived inside her, could sense her emotional fluctuations. Right now, it didn't dare make a sound. It quickly extended a vine from her totem and deftly unlocked the warehouse door. As soon as the lock clicked open, Lin Qian was stunned by what she saw inside. She hadn't expected that a base this large would have such meager supplies. No wonder they restricted the number of people allowed in and even required newcomers to hand over food. At this rate, Huang himself was probably running out of things to eat. If it weren't for what Huang had done to her, she wouldn't even bother taking such a pitiful stash. But now, anything that could make life harder for Huang, she'd do without hesitation. After storing everything in her space, Lin Qian searched the base a few more times, but still didn't find Huang. Finally, she reluctantly returned to her car. Her car was still parked beneath Huang's building. As she was about to get in, she noticed signs that someone had tried to break in. Luckily, her car was not only bulletproof but also theft-proof, so the attempt had failed. Lin Qian guessed it was almost certainly Huang himself. No one else would dare mess with her car right under his building. The car was heavy and secure, which was why she'd felt safe leaving it there while she went to look for Huang. She'd considered all these issues when she bought the car. There was no way it would be stolen so easily. After driving out of the Huang family base, she didn't go straight home. Instead, she headed to Lu family village. It had been a long time since she'd visited Aunt Hong. When she arrived at Aunt Hong's door, she knocked using their family's special rhythm. Soon, a voice came from inside. "Is that Dad?" It sounded like Xiaoyu. Not hearing the door open, Xiaoyu asked again, "Is it Miss Lin?" "It's me." Hearing Lin Qian's voice, Xiaoyu was so excited she rushed out to open the door. "Miss Lin, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you." Lin Qian noticed her expression wasn't good. Did something happen? At this, Xiaoyu burst into tears. "My father-in-law is missing." "What do you mean?" "Lu Yongxing is missing too." Xiaoyu nodded sadly. "That day, my father-in-law heard there was news about my husband, so he rushed out. Then the beast tide hit. He probably RA. Don't be fooled by how easily Lin Qian seems to handle all the animals. She only manages because she has Hope, Little Black, and Little Green to help her. If she had to rely on herself alone, she wasn't confident she could make it out of a beast tied unscathed, let alone someone like Lu Yongxing, who came from a scholarly family and had little fighting ability. Lin Qian wasn't one to pry into the hardships of people she barely knew. Seeing only Xiaoyu and the child in the house, she asked, "Where's Grandma Wu and Aunt Hong?" Xiaoyu's eyes filled with sadness. "Grandma and Mom are both sick. They're lying down in the bedroom right now." Grandma Wu had already heard Lin Qian's voice when Xiaoyu started talking. She tidied herself up a bit and came out to greet her guest. "Miss Lin, you're here." Lin Qian looked over at Grandma Wu and was startled. "Grandma Wu, didn't I leave you some medicine before? How come?" Xiaoyu was about to speak, but Grandma Wu waved her hand. "My condition is already quite serious. It's a blessing from the heavens that I've lasted this long." "Did you take the medicine?" "I did, don't worry. If it weren't for your medicine, I'd probably look even worse." "Grandma, just taking medicine isn't enough for your illness anymore. You were supposed to start dialysis before the typhoon, but you stopped after it hit. What's the point of telling Miss Lin all this? Maybe Miss Lin has a generator and some fuel? We have a dialysis machine at home. As long as we have electricity, you can continue your dialysis." Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qian, her eyes full of hope. "Miss Lin, we still have quite a few antiques at home. You can pick whichever you like. But right now, we really need fuel and something to generate electricity. Otherwise, I don't think Grandma can hold on much longer. She may look energetic now, but every night she's in terrible pain. I know all about it." Grandma Wu sighed. "Xiaoyu, do you think those things are as common as cabbage? Even if our antiques used to be worth a fortune, compared to what you're asking for, they're worth next to nothing now. Miss Lin was willing to trade with us before because she's kind-hearted. We can't take advantage of her kindness by making such unreasonable requests." At that moment, Aunt Hong came out of the bedroom in the dark. "Mom, just listen to Xiaoyu. Now that Mingjie and Yangxing are both missing, you're the backbone of the family. If anything happens to you, how will we explain it to them when they come back?" Grandma Wu's face was full of worry. My body's already at its limit. Even if I pass now, it's not your fault. Those two know my condition best. She turned to Lin Qian. Miss Lin, I know we shouldn't be asking you for anything, but if you have any food or things for the baby, we'd like to trade for some. Grandma, the baby doesn't need much. I have milk. Let's focus on the generator for you. Grandma Wu was helpless. You think that's as easy to get as cabbage? Where's Miss Lin supposed to find that for us? Besides, we only have so many antiques. Maybe we can trade for one thing, but not for many. We shouldn't be too greedy. Well, it's actually not unreasonable, Lin Qian said after thinking for a moment. The three women suddenly fell silent and all looked at Lin Qian. Xiaoyu, a bit impatient, quickly asked tentatively, Miss Lin, when you say it's not unreasonable, you mean? She didn't dare finish the sentence, afraid Lin Qian would say something different from what she hoped. I do have a generator and some fuel. Xiaoyu and Anhong stared at Lin Qian in disbelief. As much as they wanted to hear this, having her say it so directly made them doubt their own ears. You have a generator and fuel? Yes. Here's what I propose. I'm actually very interested in your family's antiques. If you're willing, you can give me all your antiques, and every time I come to trade, I'll bring you whatever you need. Lin Qian thought for a moment. I'll come by once a month to deliver things. You can write down what you need for next time, and I'll do my best to find it. This. Anhong looked at Xiaoyu and Grandma Wu. That's wonderful. Only Grandma Wu frowned slightly. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? And to be honest, I know what things are like out there. Trading with us like this, if it were peaceful times, maybe it'd be different, but now. She felt like her family was taking too much advantage of Lin Qian. It's fine, Grandma Wu. To be honest, this is the only time I could make such a trade with you. Like you said, in peaceful times, I might not even have access to these things. I have my own channels. Just write down whatever you need. If I can't find it, I won't force it. This arrangement was clearly a huge benefit for the Liu family. Not just Xiaoyu and Anhong, even Grandma Wu, though she felt they were taking advantage, knew she couldn't refuse. Then, Ahong, take Miss Lin to pick out some antiques from our collection. Lin Qian had already seen their collection last time, so she knew everything was valuable. No need to pick. Just grab a few and bring them up to me. I happened to get a generator and some fuel today, along with some things for your baby. I'll bring them up now. Xiaoyu was even more excited when she heard this. They'd been waiting for Lin Qian for so long, and now the things were right in front of them. She couldn't wait another second. I'll go help you carry them. No need. You all stay here. No way was she going to let them see her take things out of thin air from her space. The car trunk was empty. If they saw her pulling things out, it'd be a disaster. Can you carry all that by yourself? Xiaoyu insisted on helping at first, but Grandma Wu stopped her. Xiaoyu, go check on the baby. Even if she wasn't the sharpest, Xiaoyu understood that Grandma Wu was telling her not to help Lin Qian. She wasn't clever, but she was obedient, so she nodded and went to check on the child. Thank you, Grandma Wu said to Lin Qian. Lin Qian truly felt that Grandma Wu was a very insightful person. Compared to many others she'd met, this old lady was much more understanding. She never asked unnecessary questions. She even considered things from Lin Qian's perspective, was grateful for her help, and never took anything for granted. That was what mattered most. When Lin Qian moved the supplies from her space into the trunk and was about to drive the car into Grandma Wu's garden, someone suddenly rushed over. A car. There's a car. Thank goodness. Come with me, quick. Someone needs help. The man stood in front of Lin Qian's car, making it clear that unless she agreed, he wasn't going to let her pass. Lin Qian frowned, ready to take action, but at that moment, Xiaoyu rushed out. As soon as she saw the man, she hurried over. Uncle Jean, is there news about my dad? Yes, that's right. She's your family, isn't she? I remember she came by last time. Hurry and have her drive and follow me. If you're late, you might not get to see him one last time, Uncle Jean said. Xiaoyu looked anxiously at Lin Qian. Miss Lin, could you please? Lin Qian understood the urgency. Get in the car. Xiaoyu didn't get in right away. She first ran into the house to tell Grandma Wu and Aunt Hong, Grandma, Mom, Uncle Jean just came and said he's found Dad. Miss Lin can take me to him. I'll go with them first, you wait for me at home. I'll bring Dad back. Aunt Hong was so excited to hear news about Lu Yongxing that she grabbed Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu, is it true? Are you sure? It's true. Uncle Jean is waiting for me outside. I'll go now. Wait, I'll go with you. Mom, your health right now. Xiaoyu hesitated. At this moment, Grandma Wu spoke up. Hong, with your health, don't go and make things more difficult. Otherwise, Miss Lin will have to look after another person. Grandma Wu knew her family's situation all too well. It was already good enough if Xiaoyu could take care of herself. There was no way she could look after Aunt Hong too. But Aunt Hong still wanted to go. Hong, listen to me. The most important thing now is to bring Yongxing back. In your condition, what help could you possibly be? Grandma Wu said. Aunt Hong finally gave up. All right then. Xiaoyu, be careful out there. I will, Xiaoyu replied, then hurried out. Just as she was about to get in the car, Aunt Hong handed her a bottle of water. Take this with you. Your dad's been out there so long, he must be thirsty. Xiaoyu didn't say much, just took it. I'll definitely bring Dad back. You all just wait for us at home. There wasn't a single man left in their family, just women and children. Lu Yongxing's importance to the family was obvious. Getting this news now was undoubtedly a huge morale boost for them. Uncle Jean originally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat to give directions, but Hope had already jumped in and taken the spot. Looking at the big, sturdy dog, Uncle Jean felt a bit helpless. Uncle Jean, please sit in the back. Hope always sits in the front, Lin Qian said. Uncle Jean was dumbfounded. A dog actually got better treatment than a person. Xiaoyu was already in the car and, seeing Uncle Jean still standing there in a daze, called out, Uncle Jean, get in. Oh, right. Uncle Jean snapped out of it and quickly got in. This dog really is something else, he muttered, watching Hope's series of actions, stunned once again. How do we get there? Lin Qian asked when he didn't speak. Oh, just go straight down this road, head toward the City Museum, Uncle Jean said. The City Museum? Yes, that's the place. I've hidden Yongxing there, Uncle Jean replied. Xiaoyu was confused. Why did you have to hide him? Well, Uncle Jean hesitated, not wanting to say. Uncle Jean, at a time like this, what could you possibly not tell us? Xiaoyu pressed. If you don't tell us, we're not going, Lin Qian said impatiently. She hated people who beat around the bush. Uncle Jean sighed. It's not that I don't want to say, it's just that, But he still didn't want to speak, but seeing Lin Qian slow the car down, he finally gave in. All right, I'll tell you. He sighed again. When your dad and I went out looking for supplies, we overheard a group of people saying they'd seen someone who looked like Mingjie in the outskirts. Xiaoyu hadn't heard any news about her husband in a long time. Hearing this, she practically jumped out of her seat, hitting her head on the roof with a thud and letting out a hiss of pain. But she didn't care about her head at all. She sat back down and grabbed Uncle Jin's hands tightly. Uncle Jean, you mean you have news about Mingjie? We only heard someone mention it, said they saw someone who looked like Mingjie. We couldn't be sure, so your dad and I decided to follow up. But just as the beast tide hit, we were discovered. We weren't hurt by the beasts, but we were attacked by people instead. You mean Dad was hurt by people? Who are they? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. I don't know who they were. They looked fierce and dangerous. At first, they thought we were there to steal their animals, so they attacked us without a word. Your dad got badly hurt protecting me. I wanted to bring him back, but he just couldn't move, Uncle Jean said. Lin Qian realized from this that the injuries must be serious. They were almost at the City Museum. Where did you hide him? Uncle Jean looked around by the car's headlights. Miss Lin, could you please hide your car nearby? Those people are still around here. If they spot your car, it could easily get stolen. Lin Qian wasn't afraid of it being stolen, just didn't want the trouble. She thought for a moment, and then turned off the lights and parked. You two get out first. After they got out, Lin Qian drove the car to a secluded spot and put it directly into her spatial storage. Even though the car had anti-theft features, if people got desperate and tried to carry it off, there'd be nothing she could do. Once the car was safely stored, she quickly returned to where the others were waiting. When they saw her, Uncle Jean started leading the way. We need to be careful and not make too much noise. Those people have lookouts all around here. They've relaxed a bit these past 2 days, but there are still patrols now and then. I only just found a chance to come back and tell you, Uncle Jean warned. Let's go, Lin Qian said. She'd originally thought to take out a flashlight for them, but after what Uncle Jean said, she realized using a flashlight would just make them an easy target. Tell me the way, I'll lead, she said. Seeing how old and unsteady Uncle Jean was, Lin Qian figured she'd have to carry both Lu Yangxing and possibly Uncle Jean back, which annoyed her. Better to just take the lead herself. Uncle Jean could tell this young woman was no ordinary person, so when Lin Qian volunteered to go first, he simply gave her some directions and let her lead the way. As they were about to arrive, Uncle Jean, visibly excited, grabbed Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian frowned slightly, but didn't shake him off. Where is it? Just up ahead. Lin Qian was about to lead the two of them over when a noise came from ahead. It seemed the people over there had also heard them, and someone shouted in their direction, "Who's there?" Lin Qian didn't respond or leave. If she were alone, she could have easily slipped away, but now she had an older man and a woman who had just given birth with her. Running wasn't an option. The people ahead quickly approached, shining an oil lamp in their faces. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Qian noticed Uncle Jean shrinking behind her, so she stepped forward to block their view. A relative of ours went out looking for supplies a few days ago and disappeared. We're just out searching for them. Your relative? What do they look like? Lin Qian made up a description on the spot. Hearing it, the men looked at each other, clearly with no recollection. Never seen them. You'd better leave. This isn't a place for you. Before Lin Qian could reply, Xiaoyu, anxious because she knew Lu Yangxing was just ahead, stepped forward. Sir, my father's been missing for a long time. Please, just let us look a little longer. The man was about to refuse when his companion tugged at his sleeve and pulled him aside. Bro, that woman looks a lot like the one Brother Xiao was looking for before. Did you see? She's got a dog with her. You mean the one who drove the snowmobile? Yeah, that's her. The man's eyes lit up. If that really is her, we'll be heroes. It's just the two of us on patrol tonight. Hurry back and tell Brother Xiao, I'll keep an eye on her here. All right, I'm going. The other man waved him off. Go, quick. Once the other man had left, he returned to Lin Qian and the others. Folks, we know this area well. I can imagine how worried you must be about your missing family. Let me help you look. Xiaoyu, not having heard their earlier conversation, thought they'd met a kind person. Oh, that's too much trouble for you. It's no trouble at all. Lin Qian was beautiful, her fair skin seemed to glow even in the dark. This woman was off limits, since Brother Xiao had his eye on her, but Xiaoyu was different. Xiaoyu, having just given birth, had a unique, mature charm. When she looked at him through the dim light, his heart skipped a beat. If Brother Xiao took the pretty one, maybe he and his buddy could have some fun with the other woman later? The man's thoughts grew bolder, and he became more eager. Let's go. You don't have a lamp, right? I'll lead the way. He deliberately moved to Xiaoyu's side and reached out his hand. Miss, the road ahead is rough. Let me help you. Xiaoyu was innocent, but not stupid. She quickly moved to Lin Qian's other side. Thank you, but that's not necessary. The man wouldn't give up and followed her. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad guy. There's a lot of broken glass ahead. It's safer if I help you. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Xiaoyu. Lin Qian, having overheard that only 2 men were on patrol, felt a bit more at ease. Now, seeing that the other man had gone, she pulled out a gun. Take your hand off her. The man hadn't realized what Lin Qian was holding and was about to get angry when she fired, sending a bullet straight into his heart. Uncle Jean, seeing that Lin Qian had a gun, was even more convinced he'd found the right person. He now believed Lin Qian was no ordinary woman. Xiaoyu was even more shocked. She'd been worrying about what to do if the man tried to force her, but Lin Qian had resolved it with a single shot. Though frightened, they both understood Lin Qian had done it for their sake. Xiaoyu turned to her. Miss Lin, thank you. If you hadn't been here today, I don't know what would have happened. She didn't dare finish the sentence. In fact, she didn't even want to imagine it. It's fine. Let's go, Lin Qian said. She looked at Uncle Jean, who was still trembling behind her and couldn't understand where he'd found the courage to sneak back to Lu family village through so many people. Uncle Jean, do we go straight ahead? Huh? Yes, just keep going. There's an abandoned building up ahead. I hid Yangxing in a very inconspicuous corner on the first floor. Now that there were no more patrols, Lin Qian took out a flashlight, turned it on, and handed it to Uncle Jean. You lead the way from here. Uncle Jean instinctively tried to switch off the flashlight, but Lin Qian stopped him. It's fine, there's no one else around here now. Let's get him to the car and leave as soon as possible. If that guy comes back with reinforcements, we might not make it out. How do you know there's no one else around? Uncle Jean blurted out the question, but Xiaoyu quickly spoke up. Uncle Jean, Miss Lin can't be wrong. Just lead the way. She trusted Lin Qian completely. With Xiaoyu's reassurance, Uncle Jean had no choice but to lead them with the flashlight to the hiding spot. Uncle Jean led them to the front desk on the first floor and found Lu Yangxing under the table. By now, he was barely breathing. He reeked, surrounded by garbage and scraps of food. He must have run out of supplies long ago. Lin Qian saw his lips were cracked and quickly told Xiaoyu, "Give him some water. He probably hasn't had any in a long time." Xiaoyu hurriedly took out the bottle of water Aunt Hong had given her and helped Lu Yangxing drink. Dad, have some water. Lu Yangxing was barely conscious, but he still managed to open his mouth and drink. Seeing that he could swallow, Lin Qian took 2 candies from her backpack and put them in his mouth. Do you remember your name? Lu Yangxing's voice was hoarse. Lu Yangxing. Hearing his voice, Xiaoyu couldn't help but cry. Miss Lin, my dad will be okay, right? Hearing him say his name clearly, Lin Qian felt reassured. He still knows who he is. That's a good sign. He won't die, at least for now. She turned to Uncle Jean. Where is he hurt? Uncle Jean quickly rolled up Lu Yangxing's pant leg and sleeve to show Lin Qian. A wild animal bit his thigh, and his hand was slashed by those people. The wounds looked serious, so I didn't dare move him. Lin Qian checked and found that his leg was a bloody mess. With only a flashlight, she couldn't tell how bad it was until it was cleaned up. Just as she was about to examine him further, she heard noises in her eyes, Lin Qian was like a god, no matter if it made sense or not. Just follow her instructions first and ask questions later. Uncle Jean, let's do as Miss Lin says. Uncle Jean wasn't the quickest to react, but he always listened to others. Even if he was confused, he immediately turned off his flashlight. Hope curled up under the counter with them, not making a sound. It wasn't long before Uncle Jean and Xiaoyu heard voices. You said that woman was around here. Where is she now? Lin Qian's guess had been spot on. It was indeed Xiao Mingwei and his gang. He'd lost a huge stash of weapons and food before. Now he must be running out of supplies. No wonder he was guarding the place, fighting others for animals. The voice of the man who'd left earlier to look for someone rang out. Brother Xiao, this is definitely the place. Brother Huang just told me to come back and get you. He's keeping an eye on that woman. Xiao Mingwei trusted these two, so he didn't suspect them of lying. Luckily, he'd brought quite a few people with him this time. Everyone search. If you can't find her, you don't get to eat tonight. The people with him had changed since before. Following Xiao Mingwei didn't guarantee a full stomach, but on their own, they'd probably starve. So he always had people around him. Hearing the threat of no food tonight, everyone put in extra effort and spread out to search. Xiao Mingwei pointed at the man beside him. You, come with me. Let's go find Xiao Huang and the others. Damn it, if I don't get that dog today, I'm not surnamed Xiao. I don't believe it. Every time I run into her, it's like she's a ghost. How is she always slipping away? Brother Xiao, where should we go? Follow me. Let's search that building up ahead. Xiao Huang, seriously, he knows he's tailing someone, but doesn't even leave us a clue. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the distance. Brother Xiao. Xiao Mingwei was just about to enter the building where Lin Qian was hiding when he heard the shouts. Damn it, what now? Even though he'd changed his crew, he couldn't just ignore it when his men were yelling. He led his people to where the noise was coming from. What are you screaming for? The man who'd screamed was shaking. Brother Xiao, look up ahead. Unlike the others, Xiao Mingwei wasn't using an oil lamp, he had a flashlight. He shone it in the direction the man pointed, and saw someone lying on the ground. The person's head was turned away, so he couldn't see who it was. One of Xiao Minghui's men pointed at the body. That looks like Brother Huang. Xiao Huang. Xiao Mingwei turned to the man next to him. Go turn him over and check. The man hesitated, face full of reluctance. Brother Xiao, I'm scared of ghosts. Scared my ass. Xiao Mingwei was furious at the man's cowardice. If I had to rely on you lot, I'd be dead already. He walked over himself and kicked the body twice. There was no response. He crouched down and turned the body over. The moment the face was visible, everyone recognized him. Xiao Huang. Xiao Minghui's flashlight swept over the chest, right where Lin Qian had shot him. Who the hell did this? They must have a death wish, daring to mess with me on my turf. He didn't believe for a second that Lin Qian, a young woman, could have done this. He looked up at another man. When you were with Xiao Huang earlier, was there an older woman and a man with that girl? Yes. Maybe that man had a weapon. This man didn't suspect Lin Qian either. She looked so harmless, not threatening at all, except for her eyes, which could be unsettling when she stared at you. But unsettling or not, he still didn't think Lin Qian could have done this. Did you get a good look at that man? No. He kept hiding behind her, head down. Looks like he was waiting for me to leave so he could take out Brother Huang. Damn it. Things were quiet for so long after those two left last time. I thought everything had settled down. Didn't expect someone would still dare to mess with me. If I find them, I'll make them wish they were dead. Xiao Mingwei saw his men still standing around and shouted, What are you all waiting for? Go find them. If you don't bother coming back tonight. Ever since losing that big stash of food and weapons, he'd been in a foul mood. Now, old Huang, his longest-serving follower, was dead. He just couldn't swallow this. Uncle Jean and Xiaoyu had heard everything. Uncle Jean was about to speak, but Xiaoyu quickly gestured for silence and pointed outside. Even though Xiao Minghui's group had moved away, that didn't mean they wouldn't come back. After Xiao Minghui's outburst, most people went off to search, but the man who'd been with old Huang stayed behind. What are you still doing here? I'd rather stick with you, Brother Xiao. Should we take old Huang's body back for burial? Xiao Mingwei was irritated. Take him back? So many people die every day, how are we supposed to bury them all? It's his own fault for being careless, letting them get the drop on him. Come on, let's go find them. He started sweeping his flashlight around, quickly returning to the building where Lin Qian was hiding. Let's start searching this building. You want to search the upper floors, and I'll do the lower ones? Xiao Mingwei shot him a look and sat down on the stairs. You go search. The man was speechless, but didn't dare argue. He just sighed and got to work. He was about to head upstairs when Xiao Mingwei called out, Where do you think you're going? Aren't you going to search this floor? Do a thorough job. All you do is talk. You never do anything yourself. He muttered under his breath, but had no choice and started searching. Luckily, when Lin Qian and the others arrived, they'd blocked off the front desk area with chairs. The man only glanced over with his lamp, saw the mess, and gave up. Inside, everyone except Lin Qian was holding their breath. Only after the man left did they finally relax. After the man went upstairs, Xiao Mingwei lit a cigarette. At first, he sat there smoking, but soon he started pacing around the first floor. As he walked, he found himself back at the front desk, absent-mindedly tapping his hand on the table. The sound made Uncle Jean and the others jumpy with nerves, while Xiaoyu covered her mouth tightly, afraid to make even the slightest noise. Lin Qian was starting to get irritated by his incessant knocking. She was considering whether to reveal herself and take him out. If she appeared now, she could definitely catch him off guard. Just as she was about to get up, She heard footsteps coming down the stairs, making her pause. "Brother Xiao, we've searched everywhere upstairs." "There's no one there," someone reported. Xiao Mingwei angrily tossed his cigarette butt to the ground and stomped on it. "Damn it. Let's go check somewhere else." With that, he led his men away. Once Lin Qian heard their footsteps fade into the distance, she emerged from her hiding spot. "Come out, they're gone. They shouldn't be back for a while." Even in the darkness, she could see the extent of Lu Yongxing's injuries, and she was starting to worry. Given his current condition, if his wounds weren't treated soon, his life could be in real danger. She could clearly see that his wounds were already inflamed and festering. "Xiaoyu, your dad's injuries need to be cleaned right away. Otherwise, in this weather, he won't last long," Lin Qian said. Xiaoyu immediately remembered that Lin Qian was a doctor and looked at her hopefully. "Can you help treat him?" "Don't worry, you can take any antique from our houses, thanks. It's not that I don't want to help, but in this environment." Lin Qian hesitated, then rummaged through her backpack and handed Xiaoyu a peach. "First, try to get him to eat this peach. If he can't, squeeze out the juice and try to get him to drink it." Xiaoyu didn't ask why she was giving her father a peach at a time like this. She trusted that Lin Qian had her reasons. She pulled out a small knife from somewhere and carefully cut the peach into small pieces, feeding them to Lu Yongxing. Lin Qian noticed the knife and glanced at Xiaoyu, who caught her look and smiled sheepishly. "I carry it for self-defense." The knife might not be much, but Lin Qian appreciated Xiaoyu's caution and resourcefulness. Sensing something at his lips, Lu Yongxing opened his mouth and swallowed the peach pieces whole. Lin Qian watched as his wounds seemed to show slight signs of improvement. She shone her flashlight over them, then took out another peach from her bag. This time, she didn't hand it to Xiaoyu. She wanted to test whether the peach juice could help heal his wounds if applied directly. She squeezed the juice onto his wound. Uncle Jean, seeing this, quickly tried to stop her. "Miss, what are you doing? Peach juice is sweet. If you put that on his wound, it'll never heal." Xiaoyu was puzzled too, but she quickly pulled Uncle Jean back. "Uncle Jean, Miss Lin is a doctor. She must have her reasons. Let's not get in her way." Lin Qian's opinion of Xiaoyu rose even more. She liked people who, even if they weren't the smartest, knew when to listen. Xiaoyu was not only smart but also obedient. Lin Qian appreciated that. She quickly dripped all the peach juice onto Lu Yongxing's leg wound. Just as she was about to throw away the leftover pulp, Xiaoyu spoke up. "Miss Lin, can I have the rest of that peach?" "This?" Lin Qian asked, holding up the now shriveled, juiceless peach. "Yes, can I have it?" "It's still food, and it'd be a shame to waste it," Xiaoyu said anxiously, afraid Lin Qian would refuse. Lin Qian had planned to throw it away anyway, so she handed it over. "Here, take it." "Thank you, Miss Lin," Xiaoyu said gratefully. She didn't eat it right away, but put it in a small bag, thinking she could take it home for Aunt Hong or Granny Wu. After all, it had been ages since their family had any fruit. Lin Qian noticed that the wound on Lu Yongxing's leg was healing faster than the one on his arm. The wound that had needed cleaning now seemed to be less inflamed. Her theory was confirmed. Not only did the things from her space work when eaten, but even the juice could promote healing when applied directly. The effect wasn't as fast as Blue Vein, but it was still impressive. After eating the peach, Lu Yongxing's condition improved noticeably. He himself felt it. He was no longer as thirsty or hungry, and his wounds hurt less. "Xiaoyu, how did you get here?" Lu Yongxing asked. Hearing his voice sounding so much better, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qian with open admiration. "Dad, Uncle Jean came to find us and Miss Lin was at home, so she brought us here to help." "Old Jean, are you all right?" Lu Yongxing asked with concern. "I'm fine, Yongxing. I should be thanking you for saving me," Uncle Jean replied. "Don't say that. Didn't you go home and bring my family here?" Lu Yongxing said. As they started chatting, Lin Qian quickly interrupted. "All right, enough talk. If you're feeling better, Lu Yongxing, let's get moving." "Now?" "But what about those people outside?" Uncle Jean was still worried. "They've already searched this area and left. They won't be back for a while. This is our best chance. If we wait any longer, we might not be able to get out when they return, Lin Qian said. Let's go. Lu Yongxing and Xiaoyu had seen Lin Qian's abilities before. Lu Yongxing persuaded Uncle Jean, Old Jean, Miss Lin is more capable than we imagined. Let's listen to her. But your health, Uncle Jean hesitated. I'm much better now, Lu Yongxing said. All right, I'll carry you, Uncle Jean said, offering his back. Xiaoyu and Lin Qian helped lift Lu Yongxing onto his back. Let's not use the flashlight, it's too conspicuous. Wait for me at the door. I'll go get the car, Lin Qian said. Why don't we just go with you to where the car is parked? That way you won't have to drive it over, Uncle Jean suggested. It's fine. There's too much debris on the way. Just wait here, I'll be back soon. Without waiting for their reply, Lin Qian disappeared into the darkness. She didn't actually go far. She just changed direction, made sure no one was around, and took the car out from her space. Her car was quiet, and Xiao Minghui's men had already gone far away. They had no idea that Lin Qian and the others were still here. Lin Qian drove back. Hope glanced at the number of people and sensibly took the front passenger seat. Uncle Jean, seeing this, had no choice but to carefully help Lu Yongxing into the back seat. Just as they settled in, Lu Yongxing suddenly started coughing violently. Xiaoyu was startled and quickly supported Lu Yongxing's back. Dad, are you okay? Lu Yongxing was coughing violently and didn't respond. Lin Qian turned on the car's interior light, and in that instant, everyone could see clearly Lu Yongxing was actually coughing up blood. Dad, don't scare me. Xiaoyu was so anxious she was about to cry. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Qian also saw Lu Yongxing spitting out mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood. This shouldn't be happening. He'd just eaten a peach, and his wounds were clearly healing. Why was he suddenly coughing up blood for no reason? It was bad enough that he was coughing up blood, but he had to do it in her car. Her obsessive cleanliness was about to flare up. She didn't start the car. Instead, she turned around and said to Xiaoyu, "Give me his hand." Xiaoyu quickly handed Lu Yongxing's hand over to Lin Qian. Lin Qian reached out and took his pulse, discovering that it was strong and steady, not nearly as bad as he appeared. Just then, the little black creature on Lin Qian's wrist suddenly jumped out. Before anyone could react, it darted over to the puddle of blood Lu Yongxing had just coughed up. "Xiaohei!" Lin Qian had no idea what it was up to and quickly called out. "Hiss hiss. There's a bug in the blood. I'm going to eat it." Reminded by Xiaohei, Lin Qian looked more closely and saw that, sure enough, among the dark, sticky blood was the same kind of worm she'd discovered before, wriggling around. Xiaohei quickly devoured the bug, but Lin Qian still felt uneasy looking at the mess on the floor. When Xiaoyu saw that Lin Qian's expression hadn't changed much while taking Lu Yongxing's pulse, but turned ugly after seeing the blood, she suddenly had a flash of insight. "Miss Lin, I'll clean it up as soon as we get back." "But my dad, what's wrong with him?" "He's fine. Spitting out that blood is actually good for him," Lin Qian replied. Hearing this, Xiaoyu finally let out a sigh of relief. "Buckle up. We're heading back," Lin Qian said. There were so many unpredictable things on the road. Even though Lin Qian was confident in her driving, there were always unexpected situations. It was always better to wear a seatbelt. After she spoke, she saw that everyone, including Shi Wang, had buckled up, so she stepped on the gas and sped off. At that moment, the people outside noticed the commotion and immediately reacted. Xiaoming, we heard the noise coming from the building they'd searched earlier and flew into a rage. He slapped the man next to him on the head. "Didn't you say you searched it thoroughly?" The man was stunned by the blow. "Brother Xiao, I really did search it thoroughly." "Then what's that noise?" "Don't tell me it's a beast hoard. Even if it was, it wouldn't be coming from that direction." That was clearly a car starting up. "Don't be mad, Brother Xiao. We'll go after them now." "What's the point?" "They're in a car. By the time we get there, they'll be long gone." The more Xiaoming we thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked a nearby utility pole, and who would have thought, the pole, already unstable, started to topple toward them. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge, or it would have landed right on him. But although he dodged the falling pole, he didn't avoid the loose gravel at his feet. In an instant, He slipped and fell flat on his face, his flashlight flying far away. He lay there in pain, unable to get up for a while. His men just stood there, frozen. This made him even angrier. Are you dead? Get over here and help me up. The man finally snapped out of it and hurried over to help Xiao Mingwei up. Brother Xiao, are you all right? How do you think I am? Hurry up and carry me back. I think I hurt my back, can't move. Damn it, it's like I'm cursed whenever I run into that woman. Nothing good ever happens. Xiao Mingwei liked beautiful women, but he wasn't stupid. People like him were also extremely superstitious. He'd run into Lin Qian several times now, and every time, something bad happened. He couldn't help but suspect there was something supernatural at play. Lying on his subordinate's back, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After returning to their base, he didn't even rest. He called everyone together and gave his orders. I must be cursed by that woman. Every time I run into her, something goes wrong. This time I even got hurt. From now on, if you see her and can kill her, do it. If you can't, stay as far away as possible. One of the more clueless guys piped up, Brother Xiao, didn't you say she was pretty and you wanted to bring her back as our sister-in-law? Only if I'm lucky enough to survive. I didn't believe in this stuff before, but this is the third time now. Every time I see her, disaster strikes. Better not get involved. If she shows up again, I might not even know what killed me. Xiao Mingwei pointed at someone nearby. You, go light a couple more incense sticks for Lord Guan. Then he thought better of it. Actually, all of you, go light one. You, come carry me over, I want to offer incense myself to ward off bad luck. Lying on his subordinate's back, Xiao Mingwei struggled to stick the burning incense into Lord Guan's censer, muttering under his breath. Lord Guan, please protect me. Don't let my bad luck continue. Things have been so hard for us lately. If we make it through, I'll offer you fish and meat every day. As he finished sticking the incense in, he added, and most importantly, please don't let that woman curse me anymore. At this rate, I won't have much life left. No sooner had he said this than the incense was placed, and Lord Guan's statue suddenly toppled over with a thud. Everyone present was scared out of their wits. Damn, this is too freaky. Everyone looked at each other, too afraid to speak. In the end, Xiao Mingwei gritted his teeth through the pain. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and put Lord Guan back up. From now on, if you see that woman, go the other way. Don't have anything to do with her, got it? Why yes, got it. Everyone quickly agreed. With Lord Guan's statue falling over just as Xiao Mingwei mentioned Lin Qian, no one could help but feel spooked. Meanwhile, Lin Qian drove everyone back to Lu family village. By the time they reached Aunt Hong's door, Lu Yongxing already looked much better than before. Grandma Wu and Aunt Hong were waiting at the door. When Uncle Jean carried Lu Yongxing down from the car, they hurried over. Aunt Hong's eyes turned red when she saw Lu Yongxing unable to walk. Yongxing, are you all right? Why are you so badly hurt? Uncle Jean, seeing Aunt Hong like this, couldn't help but feel guilty. Hong, this is my fault. Aunt Hong looked at Uncle Jean with some confusion. What does this have to do with you? Uncle Jean still. If anything, it was my own fault. Besides, if you hadn't come with me to look for Mingjia, none of this would have happened in the first place. The moment Aunt Hong heard her son's name, she became visibly emotional. What? You want to look for Mingjia? Do you have news about him? She instinctively grabbed Lu Yongxing's hand, not realizing she was grabbing his injured arm. Lu Yongxing let out a hiss of pain, snapping her back to her senses. Oh, I'm so sorry, I got too excited. As for his own wife, what could Lu Yongxing say? He could only blame himself for not standing in the right spot when he brought up such an important topic. Hong, let's go inside first. Xiao Jin is still carrying Yongxing, said Grandma Wu, seeing the group gathered at the door and Lin Qian's car still outside. Oh, right. Let's go in, quickly, Aunt Hong called out, ushering Uncle Jean and Lin Qian inside. Once everyone had gone in, Grandma Wu turned to Lin Qian. Miss Lin, you should drive your car in. It's dark now, but your car is too conspicuous if you leave it outside. Lin Qian understood. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but dealing with it all the time was tiring. Besides, she still hadn't delivered the items she promised the Lu family. Grandma Wu, you go ahead. I'll be right in. Knowing Lin Qian was sensible, Grandma Wu left her to it and went inside. After driving her car into the courtyard, Lin Qian opened the trunk and took out some supplies from her space, piling the trunk high. She carried 2 large bags inside, where everyone was gathered around Lu Yongxing, checking his injuries. Uncle Jean clicked his tongue in amazement. This wound is miraculous. It looked so serious before, but now it's already much better. Just then, he saw Lin Qian come in. Miss Lin, that peach of yours, does it have medicinal value? Lin Qian remained calm. Uncle Jean, you must be joking. How could a peach have medicinal value? I just thought he hadn't eaten in a while, and the only thing I had on me was that peach, so I gave it to him. Uncle Jean looked skeptical. But that's not right. You also squeezed some peach juice onto Yongxing's leg, and now his leg looks much better than the wound on his arm. Lin Qian coughed awkwardly. Maybe his leg injury wasn't as bad as his arm to begin with. She really couldn't explain the peach juice, and even Grandma Wu and Aunt Hong were now looking at her with questioning eyes. Finally, she thought of an excuse. The peach juice is something my elders at home told me about. If you drip it on a wound, it can help prevent infection. Seeing that everyone still looked doubtful, she sighed helplessly. Actually, this peach is a medicinal peach our family used to grow. It helps wounds heal faster. Grandma Wu's brows twitched at this, but she said nothing. The others started discussing it among themselves. After hesitating for a while, Aunt Hong spoke up. Miss Lin, do you have any more of those peaches? Could you? But Grandma Wu quickly stopped her. Miss Lin was generous enough to give us 2 peaches for Yongxing. In times like these, let's not ask her for more. They're hard to keep fresh, and what she's already given us is a huge favor. Aunt Hong fell silent, but seeing all the antiques Lin Qian wanted in the house, she started wishing Lin Qian would just take some of the fruit from her space and trade it for all the Lu family's antiques. Hope, quiet down, I know, someone said, thinking the dog was just hungry. But the Lu family barely had enough food for themselves, let alone to feed a dog. Lin Qian could tell what they were thinking. Don't mind the dog. It's just bored and wants to join in the conversation. Hope looked a bit aggrieved at this, but didn't want to embarrass Lin Qian in public, so it went and sat quietly in a corner. Xiaoyu remembered the peach pulp Lin Qian had given her earlier and quickly took it out. This is the peach Miss Lin squeezed for Dad. I thought it was still edible, so I asked her for it. She handed it to Grandma Wu. Grandma, you eat it. Grandma Wu took the peach and looked at it. If this peach really has medicinal value, Yongxing should eat it. He's the only man left in the family. He needs to get better soon. Lu Yongxing didn't want to take it at first, but after a glare from Grandma Wu, he quietly ate it. After he finished, Grandma Wu finally asked, You said you had news about Mingjie, and you got hurt looking for him. Is the information reliable? Lu Yongxing didn't know how to answer, so Uncle Jean spoke up. Aunt Wu, we didn't see Mingjie ourselves, but the news is probably true. Someone saw a person who looked a lot like him. Every time we go out, Yongxing secretly brings Mingjie's photo and shows it to people. This time, someone said they remembered seeing him, so we took the risk to check it out. Grandma Wu's hands trembled slightly. She had long assumed her grandson was dead and never expected to have hope again. Did you find him? Aunt Hong and Xiaoyu looked at Uncle Jean and Lu Yongxing with anticipation. But both shook their heads. We were almost there when we ran into a beast horde, and then a group of people rushed out to fight over the animal carcasses. They thought we were there to compete with them, so they targeted us. That's how Yongxing got hurt. Seeing Aunt Hong and Xiaoyu getting more and more agitated, Grandma Wu waved her hand for them to calm down. It's good there's news, but in these times, finding someone will be very difficult. And the group you mentioned doesn't sound like good people. That's right. We almost didn't make it back this time, if it weren't for Miss Lin, Uncle Jean added. We were hiding, and if it wasn't for Miss Lin's quick thinking and her car, we would have been caught by that group. At first, one of them even tried to mess with Xiaoyu, but Miss Lin took care of it. Grandma Wu looked at Lin Qian with deep gratitude. Suddenly, she did something no one expected. In front of everyone, she gave Lin Qian a deep bow. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my family would have fallen apart long ago. Aunt Hong and Xiaoyu tried to help Grandma Wu up, but she insisted on finishing her bow to Lin Qian, undeterred by their efforts. Grandma Wu, what are you doing? Lin Qian quickly helped her up. This is just a transaction. I'm not doing this for free, you still owe me compensation. That's right. Hong, take Miss Lin to our basement. As long as there's anything Miss Lin likes, she can take it. These possessions no longer meant anything to them, but if they could still protect the family at this moment, it truly felt like their ancestors were watching over them. Of course, even though Grandma Wu didn't know what Lin Qian wanted these antiques for, in times like these, she was the only one willing to trade food for antiques. Aunt Hong understood how much Lin Qian had helped their family, so she hurried to lead Lin Qian to pick out antiques. No rush. Why don't you come out with me first and help move the supplies inside? Xiaoyu was a little puzzled. Why was Lin Qian suddenly asking them to help move things? But her curiosity was quickly replaced by her longing for those supplies. I'll help too, Uncle Jean said. He was the only man here. He couldn't just let the women do all the heavy lifting. Lin Qian turned on her flashlight and shone it into her trunk. Aunt Hong, Xiaoyu, and Uncle Jean were all stunned by how packed it was. Wow, it's lucky no one spotted your car earlier. Otherwise, all these supplies would have been gone. These days, supplies were as precious as life itself. The amount in her trunk would last a whole family for a long time. Don't just stand there, let's get moving. Right. Let's bring everything inside. There wasn't that much, and it was all perfectly suited to their needs. The group worked together to carry everything from the trunk into the house. Even Grandma Wu was shocked by Lin Qian's generosity. Miss Lin, all of this is for us? All for you. I'll pick out antiques of equivalent value later, is that all right? No problem, of course not. Grandma Wu said quickly. You saved our Yangxing. Even if you wanted all the antiques in our basement, we wouldn't complain. Lin Qian smiled. I'll only take what's fair. She followed Aunt Hong to the basement. She'd been here once before and picked out 2 items, including a sheer robe she was still wearing. Ever since she put it on, it felt weightless and could regulate her temperature. Even in this heat, she felt perfectly comfortable. The antiques here brought a breeze to her space. She'd already confirmed they were all treasures. Helping the Liu family was as much for these antiques as anything else. Looking at the dazzling array in the basement, her eyes lit up. Based on the supplies she'd brought, she picked out several of her favorites, handed 2 to Aunt Hong, and carried 3 herself, 6 items in total. Aunt Hong couldn't help but marvel. Miss Lin, why don't we come back for the rest later? If you drop one by accident, it'd be a real shame. These days, others might not even glance at such things, but to the Liu family, these antiques were their heritage, the reason they'd survived this long. It's fine, don't worry. If I drop anything, it's on me. Since Lin Qian insisted, Aunt Hong didn't say more, but she followed closely behind, nervous that something might get bumped. Fortunately, they made it to Lin Qian's car without incident. After stowing the antiques, Lin Qian had no intention of going back down. She'd already taken 8 antiques for just a few supplies, more than she'd expected. Last time, just 2 antiques had caused such a stir. Who knew what would happen with 8 this time? If she took all the antiques from the basement, could she upgrade her space again? The thought was tempting, no wonder she was so willing to help the Liu family. Back inside, she took a few peaches from her backpack and handed one to Grandma Wu. Grandma Wu, try one. Grandma Wu looked at the fresh, juicy peach in her hand and hesitated. This is so precious. You should keep it for yourself. I don't need it right now. If I don't eat it soon, it'll spoil. After you eat it, you'll feel better and your family needs you. Seeing Grandma Wu hesitate, Aunt Hong took the peach for her. Mom, Miss Lin is being thoughtful. Let's accept it. If we feel bad, we can always give her another antique. Lin Qian chimed in, exactly, Grandma Wu. Please, just eat it. Since Aunt Hong had already taken it, Grandma Wu didn't argue further and set the peach aside. Mom, what's the rush? Grandma Wu glared at her, and she immediately fell silent. Miss Lin, I saw you only took 8 antiques. Ahong, take Miss Lin back and let her pick 2 more. We can't take advantage of her. No need, Grandma Wu. I have my own rules. Your antiques are very attractive to me, but for what I brought, 8 is already more than fair. It was the first time Grandma Wu had met someone who did business like this, and her opinion of Lin Qian rose even higher. Miss Lin, I heard there's news about our Mingjia. You're capable, could you help us? Of course, if you're willing, you can take any antiques you want from our home. I'll go with you, Lu Yongxing said quickly. Lin Qian was tempted again. She didn't even need to hesitate. All right, once Uncle Lu is feeling better, we'll go look for him? No need to wait. We can go now. Lin Qian turned to look at Lu Yongxing, who was still covered in injuries. How about this? I'll go check things out first and see if there's any news. I'll come back in a day and we'll regroup then. That's a good idea. Otherwise, having everyone go would just get in the way, Grandma Wu decided. Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Grandma, maybe I should go with Miss Lin. The Lu family naturally understood what Xiaoyu was thinking. After all, it was her husband who had been missing for so long, and now that there was finally some news, of course she wanted to seize the opportunity. She steeled herself and said, Grandma, I want to go too. You. Grandma Wu looked at Xiaoyu's determined expression and knew she wouldn't be able to persuade her otherwise. She sighed and said nothing more. Aunt Hong, on the other hand, instinctively objected when she heard Xiaoyu's request. How can you go? You just gave birth to Xiao Bao not long ago. What if something happens to you on the way? What about Xiao Bao then? Mom, with Miss Lin around, nothing will happen to me. Besides, I can't just stay at home waiting forever, can I? Now that there's finally hope, I want to go see for myself, Xiaoyu said. Aunt Hong wanted to say more, but Grandma Wu stopped her. Enough, Ahong. If Xiaoyu wants to go, let her go. He's her husband. Think about how you felt when Yongxing went missing, you should understand. Mom, Mingjia is my son too. Of course I'm worried about him, but I can't ignore Xiaoyu's well-being just for my son, Aunt Hong said. But Grandma Wu wouldn't let her continue. Ahong, I said let Xiaoyu go. Mom. Aunt Hong still wanted to argue. Lu Yongxing tugged at her. Ahong, Miss Lin is capable and Xiaoyu isn't some delicate flower raised in a greenhouse. Let her go. With even Lu Yongxing saying so, Aunt Hong had no choice but to relent. Well, then. She looked at Xiaoyu, still not quite reassured, and turned to Lin Qian. Miss Lin, could I trouble you to look after our Xiaoyu? Lin Qian frowned at this. Honestly, she didn't want to bring another person along. But Xiaoyu had gone out with her before and had done well enough. Bringing Xiaoyu would be a bit of a hassle, but it wasn't unbearable. All right, Xiaoyu can come with me. But let me be clear, if we run into trouble and I can't take care of her, I'll have to look after myself first. Aunt Hong wanted to protest, but Grandma Wu pulled her aside. Of course. We're already grateful you're willing to take her. Ahong, go get a couple more things for Miss Lin. Since Lin Qian had agreed to take Xiaoyu, it wasn't unreasonable to give her a couple more antiques. We just got back. If you don't mind, could you arrange a room for me? I'll stay here tonight and leave with Xiaoyu first thing in the morning, Lin Qian said. Of course, we don't mind. Come with me. Aunt Hong quickly led Lin Qian to the guest room and, right in front of her, changed all the bedding. These sheets were washed and put away earlier. You can rest easy here. It was the first time Lin Qian had stayed somewhere with such a good environment. After all the stress from what happened at the Zhong family and with Huang, her mood finally eased a little in this setting. Thank you, Aunt Hong, Lin Qian said. Oh, don't thank me. It's what we should do. If anything, we should be thanking you. You saved our whole family. You rest for now. We'll call you when dinner's ready. After Aunt Hong left, Lin Qian was just about to lie down when someone knocked on the door. She opened it to find Xiaoyu, holding 2 antiques. Miss Lin, Grandma asked me to bring these antiques to you. Lin Qian's face always seemed to react differently to the Lu family's antiques, much more strongly than to those from elsewhere. Oh, right, Miss Lin, Uncle Jean just said he'd like to trade some things with you too, Xiaoyu said. Uncle Jin's family has antiques too? Lin Qian asked. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Actually, Our whole village is an old one, so pretty much every household has some antiques, just depends on how many. If you want to collect antiques, I can ask around for you when I get back. Lin Qian's eyes lit up at the thought of even more antiques in other households. No need to wait until you get back. Let's go talk to Uncle Jean now. She pulled Xiaoyu along and headed out, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Uncle Jean as if she'd just spotted gold. Uncle Jean, I just heard from Xiaoyu that you want to trade supplies with me? That's right. I heard from Aunt Wu and Ahong that they've been trading with you lately, and that you have a lot of channels and can get all sorts of things. Is that true? Uncle Jean asked. Lin Qian wasn't about to claim she could get anything, even if she did have access to a lot of unusual supplies. I do have some channels, but I can't get everything. If your items are suitable, I'll do my best to find what you need. Really? Uncle Jean hadn't held out much hope at first. He'd seen Lin Qian unload everything from her trunk for Grandma Wu and figured she wouldn't have any more supplies for a while. Who knew there'd be a silver lining? How about you come back to my place now? I'll show you what I have, and you can decide how much it's worth in supplies, Uncle Jean suggested. Sure, let's go. Lin Qian was eager. Xiaoyu wanted to come too. Miss Lin, I'll go with you. You don't know the people here well. After Uncle Jin's, I can take you to some other households with antiques. That works. These days, everyone was more cautious than ever. With Xiaoyu leading the way, it was much better than Lin Qian knocking on doors herself. Lin Qian, Uncle Jean, and Xiaoyu got in the car and soon arrived at Uncle Jin's house. As soon as they entered, a voice called out, "Dad, you're back." "I'm back. Go get those blue and white porcelain vases from our house and show them to this lady," Uncle Jean said. Uncle Jin's daughter, seeing that he was unharmed, quickly brought out several boxes. Inside were several blue and white porcelain vases. But Lin Qian's face reacted most strongly to one unopened box. She walked over to it. Just then, Uncle Jean opened the box, revealing a complete Tang Sankai horse. Even without the space's reaction, Lin Qian was captivated by the sight of it under her flashlight. Xiaoyu gasped, "Isn't this the Tang Sankai that's been passed down in your family, Uncle Jean?" "That's right. This is the best thing we have. As long as Miss Lin can provide us with enough supplies." Uncle Jean hesitated for a long moment, then gritted his teeth. "You can take it." He turned away, not looking at the items anymore. "How much do you want for it?" Lin Qian asked. She was very interested, but she still had to clarify. Uncle Jean hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "I don't know how you value antiques, but from what I've seen of your trades with Grandma Wu and the others, you seem honest. Why don't you decide?" That really stumped Lin Qian. If this Tang Sankai were valued like before, it would be priceless. And with the space reacting so strongly, its value was definitely sky-high. Too much or too little would both be inappropriate. "What do you need?" Lin Qian asked. Instead of guessing and giving things at random, it's better to just ask directly what they need most. That way, when you give something, everyone's happy. Uncle Jean glanced at Xiaoyu a couple of times. Xiaoyu immediately understood what he was thinking. "Uncle Jean, if there's something you want, just tell Miss Lin. If she has it, she'll get it for you." "Really?" Uncle Jean asked cautiously. "There actually is something I want, but..." "Don't worry about the but, just tell us what you want." I'd like some milk powder." When Xiaoyu heard he wanted milk powder, she quickly turned to look at him. "What do you need milk powder for?" "My father's health isn't good, and he doesn't eat much these days." "He see." When Lin Qian was collecting supplies before, she'd considered that Uncle Chin was getting on in years, so she'd stocked up on some milk powder for seniors in her space. Now, she took some out for Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang. For some reason, the two of them could never seem to finish a can. It lasted them ages. "I do have some milk powder for seniors, but I've just finished unloading the car, so I can't get it to you right away." "Really?" Uncle Jin's eyes lit up with joy. "Could you spare me 2 cans? I'll trade you this Tang Sankai for them." Although Lin Qian was tempted by his Tang Sankai, she wasn't that greedy. "In addition to the 2 cans of milk powder, I'll give you 5 50-gene bags of rice. As for the rest, for each item, I'll give you a 50-gene bag of rice. How does that sound?" That's great, that's great. This offer far exceeded Uncle Jin's expectations. He'd thought that, aside from the Tang Sankai, all the other antiques together might get him just one bag of rice. He hadn't expected such a generous deal. It was a wonderful surprise. Xiaoyu's family still had some food for adults, so they rarely traded directly with Lin Qian for rice. Now, hearing that each antique could be exchanged for a 50 bag of rice, Xiaoyu was a little excited too. Miss Lin, can we also trade one antique for a bag of rice? Xiaoyu asked. Of course. That's wonderful. Xiaoyu was overjoyed. With the number of antiques their family had, trading one for 50 of rice, they'd be able to get through this disaster without worry. Although their collection would be much smaller after this period, what mattered most was that their family would be safe and sound. That was what was truly important. Everything else was just worldly possessions. Now that everything was settled, Lin Qian asked them to take her around to visit the families they knew in the area. For antiques of sufficient value, Lin Qian planned to give them rice at the 50 standard. For damaged or less valuable items, she'd offer a bit less. But then Xiaoyu pulled her aside and whispered, Miss Lin, people's greed has no limits. We should start by offering 10 of rice per antique. If they think it's too little, we can increase it. If it's damaged, we can offer less. That way, we leave some room to negotiate. Uncle Jin quickly agreed, exactly. Food is hard to come by. Right now, you're the only one willing to trade food for antiques. Actually, 10 of rice is already a lot. For most people, even if they gave these antiques away, no one would want them. If you don't take them, they'll probably just rot at home. Lin Qian hadn't thought of that. That works too. Let's do it your way. They visited 2 households to start, and everyone happily brought out their antiques. Not only did they not think the offer was too low, they were actually delighted to accept it. All in all, everyone was satisfied with the outcome. Eventually, Lin Qian grew tired of walking around. Uncle Jin, Xiaoyu, you two know this area well. Could I trouble you to go around and let people know that if they have antiques at home, they should register with you? I'll bring the rice over, and I'll give each of you 5 of rice as a thank you. Uncle Jin and Xiaoyu waved their hands. No need for a reward, it's just a bit of running around. You go back and rest, we'll take care of it. Thank you. When the time comes, have them bring the antiques to Grandma Wu's house, and we'll do the exchange there. After saying this, Lin Qian drove away. But she didn't go far. She found a secluded spot, put the car and herself into her space, and decided to take a nap there. But as soon as she brought the car into the space immediately absorbed all the antiques inside. After swallowing them, the space reacted a little, but not much. When she checked the clock, she saw it had only increased by 10 minutes. She was really amazed at how stingy the space was. But since the space had no consciousness, even if she wanted to scold it, there was no one to hear. She could only swallow her frustration and move on. She set the time and only slept for 2 hours before getting up, figuring that the others would have finished notifying everyone by now. She took the car out, then started piling 50 bags of rice into the trunk. But it filled up quickly, so she put some on the back seat, and when there was no more room, she even stacked a few bags on the roof. Finally, when the car couldn't hold any more, she stopped. When she drove back to Grandma Wu's house, a crowd was already waiting. Uncle Jin came up first. Miss Lin, you're finally back. They didn't believe you'd really come. By the faint light, he'd already seen the rice bags on the roof of Lin Qian's car and was visibly delighted. As soon as Lin Qian parked, the people outside holding antiques started rushing forward, afraid they'd miss out on the food. Knowing how desperate people were for food, Lin Qian immediately fired a shot into the air to get everyone's attention. The food is here. If you want it, line up at the door as Uncle Jin and Xiaoyu explained. 1 antique for 1 portion of rice. If anyone tries to break the rules, don't blame my gun for having no eyes. Understood. Her show of force intimidated most of the crowd. A few people still looked restless, but no one dared act out. Everyone, listen to me. Line up outside. Come in one at a time. When one person finishes trading, the next can come in. Got it. Xiaoyu called out to the crowd, since Miss Lin and the food are both here, as long as you have antiques, you'll get rice. Don't worry. Finally, people started lining up in an orderly fashion. The first person was about to go in when Uncle Jean stopped him. Wait a moment. He exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu, who quickly pulled Lin Qian aside. Miss Lin, these people are all out for a bargain. Uncle Jean and I told them it's one antique for 10 jean of rice, and they were all thrilled. We figured if anyone objected, we could offer more, but everyone agreed right away. Lin Qian looked at Xiaoyu and Uncle Jean, surprised that they had managed to handle everything so efficiently in such a short time. Now, she was putting in less effort herself. When dealing with strangers, she naturally wanted to trade the least valuable items for the most valuable antiques. That was her rule for making deals. Uncle Jean searched the first person in line and, after confirming that he only had antiques and nothing else, finally let him in. After letting the man in, Uncle Jean immediately shut the door. Everyone else, please wait outside. Only after this person leaves can the next one come in. Once the door was closed, he hurried over to help Lin Qian unload the rice from the roof of the car. Seeing the mountain of rice bags piled up, he couldn't help but marvel, wondering how Lin Qian had managed to get them up there in the first place. Uncle Jean, if you're not in a rush for your stuff, I'll bring it over to you later. No rush, no rush. Let's sort out these people's things first. Xiaoyu, about how many people do we have here wanting to exchange for food? As Lin Qian directed Uncle Jean to unload all the rice from the trunk and back seat, Xiaoyu handed her the registration book. Lin Qian flipped through it casually, surprised to find there were so many antiques here, far more than she'd expected. It looks like we don't have enough here. You two start dividing it up, and I'll go get some more. Miss Lin, you trust us that much? If I doubted you, I wouldn't use you. I trust you both, thanks for your help. Her words greatly encouraged Uncle Jean and Xiaoyu, who immediately rolled up their sleeves and got to work weighing and dividing the goods. When Lin Qian drove the empty car out, a few people in line, those with fewer antiques, tried to secretly follow her, wanting to see where she kept her supplies. They were hoping for a chance to sneak in and steal something, or better yet, take over her whole warehouse. But Lin Qian had long anticipated that there'd be people like this. The moment they made a move, she was already aware. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't catch up with her car. She simply circled around in a deserted area, then, based on the quantity Xiaoyu had recorded, loaded up the missing amount of food onto the car. To avoid trouble, she even brought a bit extra, so that even if something unexpected happened, she wouldn't be caught empty-handed in front of everyone. She quickly loaded everything up, and on a whim, also took out some items she'd collected earlier at the Huangwang base, giving everyone more options to choose from. Mainly, she didn't really want to keep the stuff from Huangwang anyway. She drove the car openly back through the line and into Granny Wu's courtyard. Not only were the people in line outside shocked by her wealth, even Granny Wu herself was stunned. Her resolve to cling tightly to Lin Qian, this golden goose, only grew stronger. She went inside and called An Hong into Lu Yongxing's room, earnestly advising them that even after she was gone, they should do their best to stay on Lin Qian's good side. Lu Yongxing and An Hong weren't fools. They understood Granny Wu's meaning and quickly promised to treat Lin Qian like a goddess. Earlier, when Lin Qian had gone out with Uncle Jean, Granny Wu had eaten the peach Lin Qian gave her. Speaking of which, I just ate that peach Miss Lin gave me, and I really do feel better. More effective than medicine. Aunt Hong was skeptical that a single peach could have such an effect. Mom, isn't that just a placebo? Granny Wu shot her a look. I know my own body, don't I? Lu Yongxing quickly chimed in, it's true. I think Miss Lin's peaches work even better than the Queen Mother of the West's legendary ones. You have no idea, when I was lying in the city, I felt like I was dying. Miss Lin gave Xiaoyu a peach to feed me, and after I ate it, I felt completely different. He stretched out his leg. Look at my leg. It wasn't like this before, it used to be bleeding and oozing pus, but now it's almost scabbed over. Aunt Hong brought the oil lamp closer for a look. Then Lu Yongxing stretched out his arm. Check the wound on my arm too, see the difference? Before we came back, I didn't notice much difference, but my foot had peach juice on it, my arm didn't. Aunt Hong examined both wounds, growing more and more surprised. Mom, don't make such a fuss. Didn't Miss Lin already say her peaches are medicinal? So it really isn't just psychological. You really are better than before. I wonder if Miss Lin has any more peaches? If she does, it'd be worth trading a couple more antiques. I heard from Xiaoyu just now that she's giving us 50 jin of rice for one antique. Aunt Hong started calculating how many antiques they had left at home and what they could trade for, but Granny Wu interrupted her thoughts. Don't bring this up again. Xiaoyu already said other families only get 5 or 10 jin of rice for an antique. If we hadn't known Miss Lin earlier, we wouldn't be getting this special treatment. Granny Wu truly felt Lin Qian was looking out for their family. If only Lin Qian knew, she'd feel wronged, since she simply thought their antiques were of higher quality. When Lin Qian returned, she found Uncle Jean and Xiaoyu had already traded with about a third of the people. Now, seeing that Lin Qian had brought other goods, more people wanted to trade. They came up to Uncle Jean and Xiaoyu to ask, but neither dared make decisions for Lin Qian, so they went to her. Miss Lin, how should we handle trades for these other supplies? You two can decide. I'll leave this to you. If anyone else wants to trade for supplies later, just give them what's left. As for the antiques, just collect them for me. Lin Qian's trust made them work even harder. They worked so hard that Lin Qian actually felt a bit bad watching, so she simply went inside. At this point, Granny Wu and Aunt Hong also came out. Although Granny Wu felt a bit embarrassed, Aunt Hong, for the sake of her family's health, still spoke up. Miss Lin, I wonder if we could trade for a couple more peaches? My mom felt much better after eating one just now. Lin Qian had plenty of fruit in her space, and it was renewable anyway. I actually brought some extra for you just now. She pulled the peaches out of her backpack so casually that Granny Wu and Aunt Hong almost thought she was handing out cabbages. No, cabbages were rare now too. The way she acted, it was as if she had mountains of peaches at home and was eager to give them away. This. Granny Wu looked at the 6 peaches on the table, her eyes twitching. This is too much. Not much, Grandma Wu. You just keep an eye on things. Honestly, I only got so many antiques thanks to your family, so you deserve this, Lin Qian said. In her space, batches of fruit kept ripening one after another, piling up higher and higher. They couldn't possibly eat them all themselves. If it weren't for the space's preservation ability, the fruit would have rotted long ago. These were renewable resources, after all. Compared to giving away other things, she much preferred sharing these fruits. But the medicinal value of these fruits was simply too astonishing. She didn't dare offer them to just anyone. If someone with ulterior motives caught wind of it, it would bring endless trouble. But as long as Grandma Wu was around, she didn't have to worry about this secret getting out in this household. Seeing that Lin Qian wasn't just being polite, and judging by how relaxed she looked, Grandma Wu figured she must have plenty more, so she accepted it. Thank you then, Grandma Wu said. No need to thank me. I'll probably need your help spreading the word later. If anyone has antiques, they can report them to you. Every time I come by, I'll bring some supplies to exchange for them. You've helped our family so much. You can leave these little things to us. We'll take care of it, no problem, Grandma Wu replied. Lin Qian glanced at Aunt Hong's face, which didn't look too good. Aunt Hong, you should have a peach too, it's good for your health. Oh, I don't need it. Save it for Mom and Yangxing. Aunt Hong waved her hand in refusal. Grandma Wu immediately picked one up and handed it to her. Your health is important too. Miss Lin is right, go on, eat it. Our family already has me and Yangxing as burdens, so you have to stay strong. Well, all right then. Aunt Hong looked at the luscious, tempting peach. She couldn't pretend she didn't want it, after all. It had been ages since anyone had seen fresh fruit. Now, with both Grandma Wu and Lin Qian watching her, she couldn't refuse any longer and took a bite. Juice burst in her mouth instantly, sweet and fresh all the way to her head, sweeping away all her previous fatigue. She'd been skeptical about the peach's effects at first, but after just one bite, she was convinced. Before she'd even finished the peach, Aunt Hong handed another one to Grandma Wu. Mom, you should have another. These peaches really work. After giving Grandma Wu a peach, she picked up another. I want Yongxing to have one more. He'll recover faster if he eats it. All right, go ahead. And later, bring one to Xiaoyu too. She's been weak ever since she gave birth to the baby, Grandma Wu said. Okay. Aunt Hong actually felt bad for Xiaoyu too, but with so few peaches, she had to prioritize those who needed them most at home. Now that Grandma Wu had spoken, she had no objections. After giving a peach to Lu Yongxing, she came back to get another for Xiaoyu, who was still outside, enthusiastically bartering antiques with the residents. Seeing Aunt Hong come out, Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention until Aunt Hong called her over. Xiaoyu, take a break. I'll take over for a bit. She handed the peach to Xiaoyu. Miss Lin gave us these peaches. Grandma asked me to bring you one. Eat it and get some rest. You'll be going out with Miss Lin to look for Mingjia tomorrow. Xiaoyu checked her watch and saw it was already past 11. Maybe we should stop for tonight. I can't ask you to help so late. I'll send everyone home and have them come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll go out with Miss Lin. You, Grandma, and Uncle Jean can help collect the antiques she needs. Xiaoyu pulled out a small notebook. I've recorded what everyone brought, what they exchanged for, and their signatures. This way, we can avoid a lot of trouble later. Aunt Hong took the notebook and saw everything was neatly organized. Every transaction was recorded, who exchanged what, and what antiques were given. It was all clear at a glance. If anything went wrong later, they'd know exactly who to look for. Aunt Hong felt even more appreciative of Xiaoyu. You're really good, Xiaoyu. This way, even if we make a mistake, we'll know whose item it was and can track it down. So after this last exchange, I'll send everyone home and have them come back tomorrow morning? Xiaoyu asked. Sounds good. It's late anyway, better to send them home now, Aunt Hong agreed. Xiaoyu turned to Uncle Jean. Uncle Jean, could you tell everyone outside that we're done for tonight and they should come back at 8 tomorrow morning to exchange supplies? All right, I'll head home too. Once I leave, lock the door right away. I'm worried people might get excited and rush in, Uncle Jean said. I know, Uncle Jean. Thanks for your help today. We'll need you again at 8 tomorrow to help my mom and grandma, Xiaoyu replied. Uncle Jean led the last person out and closed the door. Before he could say anything, Xiaoyu quickly locked it. Outside, people saw Uncle Jean come out without bringing anyone else in and started asking, Old Jean, why aren't you letting people in? Are you out of stuff? That can't be. That girl just brought in 2 truckloads of goods. They barely exchanged anything. How could it all be gone? Yeah, what's going on? You guys aren't skimming off the top, are you? Uncle Jean quickly explained, everyone, quiet down and listen. If you have a watch, check the time. Miss Lin said she needs to rest. If you want to exchange supplies, come back at 8 tomorrow morning. There's still plenty left, but for now, everyone should go home and rest. What? We're done for tonight? We're not even tired, we're just hungry, someone complained. Yeah, we haven't had a proper meal in days. Old Jean, can't you ask Miss Lin to let us exchange a little something to fill our stomachs? We're really starving. If I go home now, I won't be able to sleep. My stomach will be growling all night, another person chimed in. Old Jean could only put on an apologetic face. I'm really sorry, but I can't go against Miss Lin's orders. Please come back tomorrow. Everyone was reluctant, but remembering that Lin Qian had a gun, they didn't dare cause trouble. At first, they thought her gun was fake, but she'd fired a shot and scared them all. No one dared have any bad ideas now. Some people with ill intentions had tried to follow Lin Qian's vehicle to see where she kept her supplies, but they'd lost track of her and still hadn't returned. Everyone was wondering if Lin Qian had already dealt with all of them. The thought that this might be the case made everyone, no matter how dissatisfied they were, only dare to complain a little under their breath. No one dared to actually do anything. Going hungry for another day or half a day wasn't a big deal, but if they rushed in, who knew if? So when Uncle Jean saw the group acting all righteously indignant, but only complaining and not daring to take any real action, he knew they were all just paper tigers and felt relieved. Listen to me, everyone. Go home and get a good night's rest. Just think, tomorrow morning you'll be able to trade for some good food. Isn't that something to be happy about? Seeing that no one was about to riot, Uncle Jean simply left and went home. Since they were just all talk, he needed to hurry home and cook for his family. After all, Miss Lin had just given him 2 cans of formula and several bags of rice. But since there were so many people outside, he didn't take everything home at once, just 1 bag of rice and the 2 cans of formula, which he wrapped up in his backpack. Everyone saw that they really did get supplies to take home, so their resentment eased a bit. Watching Uncle Jean carry a big bag of rice home, people started following him. "Old Jean, can you spare me a little? I'm really starving here." Seeing the hungry look in their eyes, Uncle Jean didn't dare say a word. He quickened his pace and eventually broke into a run. The people behind him, seeing how fast he was running like he'd seen a ghost, were speechless. "Seriously? We just wanted to borrow a little. It's not like we wouldn't pay it back. Whatever, it's just one night. I'll come early tomorrow and it'll be the same. If old Jean needs to borrow food from me then, I won't lend him any. Yeah, our family has way more antiques than old Jin's. We'll definitely be able to trade for more than him. What's 1 bag of rice? I brought all our antiques. We can trade for 3 big bags." As they discussed, others who hadn't managed to trade for food joined in. "Are you planning to trade everything at once?" "Of course not. Xiaoyu said Miss Lin has lots of sources. Some rich families have tons of food now, they just want to collect as many antiques as possible while they're cheap. Once the disaster is over, those antiques will be worth a fortune." Finally, someone voiced a different opinion. "Yeah, but do you think we could get her to raise the price? These antiques would have been worth at least hundreds of thousands before." But some people were more clear-headed. "You think so? If you tried to sell this junk before, would anyone even give you 2 sweet potatoes?" "Exactly. We should be grateful Miss Lin is willing to give us 5 or 10 jean of white rice. Xiaoyu said if she doesn't like your stuff, just keep your antiques at home. Miss Lin doesn't need them. We're just talking anyway. We haven't had rice in ages. How could we bargain with Miss Lin?" They certainly didn't dare say that they'd already tried bargaining with Xiaoyu and Uncle Jean, but they were both tough as nails and wouldn't budge. If they couldn't agree, they'd just walk away, leaving them with no choice. From this, they understood Lin Qian's attitude. If it weren't for her instructions, Uncle Jean and Xiaoyu were just helpers, would they really be so firm? But it wasn't really Uncle Jean and Xiaoyu's fault. With so many villagers, they wanted to spread the word quickly. Going door to door would take forever. So for the ones who kept quibbling, they decided to leave them for later and move on. Who knew that by giving them time to think, those people would panic and try to stop them from leaving, agreeing to whatever terms they offered. After that, the 2 of them figured out the negotiation strategy. If someone disagreed, just turn and leave. Most people would give in. If someone really didn't agree, it didn't matter. After all, it wasn't them who needed help. Every household was short on food and water. Sooner or later, these people would have to come to Miss Lin. After chatting a bit outside Grandma Wu's house, Uncle Jean left, and there was no movement from inside either. It seemed everyone had gone to bed, so the crowd dispersed. The next morning, the entire Lu family got up early to wait for Lin Qian. But Lin Qian herself was still asleep at 8 a.m. The Lu family didn't want to disturb her. People wanting to trade antiques were already waiting outside, so they just opened the door and got to work. When Uncle Jean arrived, he saw a long line outside Grandma Wu's house and was startled. "When did you all get here?" "Old Jean, don't worry about when we got here. We knocked earlier, but Xiaoyu told us not to disturb Miss Lin's rest and to wait for you." "Yeah, finally you're here. Let's get started, we've been waiting forever." Uncle Jean knocked on the door, and Xiaoyu quickly came to open it. "Uncle Jean, you're here. Let's get started. Everything's ready. You can bring the first person in." Once they got started, they worked straight through until after 10 o'clock, when Lin Qian finally woke up. Despite the hot weather, the Lu house was breezy, and with the windows open, it wasn't too warm. She actually slept better here than elsewhere. Realizing she'd slept past 10, she remembered she'd promised Xiaoyu to go out and help someone find a husband. She quickly got up, washed, and grabbed 2 buns from her space, leftovers from Fong Ku and the others last time, to eat as she went downstairs. Downstairs, she saw several steamed buns on the table, but no one was eating. They were all busy with their own tasks. When Lin Qian came down, Grandma Wu finally spoke. "Everyone's here, let's eat." So they'd been waiting for her to start the meal. With a bun still in her mouth, Lin Qian felt a bit awkward. Wow, everyone's here, haha. Everyone was waiting for her, but the family didn't say anything, just invited her to join them for breakfast. "No need, you all go ahead. I'm already eating." She showed them the bun in her hand and put the rest on the table. "I figured I couldn't finish all of these myself, so I brought them down for you. Didn't expect you'd even save me a spot." Aunt Hong saw Lin Qian put her buns on the table and quickly declined. "Miss Lin, we're not short on food. Take them with you for the road." Though she sometimes had to swallow her pride to ask Lin Qian for help with urgent needs, she wasn't one to take advantage. "It's fine, I have plenty. You keep them." "Has Xiaoyu had breakfast?" "If she has, we can head out. Xiaoyu's busy outside." "She's already eaten." "We can leave now, I'll go take over for her." Aunt Hong led Lin Qian out to find Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, Miss Lin is ready now. You go with her. Be careful out there, your own safety comes first, no matter what." "I understand," Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the ever-growing pile of antiques beside her, grinning from ear to ear. Aunt Hong could tell at a glance that Lin Qian was very satisfied. "Miss Lin, did you move some antiques out last night?" They had gotten up early that morning, planning to put away the antiques for safekeeping. It was better than leaving them outside in the open. Even if not everyone valued these things, they still belonged to Lin Qian. If any of them got chipped or damaged, Lin Qian would definitely be upset. But to their shock, when they checked, all the antiques that had been piled up in the courtyard had vanished. It gave them quite a scare. In the end, it was Grandma Wu who remained calm. "There wasn't any big commotion last night, and it's not like just anyone can get through our gate. I suppose Miss Lin must have moved them herself." "Miss Lin moved them? When did she do that?" "I didn't notice a thing." Aunt Hong was stunned. "And if she really did move all those antiques, how could none of us know? She's incredible." Grandma Wu glanced at Aunt Hong, then pointed to another pile of supplies nearby. "You're all just noticing the missing antiques, but didn't you see this pile over here?" She'd even sprinkled insect-repellent powder evenly around the supplies to make sure everything would stay in good condition until the exchange was complete. Only then did everyone look over and notice a small mountain of goods stacked in the corner. "When did Miss Lin do all this?" "Look, there's even insect-repellent powder here. My goodness, Miss Lin really does have everything." "Stop gossiping about Miss Lin. She's capable. There's nothing she can't do." It was only Grandma Wu's words that finally put an end to everyone's discussion. But in their hearts, Lin Qian had already become something of a legend, almost like a deity. Lin Qian looked at the new pile of antiques that had appeared in just one morning. "Help me load some of these antiques into the car first." "Huh? Miss Lin, aren't you going out with Xiaoyu to look for Mingjia?" Xiaoyu quickly tugged at Aunt Hong, sometimes finding her mother-in-law a bit too naive and adorable. "Mom, Miss Lin must have her reasons. Let's just help her." "You're right, I'm being silly." Aunt Hong realized her comment was out of place and quickly laughed it off, then called Uncle Jean over to help move things. Soon, some of the antiques for today's exchange were loaded into Lin Qian's car. As for the rest, she couldn't take them all in front of everyone, so she'd have to come back and quietly collect them next time. Last night, when she got up in the middle of the night to put things away, she'd already guessed the Wu family would be shocked to find the antiques gone in the morning. But she couldn't worry too much about what they thought. There was simply too much stuff, and it would be exhausting to move it all back and forth. Collecting everything into her space at once saved a lot of time. When she stored all those antiques in her space, she truly felt the depth of the Liu family village's resources. Just the antiques from yesterday alone had given her an extra 40 minutes. Now, her space could accumulate up to 15 hours and 50 minutes per day. She finally felt hope. Even if she couldn't reach a full 24 hours per day, at this rate, she'd eventually save up enough time for a comfortable retirement. This made her incredibly happy, which was why she'd gotten up late that morning. But she hadn't expected the Lu family to be so calm about it all. Clearly, that was thanks to Grandma Wu. She glanced at Grandma Wu and nodded in thanks. But she figured Grandma Wu probably couldn't see her. After all, there was only a single candle lit in the house, and anything more than 2 meters away was almost invisible. Yet, as if sensing her gaze, Grandma Wu looked back at Lin Qian and nodded in return. Lin Qian was truly surprised, and her respect for Grandma Wu rose even higher. In Lin Qian's mind, Grandma Wu was someone with rare clarity and wisdom. No wonder she felt a special responsibility to look after this family. After a moment's thought, she walked over. Grandma Wu, you should eat those peaches I gave you yesterday as soon as possible. That way, you'll get the most benefit from their medicinal effects. As she spoke, she took a few more peaches from her backpack. I have a few more here, please take them. Grandma Wu's influence in this household was like a mountain. Even for her own sake, Lin Qian wanted Grandma Wu to stay healthy and live a long life. Grandma Wu was just as surprised as anyone to see Lin Qian, so casually produced a few more peaches. Miss Lin, after we ate your peaches yesterday, everyone's health improved a lot. These are far too precious, you. Before she could finish, Lin Qian interrupted, Grandma Wu, just take them. I'm giving them to you because you've helped me so much. I hope you all stay healthy. The longer you live, the more you can help me with things. It was true, if anything happened to Grandma Wu and Aunt Hong had to take charge, who knew what would happen to this household? Just the thought of that possibility made Lin Qian uneasy. After another moment's thought, she took a gun from her backpack and handed it to Grandma Wu. Grandma Wu, do you know how to use this? Grandma Wu was genuinely shocked that Lin Qian would entrust her with such an important weapon. Miss Lin, you're the one going out into danger. You should keep this for yourself. There are so many people at home, we don't need it as much as you do. I'm not giving it to you for your sake, but for the food outside. Look at all that food. If someone tries to break in and steal it, you need something to deter them. Hearing this, Grandma Wu nodded. And what about you? I have another one. Lin Qian took out another handgun in front of her. Only then did Grandma Wu accept the weapon. Just remember, if anything happens, people come first. As long as we survive, there's always hope. With that, Lin Qian didn't say anything more. She took Xiaoyu and got in the car. This time, Xiaoyu took the initiative to sit in the back, leaving the front seat for Hope. Sure enough, Hope darted into the front seat. Lin Qian started the car and drove toward the city center. Outside, people still waiting in line saw her driving out again and asked Uncle Jean, who had come out with her. Old Jean, why is Miss Lin driving out again? Is she bringing back more food? Why do you care so much about Miss Lin? As long as she's willing to trade food for your old antiques, that's all that matters. If you have any antiques at home, just bring them over and you can exchange them. Uncle Jean said calmly to everyone, don't be fooled by Miss Lin's young age, she's incredibly capable. Of course we know how capable Miss Lin is. Otherwise, who else could come up with so much food at a time like this? It's even more than what the government gives us each time. If that's not miraculous, what is? Uncle Jean warned everyone, as long as you understand. I know each of you has your own little schemes. But keep those thoughts to yourselves. Don't cause any trouble. If you end up hurting everyone's interests, you won't even have a place to cry about it. These people were greedy, sure, but after so many years of dealing with all kinds of situations, they knew better than to take Uncle Jin's words lightly. Anyone who could still bring out guns like Lin Qian at a time like this was obviously not an ordinary person. Whatever people did, their first priority was always to protect their own lives. Only a fool would take unnecessary risks. Come on, old Jean, it's one thing to not trust outsiders, but we've been neighbors for years. We all know each other, how could you not trust us? We've always been honest and law-abiding. A middle-aged woman nearby winked at Uncle Jean. I just told you to stop prying, and here you go again. Uncle Jean shot her a look. Even though Miss Lin has gone out, she left the food here. If you want to trade, do it quickly. Miss Lin promised everyone would get a chance to trade for supplies, but if you're late, you might not get exactly what you want. Last night, Miss Lin even brought in some urgently needed new items for everyone. Don't say I didn't tell you, there are even candles in there. What? There are candles. Ever since the blackout, the government hasn't sent us any more supplies. We've been counting on them, but who would have thought Miss Lin could pull this off? Old Jean, my family really needs them. How do we trade for candles? 10 candles for 1 antique, Uncle Jean replied. What? That's way too expensive. Yeah, can't you make it a bit cheaper? Seeing the line getting rowdy again, Uncle Jean quickly intervened. No one's forcing you to trade. There's food and other necessities inside, all clearly priced. Just trade for whatever you need most. He paused, then added, but let me make this clear. The candles are in short supply. If you want them, you'd better hurry. Hey, old Jean, how about this? I don't need that many candles. Maybe it'll be light again in a couple of days. Can I trade 1 antique for 2 candles and 8 jean of rice instead? That's fine. Uncle Jean wasn't a stickler for the rules. Lin Qian had already told them to get as many antiques as possible. The rest was up to them. He felt an unprecedented level of trust from Lin Qian, so he worked even harder. Miss Lin really is a living bodhisattva, old Jean. When she comes back, I have to pay my respects to her. Everyone started chatting animatedly again. Uncle Jean, wanting to get more work done, didn't join in. Anyone who wants to trade, line up according to the rules. No cutting in line, anyone who does will be blacklisted and won't be allowed to trade again. At that, everyone obediently lined up. Seeing that they were behaving, Uncle Jean said, same as yesterday. 1 person trades at a time, and only when they're done does the next person come in. Let's try to finish all the trades today. Okay. The crowd burst into enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Lin Qian was driving toward the city center when suddenly a surge of faith energy poured into her body through her crown. Shaoqing on her wrist started to stir restlessly. As the faith energy increased, it dove straight into her space and began greedily absorbing the power. Master, why is there suddenly so much faith energy? Lin Qian found it odd too. Normally, even though Zhao Tianwei and the others offered her some, the faith energy was always like little drops of water, never this intense. She was puzzled, but couldn't find the reason. Still, since it was a good thing for her, she wasn't in a hurry to figure it out. But if she wanted to grow this faith energy, she'd have to investigate properly after things settled down. After all, this was no small windfall. With that, she and Xiaoyu soon arrived at the spot where they'd found Lu Yongxing the other day. This time, she didn't get out of the car, but kept driving around the area, worried that Xiao Minghui's group might not see her. As for Xiao Minghui, after the incident with Lin Qian, he'd questioned everyone around him about who had been with her and what kind of car she'd driven. But his useless subordinates just stammered and couldn't give a straight answer, making his back ache with frustration. All of you, listen up. From now on, if you see that woman, that young lady, you'd better treat her with the utmost respect. Don't go looking for trouble. Xiao Minghui grumbled, I refuse to believe it. If I become her lackey, how could I still have such bad luck? Even Guan Ergo is afraid of her, she must be something else. That's right, after that day, Lin Qian became a celestial being in Xiao Minghui's eyes. The celestial of bad luck. If you see her, you'd better steer clear. Never go against her, and don't even think about having any bad thoughts. Whether it's true or not, time will tell. After all, they're in the same city, sooner or later, they'll run into each other. Xiao Minghui was convinced that he and this young lady had some kind of special connection. Otherwise, why would she keep bringing him bad luck and not anyone else? Maybe even the heavens wanted him to get on her good side. Maybe this was his big chance. While he was recuperating, he'd imagined countless scenarios. So, without Lin Qian even knowing it, she'd suddenly gained a group of fanboys. Now, with only Xiaoyu and her 3 little ones, and no more dead weight, Lin Qian felt confident even if she ran into a beast horde, let alone Xiao Minghui's group. She wasn't the least bit afraid. In fact, she was more worried about not running into them. She needed someone to ask for information. Luckily, After circling the area a couple of times, she spotted some people. At first, because Lin Qian's headlights. She'd been worrying about not being able to find a suitable lead, and who would have thought the clue would just fall right into her lap like this? She was absolutely delighted. Miss Lin, do you think those people up ahead could be the same ones who caused us trouble the other day? Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat, a hint of wariness in her eyes as she peered through the window at the suspicious-looking group ahead. Lin Qian glanced at them in the rearview mirror, her tone certain. It's them. No doubt about it. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She nervously gripped the hem of her shirt. Isn't it a bit risky for us to stop here? What if they surround us? What are we supposed to do then? After all, it was Xiaoyu's first time in a situation like this. She couldn't pretend not to be worried, her voice even trembled a little. Lin Qian smiled softly, her eyes full of confidence. Don't worry. I was just fretting about not being able to find them. If I can't get information from them, how am I supposed to help you find your husband? Xiaoyu knew in her heart that she wanted to find her husband more than anyone. But the thought of possibly putting Lin Qian in danger made her uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered her courage. Miss Lin, how about I talk to them instead? You don't have to get involved. Lin Qian glanced at Xiaoyu in the rearview mirror and saw the concern in her eyes. Her heart softened, and her tone became gentler. It's fine. You just stay in the back and keep quiet. I'll handle them. With that, Lin Qian brought the car to a steady stop and rolled down the window. Recently, Xiao Mingwei had brought in a new batch of people to patrol this area. Although these guys had never met Lin Qian in person, her reputation had already spread like wildfire through their gang. After all, a woman as striking as Lin Qian was a rare sight. As the window rolled down, the light from inside the car illuminated Lin Qian's face, her skin fair as snow, her features delicate and refined, looking clean and immaculate, almost like a fairy descending to earth. The two men's eyes widened instantly. They exchanged shocked glances, confirming that they were both seeing the same fairy. Then, with a thud, they dropped to their knees before Lin Qian, gazing up at her with awe. Fairy sister, please have mercy on us. We've never done anything to offend you. Last time we came looking for you, it was only because Brother Xiao told us to. We had no choice, one of them said, his voice almost in tears. That's right, fairy sister. We didn't know you were so formidable. Even Brother Guan is wary of you. Brother Xiao said from now on, you're the fairy, and if we ever see you, we're to steer clear and never mess with you, the other quickly chimed in. Lin Qian stared at the absurd scene before her, utterly speechless. She thought back carefully. She hadn't really done anything that bad to them, so why were they suddenly kneeling to her? She'd been ready to take action, but now, well, it felt awkward to even make a move. Damn it. With things like this, she really couldn't do anything to them. She quietly put the gun she'd pulled out back where it came from and cleared her throat. Ahem. The sudden cough startled the two kneeling men even more. They thought Lin Qian was angry, and their bodies trembled as they kept their heads bowed, hurriedly saying, Fairy sister, please don't be angry. We'll leave right now. Brother Xiao said if we ever see you, we're to run away as fast as we can. It's our fault for not recognizing your car. We'll go now. Please be merciful and don't hold it against us. It wasn't just Lin Qian. Even Xiaoyu in the back seat was completely baffled. She couldn't help but imagine all sorts of heroic deeds Lin Qian must have accomplished, and her admiration for Lin Qian grew even deeper. No wonder Miss Lin was so calm when facing those people the other day. Turns out she really had nothing to be afraid of. The two men finished speaking and actually got ready to scramble away. Lin Qian had finally caught them. How could she let them go so easily? She quickly called out, wait. They had just started to get up, but at her words, they dropped back to their knees with another thud, their heads nearly touching the ground. They kept muttering, Fairy sister, we deserve to die. Please don't be angry, just spare us this once. When we get back, we'll make sure to draw pictures of your car and your face and spread the word. If we ever see you, we'll go the other way and never bother you again. Lin Qian was at a loss for words. Are you two done? She asked helplessly. Hearing her voice again, the two men quickly swallowed whatever else they were about to say and replied in a hurry, we're done, we're done. Even if they weren't, they wouldn't dare say another word. They'd seen Brother Xiao burning incense to pray to Brother Guan for protection, and he still got warned. They were just small fry. If they ran into the fairy sister, it would be a dead end for them. Seeing that they'd finally quieted down, Lin Qian spoke slowly, I came here specifically to find you too. The two men looked up at her in shock, but then thought it was disrespectful to look a fairy in the eye, so they quickly lowered their heads again and asked cautiously, Fairy sister, you came to see us? Is there something you need from us? If you ask, we'll go through hell or high water for you, one of them said, thumping his chest. Lin Qian was speechless. When she didn't say anything for a while, the two men worried they'd done something wrong and quickly asked, Fairy sister, is there something you want us to do? Lin Qian had heard that Xiao Minghui's attitude toward her had suddenly changed for some unknown reason, but in her opinion, that couldn't be a good thing. When someone so notorious suddenly started showing her so much respect, there was only one explanation. She must be even scarier than him. But looking at their behavior now, it didn't really seem that way, which left her completely baffled. Why, do you two seem so afraid of me all of a sudden? Lin Qian asked directly, not one to beat around the bush. No, the two men waved their hands frantically. We respect you, fairy sister, we're not afraid of you. Then why do you keep calling me fairy? Lin Qian frowned, puzzled. One of them replied, because you really are a fairy. And your rank must be higher than Lord Guan's. Exactly. After Brother Xiao found out, he told all of us that whenever we see you, we have to worship you. He said you're. The other man couldn't bring himself to say the words. He was just too scared. Say what? Lin Qian pressed. The man tugged at his companion and whispered, Why don't you say it? No way, don't drag me into this. I don't know anything, the other quickly refused. The first man started trembling, but since Lin Qian was asking, he didn't dare hide it. He stammered, Brother Xiao said you're the unlucky fairy? Lin Qian. Hope. Xiao Yu? What's that supposed to mean? Lin Qian was more confused than ever. The two men didn't hold back. They spilled every dirty thing that had happened recently to Lin Qian, leaving nothing out, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Only then did Lin Qian realize that Xiao Minghui had actually blamed all his recent misfortunes on her. She couldn't help but be impressed. Thinking back, when she went to offer incense, it was just an accident that the statue of Lord Guan fell over, but Xiao Minghui had somehow connected it all together in his mind. But if that was the case, it actually worked out in her favor. People like them, who live on the edge, believe in Lord Guan more than anyone. It seemed that things would be much easier for her in the future. To have someone like Xiao Minghui show her so much respect, well, that was no easy feat. Thank you, Lord Guan. She silently offered her gratitude in her heart. Where's Xiao Minghui now? Take me to see him, she said. Huh? Fairy sister, you still want to see our boss? One of them asked in surprise. Yes, I have something to ask him. The two lowered their voices and whispered to each other, should we take Fairy sister to see Brother Xiao? We should. Otherwise, if Fairy sister gets upset, we'll be in trouble. But what if Brother Xiao beats us to death? He probably won't, right? Didn't he tell us to treat Fairy sister with the utmost respect? After a brief discussion, they decided to take Lin Qian to see Xiao Minghui. After all, compared to angering Fairy sister, Xiao Minghui's punishment didn't seem quite as scary. Having made up their minds, they said to Lin Qian, Fairy sister, we'll get up now. Lin Qian was speechless. How are you going to lead the way if you don't get up? Right. The two quickly got to their feet. Fairy sister, we'll walk in front. You just follow us. At first, Lin Qian wanted to let them get in her car, it would be faster that way. But looking at their clothes, which were filthy and covered in mud and stains, she gave up on the idea. The two of them didn't dare ask to ride in her car either. They knew exactly how bad they smelled. If they got in and dirted the fairy sister's car, even if she didn't kill them, Brother Xiao definitely wouldn't let them off easy once he found out. They knew full well that while Brother Xiao was usually good to them, if they crossed his bottom line, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, they led Lin Qian toward their base. Ever since the incident at their old base in the suburbs, Xiaominghui had decided it was easier to find supplies and hide in the city, so he moved their headquarters downtown. After the move, things really did improve a lot, and it looked like they were on track to regain their former glory. This was mostly thanks to the fact that every time a beast tide hit, they managed to stockpile a lot of animals. Now that the weather was hot, even after dark, they could just hang the animals up to dry, and soon they'd have plenty of preserved meat for food. This time, because Xiaominghui had hurt his back, he'd been lying low at the base, recuperating. He felt like his luck was off today. His eyelids kept twitching, as if something bad was about to happen. He pointed at someone nearby. "You come here." The underling came over with a bottle of water. "Brother Xiao, do you want some water or need to use the bathroom?" "Neither. Go downstairs and check things out. I don't know why, but I feel really uneasy today. Tell everyone to tighten security. I don't want any trouble." "Really?" The underling looked confused. It was broad daylight, what could possibly go wrong? Xiaominghui took the water and sipped it. "Just do what I say. Enough with the questions. But you'll be here alone." The underling was still worried about his safety. "I'll be fine. Just go strengthen the defenses. I'm really on edge here, it's killing me." Xiaominghui felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest. The last time he'd felt like this, he'd ended up getting caught and thrown in jail. But this time, it felt even more serious. Something big was about to happen. The underling had barely left when he came rushing back, forgetting to even knock. He just burst in. Brother Xiao." Xiaominghui's heart skipped a beat. The words "it's over" flashed in his mind. He forced himself to stay calm. "Speak clearly. What happened?" He had to keep his cool, only then could he keep things under control. He'd already made up his mind. If the authorities came knocking again, he'd deny everything he'd ever done. But when those two brought Lin Qian through the door, the moment Xiaominghui saw her face, he jumped up in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Only after he jumped did he remember his injured back, and he cried out, "Ow, ow. Someone help me." The underling hurried over to help him lie back down, moving carefully so as not to hurt him further. Seeing Lin Qian walk in with a petite woman and a dog, Xiaominghui was utterly stunned. His mind raced. What could Lin Qian want with him? He secretly tried to guess, his eyes full of wariness. He forced himself to calm down, pretended not to recognize Lin Qian, and squeezed out a smile. "Hello, miss. Are you looking for me?" "Yes, I am." Xiaominghui forced a smile. "I don't think we've met before, have we?" "Is that so?" Lin Qian looked at the two who'd brought her, a half-smile on her face. "But your men said you've been looking for me for a long time." Xiaominghui wanted to kill those two on the spot. Why did they have to say everything? He cursed them silently. This must be a misunderstanding. It was dark, and people get mixed up. I'm sure they were looking for someone else, not you. He quickly tried to distance himself. If I remember correctly, last time I was riding a snowmobile with my dog, I overheard you guys discussing how to steal my snowmobile, make me your concubine, and eat my dog, didn't I? Xiaominghui was even more shocked. How could she possibly know about that? Of course, he couldn't admit it now. You must have the wrong person. We've never met. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to argue. Whether we've met or not doesn't matter. What matters is, I have something to ask you. Ask me? About what? Xiaominghui was getting more and more uneasy, his eyes flickering with anxiety. Lin Qian shot a glance at Xiaoyu, who quickly took out a photo of Lu Mingjie and handed it over. Take a look at this photo. Do you know this person? Xiaominghui's subordinate hurriedly took the photo and carefully handed it to Xiaominghui. Xiaominghui squinted, studying the photo for a while, but found the image a bit blurry. Coupled with the dim lighting, it was really hard to make out any details. Bring me a flashlight, he ordered his men, frowning. Before he'd even finished speaking, Lin Qian handed him a flashlight. With the beam of light, Xiaominghui examined the photo again, his frown deepening. Why does this person look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, he muttered to himself. Just as he looked up, Ready to think further, he suddenly realized it was Lin Qian holding the flashlight for him. Startled, he shifted a little, and the wound at his waist began to ache faintly again. But thinking of Lord Guan and all the bad luck he'd had recently, he didn't dare say much. He could only grit his teeth and pretend nothing was wrong. When Xiaoyu heard that Xiao Mingwei actually recognized Lu Mingjie, she couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed over and asked anxiously, "When did you see him? Where?" In her haste, she leaned forward and accidentally jostled Xiao Mingwei. A sharp pain shot through Xiao Minghui's waist. The freshly torn wound flared up again, making him grimace. "Miss," he suddenly shouted. Xiaoyu snapped back to her senses, realizing she'd bumped into him. She quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just desperate to know where my husband is." Xiao Mingwei could only curse his bad luck in silence. Every time he ran into Lin Qian, nothing good ever happened. He sighed and said, "Forget it. He just looks a bit familiar, but I need to think about it. I see so many people every day, I can't always remember right away." With that, he handed the photo back to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took the photo, looking at him with hope in her eyes. "It's fine, really. As long as you have any impression, that's hope for me," Xiaoyu said quickly. Seeing Lin Qian still standing there, Xiao Mingwei frowned and barked at his men. "Are you all dead? Can't you see our guests are still standing? Hurry up and bring some chairs, and pour them some water." "Boss Xiao, I was just about to do that." One of his men was already dutifully carrying 2 stools over, while another was hurrying over with 2 cups of water. "You guys are way too slow," Xiao Mingwei snapped, rolling his eyes at them. Then he turned back, smiling obsequiously at Lin Qian. "Miss, please have a seat." Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, displeased. "Hey, don't call me that. Who are you calling miss?" Xiao Mingwei didn't care at all and grinned. "If we're sitting together, that means fate brought us here. Besides, you need my help to find someone, don't you?" His self-satisfied attitude made Lin Qian's hands itch to hit him. And with the injury on his face from last time still healing, his smile twisted the scar, making him look downright scary. "All right, enough. If you've got nothing else to say, stop smiling and start thinking," Lin Qian said irritably. Although Xiao Mingwei had decent resources, he still wasn't at the point where he could shower every day. These men, if they went a day without bathing, would be covered in sweat, dry, then wet, then dry again. One could only imagine how pungent the room smelled right now. Lin Qian was already tempted to pull out a tissue and cover her nose. By candlelight, Xiao Mingwei saw Lin Qian's look of disgust and knew they were being disliked. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't remember. He was getting anxious. He was about to lose his mind. "Can I take a look at the photo?" asked one of Xiao Minghui's men, eyeing the picture still in Xiaoyu's hand. "Of course. Why don't you all take a look? Maybe someone else recognizes him," Xiaoyu said, handing the photo over. "Hey." The man took the photo and seemed to recall something. Xiaoyu noticed and looked over expectantly, waiting for him to speak. Sure enough, the next moment, the man handed the photo back to Xiao Mingwei and said, "Boss Xiao, take another look. Isn't this the young guy who was with Professor O last time?" "Huh?" Xiao Mingwei looked carefully again, then slapped his thigh. "It really does look like him." "Who's Professor O?" Xiaoyu was puzzled by the unfamiliar name. "Mingjie never mentioned this person to me. Why would he be with him? Let's not worry about that for now. Where's this Professor O now?" Lin Qian cut in. She didn't care who Lu Mingjie was with, finding his whereabouts was the priority. Once they knew where he was, everything else would fall into place. "I remember Professor O said he was going somewhere last time." Xiao Mingwei looked at his men, but try as he might, he just couldn't recall. He'd wanted to show off his abilities in front of Lin Qian, but at the crucial moment, his mind went blank. He silently prayed she wouldn't hate him. He had a feeling that if she did, his bad luck would last a long time. She'd only just arrived, and already his waist was injured again. He really couldn't afford to offend her. Luckily, his subordinate was quick on the uptake. As soon as Xiao Mingwei looked over, he said, "Beijing." They said they were going to Beijing. When was this? Lin Qian asked directly, wanting to get to the bottom of things as soon as possible. She'd given up on Xiaoyu, who had lost her composure the moment she heard news about Lu Mingjie. I think it was before the typhoon hit, the man said, trying to recall. Before the typhoon? Xiaoyu tried to remember. But he never mentioned going to Beijing to the family during that time. The man was certain. I remember it clearly. I was always with Boss Xiao. At that time, Boss Xiao needed to see Professor O, and we happened to overhear them talking about the strange weather. They said they had to make a quick trip to B. Of all the people to follow, why'd he have to stick with that stubborn old man? If it weren't for the disaster not having hit yet, and me still needing to hide from the authorities, I would have taken care of that old man myself. If he died, your husband wouldn't have gone missing now, would he? Xiaoyu was completely floored by his logic, not knowing what to say. Lin Qian fixed her gaze on Xiao Mingwei. Did you ever see this Professor O again after that? Xiao Mingwei quickly waved his hands. Of course not. Do you know what kind of person Professor O is? He's a famous figure, like a dragon whose head you see but never the tail. We went through a lot just to catch him. It took a ton of effort just to get a chance to meet him once. But that old man really didn't appreciate our kindness. If I ever get another chance. Xiao Mingwei was getting worked up, but Lin Qian frowned and cut him off directly. Enough. Don't ramble on about useless things. Where did you last see them? Xiao Mingwei was stunned for a moment by the interruption, then looked at his subordinate for confirmation. The subordinate hurriedly replied, right, it was at the City Research Institute. But if you're hoping to find Professor O, it might be tough. Chances are you won't. Xiaoyu immediately got anxious and asked, why not? Xiao Mingwei sighed and explained, let's not even talk about whether they went to Beijing or not. Just Professor O himself, he's always on the move. One day he's here, the next day who knows where he's gone. Back when I was trying to catch him, it took ages before I finally saw him. And as for the people around him, I heard he's extremely strict with his entourage. If someone follows him, they have to stick with him for a long time. Given the current situation, I'm afraid things don't look good. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes instantly turned red. That's not true. My husband is definitely fine. Nothing will happen to him. Seeing Xiaoyu so upset, Xiao Mingwei quickly tried to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm just not good with words. I just mean, don't get your hopes up too high. Of course, it'd be best if you can find him, but, sigh, never mind, I'll stop talking. Deep down, Xiaoyu knew that after all this time, things probably didn't look good for her husband. But now that there was finally a glimmer of hope, she wasn't willing to give up at all. She understood that when people are disappointed, they can still force themselves to hold on. But if hope is rekindled only to be dashed again, that's when true despair sets in. Lin Qian saw Xiaoyu's eyes turning red and said directly, Xiaoyu, let's go. Huh? Xiaoyu stared blankly at Lin Qian, not quite reacting. We're leaving already? We've got the information we came for. Are you planning to stay here overnight? Let's go back and tell your family what we've learned, then we can discuss our next steps together. As she spoke, Lin Qian was already getting up to leave. Seeing this, Xiaoyu had no choice but to stand up as well. Xiao Mingwei watched them get ready to leave and was secretly relieved, though he couldn't show it. He put on a fake smile and said, You're leaving already? Why not stay a bit longer? Lin Qian saw right through him and, just as she was about to step out, paused deliberately. Oh? Should we stay a bit longer then? No, that's not necessary. If you're busy, go ahead. I'm free anytime, I wouldn't dare hold you up. Xiao Mingwei immediately regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself. Why couldn't he just keep his mouth shut? Now he was stuck in an awkward position. Lin Qian couldn't help but smile at his embarrassment. If you hear anything else about this person, just go straight to Anhong in Lu family village. Of course, don't worry. If I hear anything, I'll let you know right away. All Xiao Mingwei wanted now was to get Lin Qian out of there as soon as possible. He felt like if she stayed any longer, all his luck would run out. So whatever she said, he agreed to immediately. You, Xiao Mingwei pointed at one of his men. Go to the warehouse and get something for my little sister to take home. Then he turned to Xiaoyu with exaggerated enthusiasm. By the way, sis, if you ever run into trouble, just come find me. If I can help, I'll do it for you. And I'll keep an eye out for the person you're looking for. If I hear anything, I'll let you know right away. Lin Qian watched Xiao Mingwei fawn over them and felt nothing but indifference. Thinking of the kind of person he was and the things he'd done before, she still felt a bit disgusted. But she kept her expression neutral. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, sincerely thanked them. Thank you. Even though they hadn't found Lu Mingjia yet, at least they'd gotten some information. As long as they could find Professor O, they'd be closer to finding her husband. No need to thank me, we're all family. As long as you don't hold a grudge against us, that's all I ask. Xiao Mingwei said with a smile. Xiaoyu was confused. Why would I hold a grudge against you? Oh, no reason, no reason. My back's acting up, so I won't see you out. You guys, go walk them out for me. Xiao Mingwei quickly instructed his men. Lin Qian glanced at him, and for some reason, Xiao Mingwei shivered. He felt like Lin Qian's eyes could see right through him. But Lin Qian didn't say anything, just left with Xiaoyu. As soon as they were gone, Xiao Mingwei let out a huge sigh of relief and patted his chest. Finally, they're gone. Hope, who was walking at the back, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to bark fiercely at Xiao Mingwei. The bark startled Xiao Mingwei so much he almost threw out his back. He quickly forced a smile at Hope. Goodbye, Grandpa Dog. Come play with my sister again when you have time. Only then did Hope turn away and follow Lin Qian out. As soon as they got downstairs, Xiaoyu anxiously asked, Miss Lin, my husband. Calm down. Xiao Mingwei has probably told us everything he knows. Let's go back first and then decide what to do next. But didn't Xiao Mingwei say the last time he saw my husband was at the City Research Institute? We're not far from there now. Could we? Xiaoyu couldn't bring herself to ask Lin Qian to take her there. She was anxious, but also a little embarrassed. Or, Miss Lin, maybe you could wait here for me while I go check out the Research Institute? After hesitating, Xiaoyu finally mustered the courage to suggest it. Lin Qian looked at Xiaoyu's anxious and helpless expression and sighed. Since she'd already promised the family, she couldn't just leave Xiaoyu on her own. I'll take you. Who knows if you'd even make it back if you went alone. I promised your family I'd look after you, so I won't let you wander around by yourself. Xiaoyu wasn't the type to put on airs. If she hadn't been worried about troubling Lin Qian, she probably would have asked her for help long ago. But thinking about how her family had already imposed on Lin Qian so much, and would likely need her help again in the future, she figured she should save favors where she could. After all, once you use them up, there's nothing left. Honestly, having Lin Qian take her would be the most convenient. Lin Qian had a car after all. If Xiaoyu went by herself, she'd have to walk, and who knew how much time that would waste. Thank you so much, Xiaoyu said gratefully. No problem, get in. Lin Qian started the car, and once Xiaoyu was in, she drove straight to the entrance of the City Research Institute. But now, the place was a mess. The once proud Research Institute was nothing but ruins, the remnants of broken walls and rubble giving no hint of what it used to look like. Lin Qian could see everything clearly through the darkness, but Xiaoyu didn't have her abilities and naturally couldn't see a thing. Seeing that Lin Qian had no intention of getting out of the car, Xiaoyu said, Miss Lin, could you lend me your flashlight? I want to go in and take a look. Lin Qian couldn't bring herself to tell her not to go. She knew Xiaoyu was worried about her husband. She wouldn't be able to let it go unless she saw for herself. With a sigh, Lin Qian said, I'll go in with you. She found a place to park, then got out with Xiaoyu. Flashlight in hand and hope in their hearts, they headed toward the institute. Hiss, hiss. As they approached, Xiaohei suddenly lifted its head, quickly slid off Lin Qian's wrist, and disappeared into the darkness. Xiaohei moved so fast, Lin Qian didn't catch what it said. She looked in the direction Xiaohei had vanished, unsure if it had discovered something or if something else was going on. But she couldn't worry about that now. While she asked Xiaoqing in her mind why Xiaohei had suddenly left, she led Xiaoyu into the institute. Xiaoyu had clearly seen the little black snake leap from Lin Qian's wrist just now. All along, she'd thought it was just a beautiful bracelet. She never imagined it would move. Miss Lin, you. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She forced herself to sound calm, though she was terrified inside. Just now, it looked like you had a snake on you. Oh, you mean Xiaohei? Yeah, it's my pet snake. Lin Qian's tone was calm, as if this was the most ordinary thing in the world. What? Xiaoyu heard every word, but together, they sounded utterly bizarre. She really couldn't imagine how this young woman, who looked even younger than herself, would keep a snake as a pet. But it wasn't her place to ask, since it was Lin Qian's private matter. She could only force a smile, trying to ease the awkwardness. It's really quiet. If it hadn't suddenly moved and slid right in front of me, I'd have thought it was just an accessory. I even thought it looked especially pretty before. Who knew it was your pet? Lin Qian knew Xiaoyu was scared. Honestly, even she had been terrified the first time she met Xiaohe. That cold touch and strange appearance had made her hair stand on end. But after spending so much time together, she'd gotten used to it. Let's follow it. It probably found something. It's usually very well behaved, Lin Qian said to Xiaoyu. Follow it. Xiaoyu glanced around at the pitch-black surroundings, confused about how they were supposed to follow the snake. It moved so fast just now, I didn't even see which way it went. It's fine, just follow me. I know where it's going. Lin Qian didn't explain how she could see in the dark. She simply handed the flashlight to Xiaoyu. Here, take this and watch your step. With that, Lin Qian pushed open the main doors of the research institute. The doors creaked loudly, the sound jarring in the stillness of the night. Xiaoyu saw Lin Qian walking as if on solid ground, even without a flashlight, and her admiration grew. Afraid of falling behind, Xiaoyu quickly shone the flashlight ahead of Lin Qian and hurried to catch up. No need to light the way for me, just watch your own step so you don't fall, Lin Qian said without turning around. Xiaoyu didn't ask why. Since Lin Qian said so, she did as told, quickly angling the flashlight down to her own feet. She stuck close behind Lin Qian, not daring to take her eyes off the ground for a second, afraid she'd trip over the dust and debris everywhere. Okay, Xiaoyu replied softly. Although Lin Qian had seen which way Xiaohe went, honestly, once it entered the institute, it vanished from sight. She could only rely on the faint connection between them to sense its direction. Since Xiaohe had gone this way, she didn't need to be too cautious. If there was any danger, Xiaohe would have noticed. In her mind, she said to Xiaoqing, can you go ahead and see where Xiaohe went and what it's doing? Xiaoqing was quick to respond, slipping out from between Lin Qian's thumb and forefinger. Its tiny body glimmered faintly in the darkness, like a lively little star. I'm on it, Xiaoqing's voice sounded in Lin Qian's mind. As soon as it emerged, Xiaoyu felt a strange sensation nearby, as if something was watching her from the darkness. She grew anxious and stuck even closer to Lin Qian. Xiaoqing was parasitic to Lin Qian's body and could share her vision. Now, with Xiaoqing scouting ahead, it was as if Lin Qian had already walked the path herself. This made things much easier, giving her a sense of the environment ahead. She picked up her pace, and Xiaoyu, not daring to look around for her husband, simply followed as closely as she could. Lin Qian was her only lifeline in this darkness. Finally, they found Xiaohe and Xiaoqing soaking in a small pool. The water glimmered strangely in the darkness, as if hiding countless secrets. Xiaohe, you rushed all the way here just to take a bath? Lin Qian looked at Xiaohe, both annoyed and amused. Xiaohe, seeing Lin Qian arrive, was about to speak when it noticed Xiaoyu behind her. It flicked its tongue and hissed, a hint of complaint in its tone. Why did you bring her along? Lin Qian saw both of them soaking in the water and immediately knew it had to be something good. What's this? She crouched down, carefully observing the water in the pool. She could sense a faint longing from her space for the water, not overwhelming, but enough for her to realize there was definitely something special about it. Just as she was about to reach her hand into the water, Hope beat her to it and jumped right in, swimming around happily. Hope splashed about, sending up little sprays of water as if it had found endless joy in this small pool. Xiaoqing, noticing Lin Qian's arrival, began explaining in her mind. As soon as Xiaohe got here, it sensed the same green energy in this water as in the Jade before, so it didn't tell you right away and just came to soak in it itself. Before Lin Qian could ask more, Xiaoyu's voice drifted over. There's actually water here. No wonder your pets all came running, Miss Lin. I've heard animals are especially sensitive to these things, but I didn't expect it to be true. But as she looked at the water with Xiaohe and Hope soaking in it, she felt a bit regretful. If only Hope hadn't jumped in if it was just Xiaohe, she could have overlooked it since it was so small and taken the water away. But now she felt a bit put off. Lin Qian noticed Xiaoyu staring at the now empty pool, her brows tightly knit, looking pained, and couldn't help but find it funny. Hope, you too, come out now. As soon as she spoke, her 3 little pets quickly and nimbly climbed out of the pool. Xiaoyu glanced around the edge of the pool, then suddenly seemed to notice something. She blinked, a little uncertain. Miss Lin, I think I just saw a plant over there, but now it's gone? Hearing this, Lin Qian shot a glare at Xiao Qing, who was already at her wrist, then turned to Xiaoyu with a smile. Really? I didn't see anything. Maybe it's too dark, you probably mistook Hope and Xiaohe's shadows for a plant. Now that they've jumped out, of course you can't see it anymore. Xiaoyu still felt something was off, but after thinking it over, Lin Qian's explanation seemed the most reasonable. Is that so? She murmured. What else could it be? If you don't believe me, go take a look yourself. Hearing Lin Qian's tone, Xiaoyu sensed a hint of annoyance and quickly explained, Miss Lin, I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that this place is so strange, it gives me the creeps. Seeing how nervous she was, Lin Qian reassured her, just hold onto your flashlight, don't wander off, and stick with me. It'll be fine, don't worry. After that, Lin Qian quieted her 3 pets. Once the water's surface had completely calmed, she focused on the depths of the pool. She saw a large stone at the bottom, its surface thickly covered in moss, giving it a mysterious air. Her heart stirred. She waded in, fished out the stone, and set it on the bank, then began carefully scraping off the moss. As the moss fell away, the stone's pitch-black surface was gradually revealed, emitting an indescribable aura. After she pulled the stone out, the faint green energy in the pool seemed to dissipate even more, but Lin Qian's space reacted even more strongly to the stone than it had to the water. So, the key was this stone, it must be a raw stone. Xiaoyu was startled to see Lin Qian wade right in to fish out a rock, but when she saw her haul out such a big stone and fuss over it, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. But she didn't dare ask much, she already felt she'd annoyed Lin Qian earlier by talking too much. By now, she was thoroughly impressed by Lin Qian's abilities. She'd always thought Lin Qian looked delicate and gentle, but who would have thought she was so strong? Before, she'd just thought Lin Qian was confident, well-connected, well-supplied, and well-armed, but now she realized that besides being beautiful, she was also incredibly strong. No, not just strong, astonishingly strong. That stone was so big that even 2 grown men might not be able to lift it easily, yet Lin Qian had picked it up one-handed without breaking a sweat. After confirming it was a raw stone, Lin Qian wanted to put it into her space. That green energy was precious. She couldn't just leave it here to go to waste. But glancing at Xiaoyu standing behind her, she hesitated. This was a bit of a problem. In the end, she could only set the raw stone aside for now and continue searching the institute with Xiaoyu. They combed through the entire City Research Institute, only to find it completely deserted. Everything inside was in disarray, clearly having been ransacked more than once. Anything remotely useful had been taken, not even chairs or tables were left. Before Lin Qian could say anything, Xiaoyu spoke first, her tone full of disappointment. Miss Lin, it looks like there's no information about my husband here. Sorry for troubling you today, let's head back. Lin Qian was also thinking about the raw stone. After searching the whole institute with Xiaoyu, she was eager to put it into her space. All right, you go wait in the car first. After a moment's thought, worried there might be danger on the way, she told Hope, go with her. Woof woof woof. Why? I don't want to go, I want to stay with you. Hope was clearly reluctant. Be good, I have something to do. Lin Qian winked at Hope. Hope seemed to have gotten a lot smarter lately and instantly understood Lin Qian's meaning, winking back at her. Seeing such a clever Hope, Lin Qian was pleased and nodded. Take care of Xiaoyu for me. You're so capable, I know you'll protect her. Only then did Hope reluctantly lead Xiaoyu out. Seeing Xiaoyu still dawdling, Hope turned and barked at her, woof woof woof. Come on, lady, don't dawdle. Xiaoyu caught the look in Hope's eyes and suddenly thought, I think I just got looked down on by a dog. Sure enough, like owner, like dog, this dog was practically a spirit. Once Hope had led Xiaoyu out, Lin Qian hurried back to the pool and put the raw stone into her space. As soon as it was inside, she immediately tossed Xiaohe in as well, letting it absorb the green energy from the stone. She saw the green energy from the raw stone start to spread throughout her space, so she quickly ran outside and called out, Hope, come here. Seeing Xiaoyu standing by the car, she tossed her the keys. I've got something to do, wait for me in the car. Before Xiaoyu even had a chill ran through her heart. With a tide this size, many people would surely die. Worse yet, these animals carried parasites that could enter the human brain at any time, causing instant brain death. Even if someone still had a breath of life left, if they didn't know how to deal with the surging tide of animals, approaching rashly would only lead to certain death. With the two elders of the Zhang family already gone, Lin Qian naturally wouldn't easily use her mental power to help others expel the parasites from their bodies. Not to mention that this method was extremely troublesome and painfully inefficient. Unless the authorities could develop an effective deworming medicine, but that was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Thinking of how her own mental power had improved, Lin Qian's heart stirred. She decided to try using her mental power to call out to her 3 little companions to see if she could wake them from their slumber. She focused her mind, slowly sending out the call through her spiritual power, silently hoping for a response. However, as the minutes ticked by, she called for a long time but received no reply. Meanwhile, the roar of the beast tide outside grew ever more deafening, as if it were right at her doorstep. Lin Qian knew very well that, given her current state, she had no confidence in dealing with such a massive horde of animals. After thinking it over, she finally decided to slip into her personal space. This time, upon entering, Lin Qian was surprised to find that not only could she clearly hear the commotion outside, she could even see everything within a 10-meter radius. The sensation was incredibly strange, not as if she were seeing with her eyes, but she could truly sense everything around her, as if she had eyes in all directions, leaving no blind spots at all. She saw the beast tide surging like a flood, tens of thousands of animals pouring into her field of perception, until finally, her vision was filled with endless darkness. She could see nothing at all. At first, she thought something was wrong with her special ability. But when she continued to channel her spiritual power to observe the outside, she realized that the animals were already right in front of her. Packed together so tightly, the scene was truly hair-raising. There were simply too many animals for her to see anything else. But soon, she noticed that these animals weren't approaching her location at all. Instead, they were consciously avoiding the Liu family's house, running off in other directions. This discovery left her utterly baffled. Lin Qian simply exited her space and stood in the courtyard. The moment she stepped out, she felt a violent tremor. The entire area seemed to be experiencing a massive earthquake. If she hadn't been mentally prepared, she probably would have fallen to the ground. She saw the animals charging madly at the surrounding houses. Even though the doors and windows were tightly shut, the animals kept ramming into them. Strangely, though, none of them showed any intention of coming near her. Full of confusion, Lin Qian thought for a moment, then pulled out her whip and slowly opened the door. As she did, the animals slowed down a bit and even glanced at her, but in the next second, it was as if she didn't exist. They completely ignored her and continued rushing forward. What's going on? Lin Qian muttered to herself. She certainly wasn't about to do anything reckless. Even if the animals ignored her, she wouldn't approach them carelessly. Like a shrewd hunter, she stood quietly to the side, observing for quite a while. She found that the animals truly had no interest in her or the house behind her. This piqued her curiosity, and she wanted to investigate further. When she approached the running animals with her whip, they seemed to sense her and edged away ever so slightly. Lin Qian found this even stranger. Finally, she simply lashed out with her whip, catching one animal that kept glancing at her. The other animals, seeing this, scattered even farther away in fright. Lin Qian dragged the animal in front of her, crouched down, and examined it closely. She found that it was trembling all over, clearly terrified of her. No way, am I some kind of monster? Why does this thing seem so scared of me? Lin Qian was full of confusion. She didn't understand animal speech. She could only communicate with her own pets, so she had no idea what was going on. For now, she just tied the animal up with a rope and set it aside, planning to study it after the beast tide passed. She hadn't intended to get involved in the beast tide at all and was about to go back inside to sleep. But as she turned, she heard wails coming from not far away. Her heart clenched. She remembered that there were still antiques in those people's houses that she hadn't collected yet. If she let the animals rampage inside, wouldn't her antiques be destroyed too? That wouldn't do. With that thought, she didn't hesitate any longer. She drew her whip and lashed out fiercely at the animals surging toward her. She kept swinging her whip for a long time, and animal corpses gradually piled up at her feet. At first, the animals avoided her, and even after she killed quite a few with her whip, they still didn't try to attack her. But as she was nearing exhaustion, the animals seemed to realize that her strength was almost spent. Oh whoa. It was then that Lin Qian noticed a snow wolf had appeared among the beast tide. Its white fur gleamed in the darkness like a brilliant star. It seemed this snow wolf was their leader. It slowly walked out from the mass of animals, step by step, until it stood before Lin Qian. Lin Qian, just thinking of taking a break, saw the snow wolf approach and thought to herself, "Is this wolf coming to challenge me now that I'm exhausted?" She was right. The snow wolf, seeing her whip lowered, suddenly lunged at her throat, clearly aiming to kill her in one strike. But Lin Qian was not someone who would let her life be so easily taken by a wolf. She had finally been reborn in this life. There was still so much she wanted to do. She wasn't ready to die yet. As the wolf lunged, Lin Qian dodged swiftly. The wolf missed her for the first time, then slowly retreated 2 steps and glanced back. With just that one look, a number of animals surged in from all directions. They seemed afraid of Lin Qian, but under the snow wolf's sharp gaze, they braced themselves and attacked her anyway. "At least you've got some brains," Lin Qian said with a mocking smile, looking at the snow wolf. The snow wolf seemed to understand her, letting out another howl, a woe, full of challenge. Lin Qian fixed her cold, steely gaze on the pack of animals eyeing her hungrily. "But there's no way I'll let myself fall into your hands." With that, she took a deep breath, forcing her taut nerves to relax a little. Gathering her focus, she swung her whip again, lashing fiercely at the animals charging at her in a frenzy. The snow wolf truly lived up to its reputation as the leader of the pack, cunning and ruthless. It seemed to have been waiting for just the right moment. When Lin Qian's attention was fully occupied by the endless wave of attacking beasts, the wolf suddenly launched a deadly strike. Like a flash of white lightning, it lunged at Lin Qian, its sharp fangs glinting coldly in the moonlight. In that split second, the plain gauze robe draped over Lin Qian's shoulders seemed to come alive. It suddenly materialized, wrapping gently yet firmly around her entire body. The snow wolf missed her throat by a mere fraction of a second. In fact, its fangs had already grazed her neck. If not for the sudden appearance of the gauze robe, which separated them at the last instant, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The wolf had been so sure of itself, convinced that this time it would finally take Lin Qian down and eliminate the human who threatened it. But when its fangs met only the unyielding fabric of her robe, the wolf froze in place, utterly stunned, staring in disbelief. "Oh whoa." The snow wolf let out a confused growl, as if questioning this sudden turn of events. It lifted its head and met Lin Qian's eyes, noticing that her gaze had turned red. Even without looking closely, the murderous aura radiating from her sent a chill down its spine. A wolf that could become the leader of so many beasts was no fool. It quickly assessed the situation, weighing its options. After a moment, It slowly lowered its head to Lin Qian in a gesture of submission. Its posture seemed to say, "I yield." What's that supposed to mean? Lin Qian looked at the wolf, completely baffled and on high alert. Just moments ago, it had been trying to kill her. Now it was acting like this. Could it be a trick, a feint before another attack? Before she could figure it out, the wolf let out another howl, a woe. This time, there was a hint of supplication and surrender in its voice. "You're surrendering?" Lin Qian frowned, testing the waters. "A woe." The snow wolf called out again, lowering its head even further, almost touching the ground. Lin Qian wasn't about to let her guard down so easily. If not for her enchanted robe, she'd already be dead. This experience made her realize she needed to be even more cautious in the future. Even with her secret space as a trump card, she was still vulnerable in critical moments. Life was fragile, always at risk of being snuffed out in the face of danger. Her arm ached from swinging the whip for so long. Even with her enhanced body, she was starting to feel the strain. As she raised her arm again, the wolf and the other animals around it seemed to fall under a spell, obediently dropping to the ground. The sight was both spectacular and surreal. Looking at the animals, Lin Qian realized they truly seemed to be submitting. But wolves were cunning by nature. There was no way she'd trust them so easily. She wondered if this was just a ploy to buy time, waiting for her to lower her guard before launching another attack. After a moment's thought, she asked the snow wolf, "Are you their leader?" The snow wolf glanced back at the other animals, then let out a howl, as if answering her question. Even as she spoke, Lin Qian's wariness didn't lessen in the slightest. She'd just survived a brush with death. There was no way she'd relax now. "Make them stop attacking our village." She didn't care if it understood her or not, it was worth a try. If it worked, she could at least save some of the antiques, which were valuable to her. To her surprise, the snow wolf seemed to understand. It turned around and barked 3 times at the pack, "A woe! A woe! A woe!" The chaos instantly quieted down. The wolf turned back to Lin Qian, as if asking for approval, its eyes full of hope and eagerness to please. Lin Qian seemed to catch its meaning. "You're asking me?" "A woe." The snow wolf nodded vigorously, its head bobbing like a drum. "Tell them to disperse. Wherever they came from, send them back." Lin Qian knew that from now on, she was the leader of this pack. That was the way of wolves. Once you fought and won, you earned their respect. That was the law of the pack. "A woe." The snow wolf howled again, and the great, unruly beast horde began to disperse in an orderly fashion, as if they'd heard a retreat signal. In no time, they vanished from Lin Qian's sight. Peace returned to Lu family village, as if the terrifying beast tide had never happened. When Lin Qian saw that all the other animals had left, only the snow wolf remained. She frowned and asked, "Why are you still here? You just tried to kill me. Even if you want to stay, I won't let you. You'd better leave while I'm still in a good mood." The snow wolf stared at Lin Qian for a long moment, realizing she wasn't joking. It let out a low howl, a woe, and slowly walked away, glancing back at her every few steps, as if hoping for something. Lin Qian had no idea what it wanted, nor did she care. She had a pile of dead animals to deal with, a bloody and daunting scene. She didn't know if any of these beasts had inner cores, but she couldn't dissect them all by herself. She had no idea when Xiaoqing would wake up. If Xiaoqing were here, she might have had some help. She was covered in blood, the stench so strong it made her stomach churn. In the end, she decided to retreat to her space to clean up. She tossed her blood-soaked clothes aside, not wanting them anymore. The stench alone was enough to make her gag. Fortunately, she'd stocked up on clothes earlier. Otherwise, at the rate she was going through them, she'd never have enough to wear. After finally managing to clean herself up, Lin Qian walked to the basement door and knocked. "Granny Wu, the beast tide has passed. You can come out now." It was a while before someone from the Lu family came to open the basement door. As soon as she came out, Granny Wu grabbed Lin Qian's hand and looked her up and down, her eyes full of worry and concern. Only after confirming that Lin Qian was indeed unhurt did she finally breathe a sigh of relief, the wrinkles on her face relaxing. Still, she couldn't help but ask again, "Are you really all right?" "I'm fine, don't worry." None of the animals got into the house. There were a lot of them, but they all avoided us, so not only am I unharmed, but the house didn't suffer any damage either. That's good, that's good. Granny Wu patted her chest in relief, a smile spreading across her face. Oh, by the way, there are a bunch of animal corpses outside. If you process them, they could be used as food. Do you want to bring them in and take care of them? We could, but we can't keep all the animals for ourselves. Once everyone comes out tomorrow, let's divide them among the whole village. Lin Qian didn't really care how they divided the animals. Granny Wu, there's something about these animals I should mention. Almost all of them were killed by me. You can take the meat, but when you're processing them, could you keep an eye out for something? Some of these animals have a black bead inside their bodies. She took a core out of her space and handed it to Granny Wu. It looks like this. If you find any, I hope you can give them to me. What's this thing for? Aunt Hong came over, her eyes full of curiosity. These can be refined into a kind of energy, but they're no use to you. Aunt Hong wanted to say more, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Granny Wu shot her a sharp glare, and she swallowed her words. She opened her mouth slightly, but eventually pressed her lips together and kept quiet. All right, let's all head out, Granny Wu said with an air of authority, then strode toward the door. Aunt Hong hurried forward, carefully supporting Lu Yongxing, afraid he might stumble. Xiao Yu clutched Little Bao tightly in her arms, hurrying after the others. At first, everyone was full of doubt. It was hard to believe that their home had really survived the terrifying beast tide unscathed. But when Lin Qian handed them a flashlight and they looked around the house in the bright beam, they realized it looked almost exactly the same as when they'd hidden away. For a moment, their admiration for Lin Qian reached its peak. Lin Qian gently took Granny Wu's arm and said softly, "Granny Wu, could you come here for a moment?" The others, seeing this, followed as well. Lin Qian led Granny Wu to the door and slowly pushed it open. The moment the door opened, a strong, pungent smell of blood rushed at them, making everyone frown and feel nauseous. Little Bao was still very young and couldn't handle such a strong bloody odor. He wrinkled his little nose, his face scrunching up, and then burst into loud wails. Xiao Yu panicked, trying to soothe him, patting his back, humming softly, but he kept crying. "Take the child inside. The smell out here is too much for him," Granny Wu said quickly to Xiao Yu, seeing that Little Bao wouldn't stop crying. Xiao Yu hesitated as she looked at the piles of animal corpses. She knew everyone was busy dealing with them, and as a member of Lu Village, she should help. But seeing Little Bao crying in her arms and remembering her father inside who still needed care, she bit her lip and handed the baby to Aunt Hong. "Mom, you take Bao inside. Dad still needs you. I'll stay and help." Actually, after some rest, Lu Yongxing could walk on his own, but Aunt Hong still insisted on supporting him. Aunt Hong looked at her little grandson, then at her husband, and after weighing her options, nodded and took them inside. Once they were gone, Xiao Yu turned to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, how should we handle these animals?" Granny Wu stood by, looking at the capable Xiao Yu with satisfaction. Seeing her like this, Granny Wu felt reassured about the future. Lin Qian took out a pack of gloves and handed them to Xiao Yu. "I'm not sure if you have these at home. These animals have parasites inside them. If you're not careful, the worms can get into your body and invade your brain." No wonder people who survived the beast tide seemed fine, but then fell into comas. Is it because of these worms? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Has this happened in Lu Village too? Yes. Several of the men who went out with Dad and Uncle Jean fell into comas. We searched everywhere for a cure, but never found the reason. Granny Wu looked at Lin Qian. Is there any pattern to how these parasites choose their hosts? Lin Qian shook her head. I'm not sure. I only encountered similar cases at the official base. They're already working on a treatment, so hopefully when it's ready, it'll prevent more people from being harmed. But for now, it's best to be careful. Once these things get into the body, there's no way to get them out. Then we really do need to be careful. Let's get to work, Granny Wu said, taking the gloves from Xiao Yu and putting them on, ready to get started. Lin Qian quickly stopped her. Granny Wu, there's no rush. You're older and not in the best health. You shouldn't be doing this. Just guide the villagers when the time comes. I called you out mainly to explain how to handle things. Lin Qian paused for a moment before continuing. These animals have parasites on them, as I mentioned earlier. Actually, dealing with them is pretty simple. Just make sure your body doesn't come into direct contact with the animals when handling them, and the parasites won't be able to get into your body. Also, you need to cook them thoroughly, or roast them if you prefer. The parasites can't survive high temperatures, so if you cook the meat a bit longer, they'll die off, and it'll be safe to eat. That's good to know. Granny Wu smiled as she listened. At first, she'd found the sight of all these animals a bit bloody and frightening, but now, thinking about how they'd feed the people of Lu family village for quite a while, she felt much more at ease. Looking at it this way, Lin Qian wasn't just a blessing for their family, she was a blessing for the whole village. Granny Wu was filled with emotion, her gratitude toward Lin Qian growing even deeper. Miss Lin, you hunted all these animals yourself. Are you sure you want to give them all to us? Xiaoyu still couldn't quite believe it and asked for confirmation. Lin Qian smiled and nodded. I have enough grain and I don't really need these animals. Besides, a lotto. But Miss Lin, if you give all these animals to our village, people might not be willing to trade their antiques for supplies anymore, at least not in the short term. Food is scarce right now, and these animals are just too important to them. She remembered that Lin Qian's main goal was to collect antiques, so she kindly reminded her. How about this? Our family can gather up these animals first, and later, people can still trade their antiques for the meat. That way, you won't lose out. Lin Qian lowered her gaze, thinking. The main reason she'd helped the people of Lu family village in the first place was to collect antiques. If she just gave the animals away for free now, she'd be putting the cart before the horse and end up with nothing. If the villagers filled their bellies and lost interest in trading for antiques, all her efforts would be for nothing. Thinking this, Lin Qian looked up at Granny Wu and said, That works too, Granny Wu. You can arrange it. But there are just too many animal carcasses here, and you're getting on in years, you definitely can't move them. Xiaoyu just finished her postpartum confinement, so she probably hasn't fully recovered either. Why don't we get Uncle Jean to call everyone over, and those who want to trade can do so directly? Granny Wu nodded, agreeing with Lin Qian's reasoning. She turned to Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, go find your Uncle Jean. Xiaoyu responded and hurried off. Before long, she returned with Uncle Jean. Uncle Jin's eyes lit up when he saw the mountain of animal carcasses in front of him, and he grinned so widely the wrinkles on his face seemed to bloom like flowers. But he didn't forget to greet Granny Wu first, asking with concern, Auntie Wu, is everything all right at your place? Granny Wu waved her hand with a smile. We're fine, thanks to Miss Lin. None of the animals got inside. She helped us hunt all these animals, and she's willing to share them with the village. But only if people bring out their antiques to trade. Uncle Jean hesitated. I'm not sure if everyone will be willing to do that. Granny Wu's expression grew serious. If they're willing, great. If not, that's fine too, no one's being forced. It's all voluntary. But I'd advise everyone to think carefully. Those antiques at home can't save your life. You all saw how terrifying the beast tide was last night. If Miss Lin hadn't been here, the damage would have been even worse. Some people might not have survived at all. She glanced at Uncle Jean, noticing he looked a bit disheveled himself, and asked, How's your family, Xiaojin? Is your father all right? Uncle Jean sighed. We live deeper in the village, so we're mostly fine. But on the way here with Xiaoyu, I saw that a lot of our neighbors suffered some damage, some houses were destroyed, and some people got hurt. Granny Wu's face grew solemn. That's all the more reason to call everyone over. I was thinking of having you and your family sort out the animals first, but now, since everyone's been affected, they probably can't sleep anyway. We might as well call them all here and distribute the meat, at least it'll lift everyone's spirits a bit. Uncle Jean nodded. All right, I'll go do that. But how exactly should we handle the trades? Granny Wu looked at Lin Qian and suggested, Miss Lin, some of these animals are big and some are small, and it's a hassle to deal with them. Why don't we let old Jean oversee things and trade the meat for antiques at twice the weight of rice? After all, animals can still be hunted, but rice is much more scarce right now. Lin Qian nodded. That's fine, you can handle the arrangements. She trusted Granny Wu's family. After spending time with them, she could feel their sincerity. Actually, Lin Qian's main reason for coming to Lu family village this time was to seek revenge on Huang Huang. But now that he'd escaped and disappeared, she had no way of finding him for the time being. Since that was the case, she might as well collect more antiques so the trip wouldn't be wasted. With everything arranged, she started thinking about going home. Ever since she'd returned from Guang City, she hadn't been back home at all, and she was starting to worry about how things were there. Although Uncle Chen had said everything was fine, she wouldn't be at ease until she saw it for herself. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go home for a bit. I'll come back in a few days. If you think of anything you need, just write it down for me, and I'll bring it next time. With that, Lin Qian headed toward her car. When she got to the car and opened the door, it was packed full of supplies. She'd moved everything from her storage space into the car. Since she was going to be gone for a few days, she figured she might as well leave these supplies behind for them. Oh, by the way, I also left a lot of food in my room, and I sprinkled insect repellent powder inside and out. Those supplies are just for your family, so keep them safe. As for any antiques traded during this time, please help me store them. I'll come back to collect them later, Lin Qian said to Xiaoyu and Granny Wu. Seeing Lin Qian unloading the supplies again, Xiaoyu hurried over to help. Miss Lin, when the beast tide came yesterday, we hid in the basement, and I had a lot of time to think. I've learned so much from being around you these days. You're even younger than me, but you know so much and you're so capable. Lin Qian wasn't sure what Xiaoyu wanted to say. Thinking of Xiaoyu's still missing husband, she wondered if Xiaoyu was about to ask her to help search for him. But Xiaoyu's next words proved she was overthinking it. Unlike Aunt Hong, Xiaoyu, though she worried about her husband, wasn't the type to easily make such requests of Lin Qian. I was wondering, Miss Lin, would you let me follow you and learn a few things? Xiaoyu finally mustered her courage and voiced her thoughts. Lin Qian was a little taken aback. She looked at Xiaoyu in surprise and asked, Follow me? Aren't you going to keep looking for your husband? A trace of sadness flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes, but she quickly steeled herself and replied, Of course I'll keep looking. But with my current abilities, I'm just too weak. It's not that I'm giving up hope, but if I run into another beast tide, I might not survive. I want to learn some skills from you, so I can better protect myself and my family, and be more capable of finding my husband. Lin Qian gazed quietly into Xiaoyu's determined eyes, deeply moved. She could truly feel Xiaoyu's resolve and her burning hope for the future. In this perilous, uncertain world, the ability to protect oneself meant a chance at survival, a faint glimmer of hope in the darkness of the apocalypse. Her thoughts drifted back to her previous life. She remembered when she first met Grandpa Wang, how he had reached out to help her without hesitation, and later protected her time and again in moments of crisis. Lin Qian had always felt grateful to Grandpa Wang. Although he hadn't survived long in the harsh apocalypse of her previous life, it was thanks to his help that she'd managed to cling to life for a while longer. Memories surged like a tide, and in this moment, Lin Qian felt even more understanding and empathy for Xiaoyu's situation. She sighed softly and said, You can follow me, but it'll be tough. And I can't guarantee I'll be able to teach you anything. Xiaoyu's eyes instantly lit up with joy. I'm not afraid of hardship. As long as I can learn something, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I don't mind. Miss Lin, please let me follow you. Lin Qian nodded slightly. All right. But I'll need to go home and take care of some things these next few days. Once I'm back, we'll officially start. Xiaoyu's face flushed with excitement, and she nodded vigorously. Okay, Miss Lin, I won't let you down. Granny Wu, watching from the side, smiled in relief as Lin Qian agreed to take Xiaoyu on. She turned to Xiaoyu and said, You're still calling her Miss Lin? You should call her Master now. She's agreed to teach you, so it's time to change how you address her." As she spoke, Granny Wu shot Xiaoyu a meaningful look. Xiaoyu immediately understood and hurried into the house. As soon as she left, Lin Qian said to Granny Wu, "You don't need to call me Miss Lin anymore either. We're all familiar with each other now. Just call me Qian from now on." "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." Granny Wu knew this meant Lin Qian trusted their family even more now. She called out warmly, "Qian." Looking at the kindly old woman before her, Lin Qian couldn't help but recall the gentle face of Granny Zheng. Granny Zheng had cared for her deeply when she was alive. Now that she was gone, Lin Qian felt a pang of sorrow, but also a touch of warmth and comfort from Granny Wu's kindness. Soon, Xiaoyu returned with an antique in her hands. The moment Xiaoyu brought it out, Lin Qian keenly sensed a shift in the air, as if some invisible force was drawing her in. A treasure. Lin Qian marveled inwardly, her gaze fixed on the item in Xiaoyu's hands. "What's this?" Without hesitation, Xiaoyu handed it over and said sincerely, "Master, we don't have much of value at home right now. I picked this out from our antiques as my gift to you for taking me as your disciple. I hope you'll accept it." Lin Qian thought to herself, this family really knows how to do things. They know I like antiques and brought out a good one as a gift. She accepted it graciously. "Then I'll gladly accept." Just as she was about to leave, Granny Wu took out the pistol Lin Qian had given her earlier and solemnly handed it back. Lin Qian took it, then pulled some bullets from her pocket and handed them to Xiaoyu. "Consider this a return gift. Even though you say the antique is your disciple's gift, I'm not really your master in the strictest sense. It's too valuable for me to just accept. Take these bullets, they might come in handy." Xiaoyu was about to refuse, but Granny Wu smiled and said, "Qian, since you're willing to teach Xiaoyu, you're her master now. You deserve to be called that. If you don't like being called master, then she can call you teacher from now on. The antique is just our way of showing respect, don't turn it down." She winked at Xiaoyu, who quickly caught on and called out teacher. The title of master held a special place in Lin Qian's heart. Since they weren't using that, she let Xiaoyu call her teacher and nodded. "All right, teacher, it is." Just then, Uncle Jean arrived with a few familiar villagers. When everyone saw the mountain of animal carcasses, they were all thrilled, their eyes shining with greed and longing. Granny Wu explained how the animals would be distributed and how antiques could be exchanged for meat. The villagers hesitated at first about trading antiques for food. But with their food supplies already gone and the animals promising to feed them for a while, survival won out and they all agreed. With Granny Wu and Uncle Jean organizing, everyone got busy. Seeing everything running smoothly, Lin Qian felt at ease. She got in her car and headed home. As she drove, she picked up her walkie-talkie, switched to her home channel, and said softly, "Uncle Chin, are you there?" Uncle Chin seemed to have been keeping an ear on the radio and replied quickly, "I'm here, Miss Qian. Are you coming home?" "Yes, I'm on my way. I should be home in about an hour." "All right. Have you eaten? Should I prepare something for you?" "That would be great." Ever since the two elders of the Zhang family had passed, Lin Qian hadn't shown much outward grief, but she'd been holding something in her heart. That feeling wouldn't go away until she dealt with Huang Huang. But now, hearing Uncle Chen's familiar, everyday tone, she almost lost control of her emotions. She quickly put away the walkie-talkie and focused on driving home. The devastation left in the wake of the beast tide along the way was a far cry from what Lin Qian had seen when she first arrived. It was utter chaos. The once orderly streets were now unrecognizable, filled with nothing but ruins and rubble. Broken bricks and tiles, like abandoned toys, were scattered haphazardly in every corner, while jagged remnants of walls jutted out at odd angles. Animal corpses lay strewn across the road, filling the air with a nauseating stench of decay. The smell assaulted her nostrils, making her frown and her stomach churn. Various trees had fallen across the road, some uprooted entirely, their thick roots exposed, others snapped in half, their broken ends uneven and raw. Carefully, Lin Qian maneuvered her vehicle through the wreckage. If it weren't for her car's excellent performance, powerful engine, and high chassis, She would have been trapped by these obstacles long ago, unable to move forward. What used to be a 1-hour drive home now took her nearly 2 hours before she finally reached the foot of her mountain. Just as she was about to take the familiar path back to her villa, Lin Qian noticed a series of wooden barricades blocking the way at the mountain's base. These barricades were sturdy and thick, each log as wide as an adult's thigh, clearly reinforced on purpose. Barbed vines were wrapped around them, forming a natural line of defense that made people hesitate to approach. Even if she wanted to force her way through, it would be impossible. Lin Qian frowned slightly and was just about to get out and check the situation when someone approached from ahead. As the person drew near, Lin Qian recognized him. It was Xiao Mao, one of Zhao Tianwei's men. Xiao Mao, what are you doing here? Lin Qian rolled down her window and asked in confusion. Hey, I thought this car looked like yours, Miss Lin. Didn't expect it really was you. You're finally back. Xiao Mao's face lit up with a bright smile when he saw her. The power suddenly went out. Is everything okay at home? Everything's fine. It's just that ever since the insect disaster, wave after wave of beast tides have been coming toward our villa district. So Brother Wei had us set up these barricades and organized everyone in the villa area to take turns standing guard. If anything happens, we can quickly go up the mountain and alert everyone to get ready. As he spoke, Xiao Mao pointed to the barricades behind him. Then he shouted, "Someone come move this stuff." Miss Lin is back. No sooner had he spoken than a man ran out from inside. Lin Qian thought he looked familiar, but she couldn't recall his name. The man smiled and nodded at her, Miss Lin. She truly couldn't remember who he was, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Her only thought was to hurry home and check on things. Once Xiao Mao had arranged for people to move the fallen trees out of the way, Lin Qian said to him as he was putting the barricades back, "Xiao Mao, come by my house later when you're off duty." Although Xiao Mao didn't know what she meant, her words were always taken as law among them. Whatever she said, they would do. "Okay, Miss Lin. I'll come find you after my shift." Xiao Mao waved at her as she drove off. Lin Qian nodded at him and headed up the mountain. Once she was on the mountain road, the way was clear and smooth. It seemed someone regularly cleaned up here. There were no animal corpses around either. If it weren't for the darkness, it would look almost the same as usual. Lin Qian made her way home. When she reached her front gate, she pressed the button to open the automatic door. Uncle Qin, hearing the sound, hurriedly turned on the courtyard lights and came out to greet her. "Miss, you're finally back. Are you hungry? Park your car and I'll bring out dinner right away." Uncle Chen's face was full of concern and joy. Lin Qian had been craving Uncle Chen's cooking for a long time. She quickly replied, "Okay, Uncle Chen, I'll park the car first." Grandpa Wang and Wang Hui also came running out. Seeing Lin Qian safe and sound, they both breathed a sigh of relief. After parking the car and returning to the living room, Lin Qian felt, for a moment, as if she had gone back to the days before the apocalypse. The house was brightly lit and comfortably warm, making her feel incredibly at ease. After so long out in the harsh world, suddenly returning to such a cozy environment felt almost like a dream. But it also helped her finally relax. Only at home could she let her guard down, even just a little. She sat at the dining table, which was covered with steaming dishes, their aroma filling the air. Uncle Chen eagerly ladled soup for her, saying as he did, "Miss, you must have had a tough time out there. You look thinner." Lin Qian had just weighed herself in her space recently. She hadn't lost weight at all. In fact, she'd gained a few pounds. But her figure hadn't changed much, probably because she'd built more muscle. "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Uncle Chen looked at Lin Qian, truly believing she'd lost weight, his eyes full of undisguised concern. "Uncle Chen, sit down and eat with us. Have you been behaving and resting well while I was away?" "Oh, I've been resting at home every day, haven't I? Don't worry about me, Uncle Wang says I'm healthier than ever." Lin Qian turned to Grandpa Wang. "Grandpa Wang, is that true?" It's true. In fact, it's strange, Xiaoming's health seems even better than before. It doesn't make sense. We've thought about it over and over, and the only explanation is that medicine you gave him when he was injured. Does it not only heal wounds, but also strengthen the body? Grandpa Wang asked, puzzled. Lin Qian knew that after living together for so long, the Wang family weren't fools. They were bound to notice something was off eventually. But there were some things she really couldn't let them know. After all, it involved her greatest secret. Yet keeping secrets forever would only hurt those she cared about. After all, they'd long since become like family. After some thought, she decided to reveal a bit of her secret to Uncle Qin and the Wang family. You all know about the fruits and vegetables we've been eating, right? Lin Qian took a deep breath and began slowly. Miss, do you mean those peaches and cherries you always keep in the fridge? And those fresh, juicy vegetables? Uncle Qin, who cooked often, immediately guessed, his eyes full of curiosity. Yes, those. I have a way to get fresh fruits and vegetables, but I can't tell you how. These fruits and vegetables have a special effect. Eating them will improve your physical condition, and they're especially effective at helping wounds heal. Grandpa Wang finally caught on. So, Xiao Qian, you're saying that the reason Xiaoming's health has improved is because of these fruits and vegetables? Yes, Lin Qian nodded. But, how is that possible? Grandpa Wang looked utterly shocked. Seeing his reaction, Lin Qian patiently explained, Grandpa Wang, honestly, I thought it was strange at first too. It's a bit worrying for fruits and vegetables to have these kinds of effects. But both Hope and I have eaten them ourselves, and not only were there no problems, our health actually improved. That's why I started giving them to the family. Wang Hui, who had been listening all along, suddenly understood. No wonder your health has been better lately, Grandpa. It must be because of these fruits and vegetables from Xiao Qian. Grandpa Wang nodded repeatedly, looking as if he'd had a revelation. No wonder, Noah. But Xiao Qian, these things are so precious. We've just been eating them like regular fruits and vegetables. Can our family really afford that? Of course, Lin Qian couldn't tell them that she had an entire warehouse full of them in her space, more than they could ever eat. She could only rub her nose and say, you don't need to worry about that. There's no shortage of these, and my supply is very stable. Uncle Qin noticed Lin Qian's nose-rubbing gesture and realized she was hiding something, which made him a little uneasy. But seeing how thin she looked now, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Miss, let's eat first. We can talk more after we're full. Lin Qian hadn't been very hungry at first, but with all the delicious food in front of her, her appetite was quickly awakened. Since Uncle Qin had spoken, Grandpa Wang and Wang Hui didn't press further and quietly started eating. After Lin Qian finally finished her meal, Uncle Qin asked about Hope and Xiao Hei's whereabouts. He'd noticed as soon as Lin Qian got home that the two little ones were missing and was worried something might have happened. He'd watched Lin Qian grow up and could always tell when something was bothering her. Judging by her expression, she seemed upset. He couldn't help but worry. Xiao Hei was one thing, but Hope had grown up in the Lin family. Though technically a pet, Hope was really like family. If anything had happened to them, not just Lin Qian, but Uncle Qin himself would be devastated. After some thought, Uncle Qin finally asked, Miss, where are Hope and Xiao Hei? Only then did Lin Qian remember that Hope and Xiao Hei were still asleep in her space. She wasn't sure what was going on and would need to check on them later. Although they'd gone through something similar last time and woke up fine, she was still anxious. Oh, I left them at the Liu family's place. I told you about it, right? The village with all the antiques? I've been going there these past couple of days to collect antiques. Hearing that Hope and Xiao Hei were fine, Uncle Qin breathed a sigh of relief. But then a new worry crept in. If the pets were fine, where did the sadness in Lin Qian's eyes come from? Could something have happened to one of her friends? He suddenly remembered the two elderly people Lin Qian had mentioned last time and felt a pang of worry, but didn't dare ask. Miss, you must be tired. I've already put hot water in your room. Why don't you go take a bath? Lin Qian really did need some rest. After being busy for so many days, she was feeling worn out. I'll go up now then. Wang Hui wanted to say something to Lin Qian, but Grandpa Wang stopped him. Xiao Qian is tired. Let her rest. Wang Hui hadn't noticed how tired she was, but since both Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang said so, he let it go for now. After returning to her room, Lin Qian took a long, relaxing bath. Uncle Chin had even added essential oils to the water, and as the fragrant steam rose, she felt all her fatigue melt away. Just as she finished her bath, Uncle Chin came to find her. "Miss, Xiaomao is here. He said you asked him to come." "Oh, right. Have him wait a moment. I'll be right out." Lin Qian quickly got dressed and went downstairs, seeing Wang Hui still sitting in the living room, lost in thought. When he saw her, he got up to greet her. "Xiao Qian, I need to talk to you." "Wait a second. Help me move the supplies from the car to Xiao Mao and his team first." She tossed Wang Hui the car keys. "Thanks." Whatever Wang Hui had wanted to say, he swallowed it back. He had no choice but to help Lin Qian drive the car over and deliver the supplies to Xiao Mao. While Wang Hui was getting the car, Lin Qian went outside to see Xiao Mao. "Xiao Mao, I've got some supplies in the car. Wang Hui will drive it over to your place. Just unload everything when it gets there." "Huh? Miss Lin Qian, is there any work you need us to do?" "Not really. Just take the supplies. You guys need resources to get things done, and it's not good if you run out at a critical moment." Xiao Mao scratched his head. "But we still have some of the supplies you gave us last time. Some got eaten by bugs, but Dolly came up with a solution, and after that, no more bugs came around." "What solution?" Lin Qian was curious. She knew Dolly was the brains of their group. Had he managed to get some pest repellent? "Did you guys get some bug repellent?" she asked. "No, we couldn't get anything like that. Dolly studied physics, so he made a device that emits some kind of sound waves, kind of like how bats work. Humans can't hear it, but bugs and animals really hate it. I didn't believe it at first, but it actually works." "Ultrasound." Yes, that's it." "Miss Lin Qian, you really do know everything." Lin Qian was speechless. Even if he wanted to flatter her, wasn't this a bit much? But Xiao Mao's eyes were so clear and earnest that she couldn't sense a hint of deceit, which made her even more exasperated. Just then, Wang Hui drove the car over. "All right, go home with Wang Hui. I'm a bit tired and want to rest." Sure. You go rest. We'll handle the rest. While you were away, Brother Wei had us take care of everything in the villa district, and since you'd need to drive, we even cleared all the obstacles from the roads." So Lin Qian's guess had been right. The clean roads were thanks to Zhao Tianwei and his team. All her support for them hadn't been in vain. Wang Hui still had something on his mind and wanted to talk to Lin Qian, but since she'd just gotten back, he decided to wait for another time. After Wang Hui left with Xiao Mao, Lin Qian returned to her bedroom and slipped straight into her space with a flash. At this moment, Hope and Little Black were still fast asleep, though they'd changed positions. As for Little Green, it remained nestled securely in her palm, completely motionless. She sighed, repositioned Hope, who was about to fall off the stool, and wrapped Little Black back around it. Only then did she step outside to check on her space. Last time, during the beast tide in Lu family village, she'd stored all the antiques she'd collected into her space. Now, the space could accumulate a total of 16.5 hours per day. She felt that she'd probably already taken most of the valuable antiques from the pearl market. Anything she hadn't gotten her hands on had likely been damaged by now. If she still wanted her space to evolve, or for its time to keep increasing, she'd really have to consider visiting other cities. Beijing was a good option. Coincidentally, Xiao Yu also wanted to go there to look for her husband, so she could do her a favor while she was at it. As for Jade, maybe she could check out Lin City or the border areas. There might be some jade mines she could collect from. Given the current situation, anyone running a mine would have long since fled for their lives. Who knows where to? Besides, such dangerous places, anyone left behind probably wouldn't survive anyway. But not all jade contained green energy. Even now, she hadn't encountered much jade with it, and every time she did, it was pure luck. Even though she'd collected so many high-quality antiques in Lu family village, the growth rate of her space was still slow. From here on out, unless she found a large batch of antiques for her space to devour, or a large amount of jade to improve it, things would likely stagnate. After harvesting the fruits and vegetables from her space, she realized she now had plenty. She remembered the medicinal herb seeds she'd found at Grandpa Wang's shop. Maybe she could transplant them here and see if they'd sprout. She cleared a patch of black soil specifically for planting medicinal herbs. After finishing all this, she noticed that the distant mist had thinned even more. This time, she simply walked right up to the edge. But she couldn't go through it at all. The moment she stuck her hand in, it immediately felt like it was burning. She quickly pulled her hand back, only to find it red and swollen. Looking at her swollen hand, she couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear. It seemed this space hadn't fully accepted her yet. She'd thought it was a paradise and she was its master, but that wasn't the case. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten hurt. Since her physical body couldn't go in, she tried using her spiritual power to penetrate the mist again. She found her spiritual power was even stronger than last time, and she could reach farther. But even after breaking through, she still couldn't see anything. It was as if a veil covered her eyes. Everything was blurry. As she lingered, her head started to ache faintly. This time, Little Green probably had no energy left to back her up. She didn't plan to force it. Sensing her mind couldn't take it anymore, she quickly withdrew her spiritual power. Leaving the mist behind, she went to the foot of the mountain, remembering there were plenty of medicinal herbs there too. Once there, she released her spiritual power and found she could easily cover the entire mountain now. Every plant on the mountain was exposed under her spiritual sense, but for now, there were still no living creatures in her space. Suddenly, Lin Qian thought, maybe next time there was a beast tide, she could bring some animals back to raise here. Wouldn't that mean a constant supply of fresh meat? Far away, on some mountain peak, a snow wolf suddenly sneezed twice. In this scorching weather, it couldn't figure out why it was sneezing. It looked around, saw nothing unusual, and finally relaxed, ordering its underlings to bring it food and drink, enjoying its leisure. After scanning the mountain with her spiritual sense, Lin Qian had a good idea of what was growing there. She picked some of the herbs she could use and took them with her. When she returned to the house in her space, she found Hope and Little Black were starting to wake up. She stepped forward and called softly, "Hope, Little Black." This time, they actually responded. Under her call, Hope and Little Black slowly opened their eyes. Seeing Lin Qian in front of them, they thought they had just arrived. But the place they'd entered from had changed, and a hint of confusion flickered in their eyes. "Woof woof woof. Sis, why are Hope and I here?" Little Black's childish voice came together with Hope's barking. Lin Qian sighed. "You two have been passed out for a long time. It's been 3 days since you entered the space." "Woof." Hope seemed unable to understand. "What? 3 days already?" Little Black snapped back to attention. "Sis, did we get drunk on green energy again?" Lin Qian hadn't expected Little Black to use the word drunk. "Yeah, you're awake now, so you must be hungry, right? When I got back tonight, Uncle Chin made dinner for you and even asked where you were." We're home." Little Black was excited. "We're finally home. Can Hope and I go eat now?" "Wait a bit. I'll check if Uncle Chin and the others are asleep. You can only go out after he's gone to bed." "Woof woof woof." "Why?" Little Black was confused. "Why do we have to wait until Uncle Chin is asleep? Doesn't he miss us? I haven't seen him in so long. I really miss him." When Uncle Chin asked me where you were, I told him I'd left you at Aunt Hong's house in Lu Family Village. So you can't let him find out you're back yet." "What?" Little Black was shocked, and Hope was equally upset. "Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. I haven't seen Uncle Chin in so long. I want him to hug me. I want to eat lots of yummy food." Hearing they could only sneak around at home, Hope and Little Black were both unhappy. "Be good, there's no other way. How about you wait a couple of days before coming out? Just hold on for 2 days, then I'll tell him you've finished your business and came back on your own." She really didn't have a better solution. Hope and Little Black thought it over seriously. In the end, Hope agreed. "Woof woof woof. All right, I guess. But I don't want to stay here all the time. I want to sleep in my doghouse." "That's not possible for now." Seeing Hope about to get upset again, Lin Qian quickly said, "I'll move your doghouse in here." From now on, you can sleep in it inside the space, okay? Hope tilted her head and thought for a while before finally agreeing, albeit reluctantly. What about me, big sis? Just when Lin Qian thought everything had settled down, Little Black's soft, childish voice piped up at just the right moment. What's wrong with you? She was already feeling a bit impatient, but she forced herself to soothe Little Black. Little Black had originally wanted to ask Lin Qian for something nice too, but seeing the look on her face now, it couldn't help but feel a chill run down its spine for some reason. It had wanted to say something, but now it couldn't get a single word out. And nothing. Coward. It wasn't like Hope. Hope had grown up with Lin Qian, while Little Black had joined halfway. It just couldn't compare. Seeing that both little ones had finally quieted down, Lin Qian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She glanced at Little Green, who was still motionless at the base of her thumb. She figured it was probably still asleep because she'd transferred spiritual energy to it earlier. She wasn't entirely sure of the reason, but since she, Little Green, and this space were all closely connected, and both she and the space were fine now, she figured Little Green wouldn't have any problems either. Checking the time, Lin Qian waited until she was sure Uncle Chen had gone to bed before sneaking out of her room and heading to the kitchen to fetch the meat Uncle Chen had prepared earlier for Hope and Little Black. After all, Uncle Chen had already cooked it, and if they didn't eat it soon, it wouldn't taste as good after a couple of days. Just as she was about to open the fridge, the main light behind her suddenly flicked on, startling her. She spun around to see Wang Hui standing by the light switch, watching her. Seriously, Wang Hui, what's up with you? Why are you up so late? What are you doing down here? I couldn't sleep. Wang Hui sounded a bit resentful. Ever since Lin Qian had come back, he'd been wanting to talk to her, but she'd been ignoring him. Lin Qian still had to feed the dog and the snake, so she didn't have time for him right now. But seeing the look on his face, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Wait here for a bit. She hurried upstairs with the food in her arms. Why are you taking Hope and Little Black's food upstairs? Are they back? Did something happen to them and you're afraid to tell Uncle Chen because you don't want him to worry? Lin Qian was honestly amazed by Wang Hui's train of thought. No, what are you even thinking? If nothing happened, then why are you lying to Uncle Chen? Lin Qian was just about to reply when she heard Uncle Chen's voice. What are you lying to me about? Great. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Thanks a lot, Wang Hui. As soon as Uncle Chen heard Lin Qian had lied to him, his first thought was that she might be hurt, so he rushed downstairs in a panic. Miss, are you hurt? Lin Qian was speechless. No, I'm fine. Then what did Wang Hui mean about you lying to me? I didn't lie to you. He was talking about Hope and Little Black. They came back right after you went to bed, so I'm just getting them something to eat. There was no helping it. At this point, she couldn't wait a few more days to tell the truth. Huh? Hope and Little Black came back on their own. Yeah, Lin Qian was getting a headache. She was realizing firsthand how one lie always leads to more lies to cover it up. So where are they now? Uncle Chen looked around but didn't see them anywhere. Normally, Hope would have run straight to him as soon as it got home. They're not hurt, are they? Maybe it was because Uncle Chen had been living with Wang Hui for so long, but now even his way of thinking was starting to resemble Wang Hui's. No, they just didn't want to disturb your rest, so I sent them upstairs as soon as they got back. Oh, that's nothing. I haven't seen them in so long. Go call them down, I'll reheat their food. They can't just stay in your room all the time. How are you supposed to rest? Uncle Chen's first concern was still Lin Qian. He naturally reached out to take the food from her hands. Lin Qian had no choice but to pretend to go upstairs and call the pets. As soon as she entered her room, she let the two little ones out. Uncle Chen knows you're home. Go downstairs, he's going to get you something to eat. The two immediately perked up with excitement. Before Lin Qian could even open the door, Hope had already bitten the doorknob and dashed out. When it saw Uncle Chen, it ran circles around him and even barked a greeting at Wang Hui as it passed by. Did you need something? Lin Qian finally had a moment to listen to Wang Hui. You seem to have a problem? Is it serious? It's not that serious, but my body feels a bit strange. As soon as Wang Hui mentioned his body, Lin Qian's expression turned serious. He was the #1 test subject for Blue Vein, and she couldn't find anyone else to study the effects of the serum so thoroughly. Mao had used it before, but once his wound healed, everything went back to normal. She'd originally planned to ask Elder Zheng about it when she got back, but she hadn't even gotten to see him one last time, let alone ask about Blue Vein. Lin Qian had wanted to take Wang Hui to the study to talk, but his condition wasn't something that could be explained in just a few words. So she brought him straight to the home medical room. She took out the blood drawing kit. "Tell me slowly. I'll draw some blood and take a look." Wang Hui was very cooperative. When he saw Lin Qian with the syringe, he rolled up his sleeve right away. "Actually, my physical abilities haven't changed much. It's just that. Just what?" Lin Qian inserted the needle into Wang Hui's vein. Even before Wang Hui could answer, she saw something strange. Wang Hui's blood had turned pale blue. "You see it, right? That's what I wanted to talk to you about." Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian's shocked face and gave a bitter smile. "When did you first notice this?" "It's been a while. Not long after you left home, one day I was helping Grandpa in the kitchen and accidentally cut my hand. At first, I didn't notice anything, but later it started to hurt, and when I looked, the blood was blue." He stared at the blue liquid flowing from the syringe. "At first, I thought I'd gotten something on me, so I tried washing it off, but after rinsing it, I realized the blood in my wound was actually blue." When Wang Hui first saw blue blood coming out of his own body, he'd been both shocked and scared, but he hadn't dared to tell Grandpa, afraid he'd worry. He'd been suffering in silence, waiting for Lin Qian to come back. But after she returned, he hadn't found a chance to talk to her. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and he couldn't sleep at all. Luckily, Lin Qian had come out in the middle of the night to get food for the 2 little ones, and he'd managed to catch her. "Have you noticed anything else unusual with your body?" "I'm not sure if it counts, but just the color alone is scary enough." "What normal person has blue blood?" Wang Hui's. Originally, she had planned to take a short break after returning to the base. After all, the recent days of running around had left her physically and mentally exhausted. However, the abnormal blue blood in Wang Hui's body weighed on her mind like a heavy stone, making it impossible for her to rest easy. She recalled that back at the Guangshi official base, she had carefully studied the information on the serum, but there was no mention of blood turning blue after its use. This sudden and bizarre change made her deeply uneasy. Where had things gone wrong? She had only been away from the base for a few days, yet such a strange transformation had occurred. If she'd returned any later, the consequences could have been unimaginable. As the diagnostic machines whirred to life, Wang Hui's physical data gradually appeared before Lin Qian's eyes. To her surprise, not only had his condition not deteriorated, but he was actually in better shape than when she had left. Lin Qian's gaze shifted to his heart. According to the scans, its size hadn't changed noticeably. Unfortunately, the current medical equipment couldn't penetrate his internal organs to reveal any changes in color inside. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, thinking that perhaps only an endoscope could determine if there were other changes within his body. She said to Wang Hui, "Wait here for a moment. I'm going to get an endoscope." Wang Hui looked puzzled, thinking to himself, the medical room is right here, where else would she go to find an endoscope? Lin Qian ignored his confusion, walked straight to the side, and pulled a disposable endoscope from what looked like an ordinary bucket. This scene left Wang Hui with mixed feelings. He was amazed by Lin Qian's resourcefulness. She really did have everything on hand, but also felt a twinge of anxiety about the upcoming examination. Lin Qian didn't have time to worry about Wang Hui's complicated emotions. She was secretly glad she'd previously moved the anesthesia machine out of her storage space. Otherwise, suddenly producing such a large piece of equipment would have been hard to explain. She quickly hooked Wang Hui up to the anesthesia machine. As the anesthetic was slowly administered, Wang Hui gradually drifted into sleep. Once she confirmed he was fully under, Lin Qian carefully inserted the endoscope into his body. The high-definition images fed back to her left her astonished. Not only had Wang Hui's blood turned blue, but even his stomach showed a faint bluish hue, completely different from the normal bright red. Aside from the color change, however, everything else in his body appeared normal. Lin Qian's feelings were complicated. Elder Zheng had already passed away, so she could no longer consult him on this matter. As for Grandpa Wang, though he was a skilled doctor, his expertise was in traditional Chinese medicine. He probably wouldn't be able to offer a satisfactory answer to such a modern medical puzzle. What's more, Wang Hui didn't seem to want Grandpa Wang to know about this at all. It seemed she'd have to wait until Wang Hui woke up before deciding what to do next. Lin Qian took the discolored blood sample for testing, and the results came back quickly. Just like with his stomach, aside from the abnormal color, all the other test results were nearly identical to the previous ones. Staring at the report in her hand, Lin Qian felt helpless. She simply couldn't determine the problem based on color alone. Since Wang Hui would need some time to wake up, Lin Qian decided to take him back to his room to rest. It took quite a bit of effort for her to carry such a big man back to his room. Once she returned to her own bedroom, she collapsed onto her familiar bed, exhaustion washing over her like a tide. She hadn't had a proper rest in days. Even someone made of iron would be worn out by now. She decided to get some sleep first. Although staying at Granny Wu's place had been comfortable, it just wasn't home. And their conditions there couldn't compare to her own villa. Lin Qian hadn't been lying down for long before she drifted into a deep sleep. Poor Wang Hui, after the anesthesia wore off, woke up groggily. He found himself back in his own room. Considering his grandfather was elderly and that this whole thing had been kept from him, Wang Hui knew it couldn't have been Grandpa Wang who carried him back. As for Uncle Qin, Lin Qian definitely wouldn't have let him do it either. After thinking it over, the only possibility was that Lin Qian herself had hauled him back. The thought of Lin Qian, who looked so delicate, carrying a grown man like him back to his room made his face flush with embarrassment. Since Lin Qian had already brought him back, she was probably resting now. Wang Hui decided to wait until she woke up to ask her what had happened. Meanwhile, Lin Qian was fast asleep, completely unaware that Wang Hui had already woken up. When Lin Qian finally woke up again, it was already noon the next day. She hadn't even gone downstairs yet when the aroma of food wafted up from below. She hadn't felt particularly hungry before, but now, smelling that delicious scent, her stomach started growling uncontrollably. When she went downstairs, she saw the table was covered with all her favorite foods, and she couldn't help but sigh, "There's no place like home." "Miss Lin, Zhao Tianwei and the others came by this morning to see you. They're still waiting outside," Uncle Qin said hurriedly when he saw Lin Qian come down. Lin Qian was stuffing steak into her mouth and looked up at his words. "What do they want?" "I'm not sure. He said it's nothing urgent, just to come out when you're awake." Lin Qian swallowed her mouthful of steak. "Uncle Qin, do we have any more steak at home?" Uncle Qin wasn't sure what she meant. "I cooked quite a bit this time, there's still some left." "Then please pack up the rest for me. I'll take it out to Zhao Tianwei and the others." Uncle Qin had no objections. These days, Zhao Tianwei had been managing the whole villa area in Lin Qian's name, and no one had come to bother them anymore. What's more, Dolly had developed something to repel insects and wild animals, and had given one to their family as well. So, when wild animals first came up the mountain, their home hadn't suffered much damage. Later, Zhao Tianwei had gone even further, organizing the villa area's resources, building a fence at the foot of the mountain to keep out beasts, and arranging for everyone to take turns standing watch. At the first sign of trouble, they'd rush up the mountain to alert everyone and get ready. Thanks to this, the villa area had finally found some peace. Lin Qian quickly finished the steak on her plate, then took the packed steak from Uncle Qin and headed out. Sure enough, she saw Zhao Tianwei and Dolly waiting outside, dripping with sweat but showing no impatience at all. As soon as they saw the door open, before Lin Qian even stepped out, they hurried over to greet her. "Miss Lin Qian," Zhao Tianwei and Dolly both said respectfully. Lin Qian frowned slightly, a trace of doubt rising in her heart. She really couldn't figure out why these two had suddenly come looking for her. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Miss Lin Qian, I was thinking of coming to see you yesterday, but I figured you'd just gotten back and would need a good rest, so I didn't dare disturb you. That's why I rushed over first thing this morning. Zhao Tianwei quickly replied with a warm smile, his face full of enthusiasm. Lin Qian casually handed them the freshly cooked steak she was holding. This is steak Uncle Chen just made. Take it with you and eat it later. The moment Zhao Tianwei heard that Lin Qian was giving them such precious food, his eyes widened in uncontrollable delight. He hurriedly accepted it with both hands, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Miss Lin Qian." Are you sure? We really shouldn't. If you have something to say it quickly. The steak won't taste good once it's cold, Lin Qian urged. She knew in her heart that Wang Hui definitely had something to ask. From his hesitant expression just now, she had already guessed as much. It turned out Zhao Tianwei had brought Dolly along to report to Lin Qian about what they'd been up to lately. They'd been quite busy these days. Not only had they kept the villa area in perfect order, but they'd also organized a patrol team to keep watch day and night, ensuring everyone's safety. On top of that, they'd made full use of the resources in the villa area and tried planting some vegetables, just in case. But the vegetable planting wasn't going well. In these conditions, the crops were struggling to grow. The two of them took turns telling Lin Qian everything that had happened recently, not only their successes, but also their failures, holding nothing back. Lin Qian listened quietly, already having a good idea of why they'd come. They just wanted to see if she had any way to help solve the problems they were facing. You burned all those wild animals? Lin Qian suddenly asked. Yes. At this, both Zhao Tianwei and Dolly looked pained. It had been a tough decision. After all, everyone was already short on food, and now they had to burn perfectly good meat. Anyone would feel reluctant. But there was no choice. Many people who'd come into contact with those wild animals had already been unconscious for days. The situation was dire. Actually, that wild animal meat is edible. It's just that there are parasites in it, so it has to be thoroughly cooked, Lin Qian explained, sharing what she knew about handling wild game. Knowing how efficient these two were, she was sure they'd take care of it properly. Zhao Tianwei was so excited he grabbed Lin Qian's hand, his eyes full of gratitude. Miss Lin Qian, you really are a living bodhisattva. Lin Qian looked a little helpless. All right, where are you growing your vegetables? Take me to have a look. Oh, I just thought I'd try it at home first. I pulled out all the useless flowers in my yard. There's no water now, so the flowers wouldn't survive anyway. I found some potatoes and sweet potatoes, since they don't need much water. But who knew, they still wouldn't grow. As he spoke, Zhao Tianwei led Lin Qian toward Villa 11, pouring out all his frustrations about vegetable growing along the way. Dolly nodded in agreement. He tried all sorts of things too, but the problem was always water. No matter what they did, the vegetables just wouldn't grow. It's all right, let me take a look first. It's good that you're even thinking about this. We can't rely on stored food or scavenging forever. That's not a long-term solution. I even brought over Dinyo from the villa area. He used to be a PhD specializing in plant research at the Agricultural Science Institute. But he said that with our current environment, growing anything would be very difficult, Zhao Tianwei said helplessly. Difficult doesn't mean impossible. As they spoke, Lin Qian followed Zhao Tianwei into his yard. Looking up, she saw someone fiddling in the garden with an oil lamp. As she got closer, she saw the garden was full of wilted sweet potato and potato seedlings, all looking lifeless. Zhao Tianwei led her over and introduced, "Dr. Li, this is Miss Lin Qian we've been telling you about." Dr. Li didn't even look up, still focused on his plants. He just gave a faint mm. "Don't mind him, Miss Lin Qian. Dr. Li's just like that. He hasn't rested in days, all for the sake of these potatoes and sweet potatoes," Zhao Tianwei quickly explained, afraid Lin Qian would misunderstand. Lin Qian took a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and handed it over. "Here, have some water first." Dr. Li's eyes lit up when he saw the water. He looked up in surprise, his eyes sparkling. "You actually have water." He quickly took the bottle and carefully poured a little on each seedling in the soil, not taking a single sip for himself. Zhao Tianwei was stunned by the scene and said anxiously, "Dr. Li, Miss Lin Qian gave that to you to drink, not to." He sighed deeply, remembering Dr. Li's personality, and turned to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin Qian, he's just worried about the food, not trying to waste your water. Please don't blame him. He's already put in a lot of effort for everyone, otherwise, these seedlings would have died long ago. It's fine." Looking at the half-dead plants, Lin Qian knew that without water and sunlight, there wouldn't be much hope. She crouched beside Dr. Li and examined the plants. With no water or sunlight, these seedlings won't survive. No matter how hard you work, it's all for nothing. After she said this, Dr. Li finally looked at her properly, surprised. "You know about this stuff too? You don't need to be an expert. Isn't this just common sense?" "True, I suppose." Dr. Li suddenly looked a bit deflated and said helplessly, "If only we could get water. But now, people barely have enough to drink, let alone water for plants. But if we don't have a sustainable food source, people will die anyway. It's a vicious cycle." Lin Qian recalled that in her previous life, the authorities had been researching seeds that could adapt to the environment, but it would still be a long time before they succeeded. For now, they'd have to find their own solutions to the food problem. "Oh right, Miss Lin Qian. The truckload of water you got us last time, I've already driven the truck back. It's parked in my underground garage," Zhao Tianwei suddenly said. "All right, I'll drive it away later," Lin Qian replied. Dr. Li's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Qian could get water. He looked at her as if she were a bar of gold and asked eagerly, "You can get water?" "Yeah, I really did see it," another person replied, looking just as confused. "Maybe you got the wrong place. Isn't this the wrong warehouse? It's the polar night right now, so it's normal to get mixed up." Hearing this, the first person started to doubt if they'd actually remembered the location correctly. "I don't think so, right? Are there any other warehouses nearby? Maybe you just saw someone driving in this direction and assumed she was coming to this warehouse, but actually she went somewhere else," the other person guessed. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. "So, what do we do now? What else can we do?" "Go look for it. That truck is huge, it can't have gone far," the other replied helplessly. "So we're just leaving here. What else can we do? There's nothing here." "Ugh. What bad luck. Enough, let's go. If a beast horde shows up, we won't even be able to leave." Grumbling, the two of them left the warehouse. Once she was sure they were gone, Lin Qian finally emerged from her space again. After this incident, she decided not to take the water truck out from her space for now. She would wait until Zhao Tianwei's people arrived before bringing it out. Otherwise, if she ran into those people again, even if she could handle them, it would still be a hassle. Lin Qian was determined to avoid conflict whenever possible. It wasn't that she was afraid, but getting tangled up with these people would only waste time. Right now, she had far more important things to deal with and couldn't afford to waste her energy or time on pointless people or matters. She quickly took out her walkie-talkie from her waist and skillfully switched to Zhao Tianwei's channel. "Zhao Tianwei, do you remember the warehouse I mentioned to you last time? You mean the one where we picked up the water truck before?" Zhao Tianwei's voice came through the walkie-talkie, tinged with confusion. "Yes, that's the one. Bring Dr. Li over. The water is ready." As soon as she finished speaking, Dr. Li's excited, trembling voice came through. "You really got 2 truckloads of water. You're not joking, are you?" His voice was filled with disbelief and joy. By now, the preciousness of water went without saying. Every drop was invaluable. It was only natural for Dr. Li to be skeptical that Lin Qian could so easily get 2 truckloads of water. In this apocalypse, water was more precious than gold. "Come on, Dr. Li, I've told you before, Miss Lin Qian is incredibly capable. She never lies. If you don't believe it, just come and see for yourself," Zhao Tianwei quickly chimed in, his tone full of respect and trust for Lin Qian. He spoke respectfully into the walkie-talkie. "Miss Lin Qian, we're on our way. Bring a few more people with you." "Someone just tried to break into my warehouse," Lin Qian added. Zhao Tianwei was instantly furious, his voice rising. "Who has the guts to break into your warehouse, Miss Lin Qian? Are you hurt? I'll have the guys grab their weapons and come right away." There was a commotion in the background. Clearly Zhao Tianwei was rallying his men. Lin Qian found the noise annoying and held the walkie-talkie further away. She said calmly, "I'm fine. I'll wait for you here." With that, she decisively ended the call. She put down the walkie-talkie, already planning her next steps. Thinking of Dr. Li's potato and sweet potato seedlings, she turned to find 2 bags and entered her space. The black soil inside her space was fertile and mysterious. She dug up 2 large bags of it, thinking to herself that it should be enough to spread a layer in Zhao Tianwei's garden. If it worked, mixing it with other soil would help the seedlings recover without making the effect too exaggerated or drawing too much attention. She took the 2 bags of black soil out of her space and set them aside. Then she remembered she still had some seeds stored away. Maybe if she gave them to Dr. Li, they could be revived too. With that thought, she went back into her space. Since there was no sunlight at all now, she picked out some mushroom spores and took a few out, neatly placing them to the side. Zhao Tianwei and his group arrived quickly. Even Zhao Tianwei himself was surprised. Normally, Dr. Li looked frail and couldn't even lift a shoulder, but when he ran, he was faster than any of their boxers. His speed was jaw-dropping. When they reached the warehouse, Zhao Tianwei's group was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Dr. Li was in even worse shape. He looked like he'd just been fished out of water, completely soaked. But Dr. Li seemed tireless. As soon as he reached the warehouse, he started banging on the door so hard that Lin Qian's ears hurt. Hearing that kind of knocking, Lin Qian knew it was them. She quickly got up and took the 2 water trucks out. Dr. Li's behavior gave her a bit of a headache. If those 2 people who'd just left heard the commotion, they might come back. But now, with Zhao Tianwei's large group here, even if those people returned, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Forget it, whatever happens, happens. When Dr. Li saw the 2 water trucks in front of him, his face was so excited it was wrinkled with joy. With trembling hands, he pointed at the water trucks, his voice cracking, "And Miss Lin, are these really full of water?" Zhao Tianwei finally caught up to him and gave him a tug. What else could they be? Hurry and check. Don't keep Miss Lin Qian waiting. Miss Lin Qian, please don't blame him. Zhao Tianwei quickly tried to explain. It's fine, that's just how he is. I understand, Lin Qian replied, already knowing what Zhao Tianwei wanted to say. Zhao Tianwei, take him to see. Dr. Li checked and found both trucks were indeed filled to the brim with water. He became almost delirious with excitement. He muttered to himself, "My seedlings are saved. My seedlings are saved." Dr. Li, I have something else to discuss with you, Lin Qian said, unable to bear interrupting him, but eager to get news about the Jade mine. You promised me information about the Jade mine. Can you give it to me now? Of course, of course. Dr. Li pulled out a hand-drawn map from his clothes and handed it to her. The map was very detailed, even including clear latitude and longitude coordinates. Lin Qian took it and was secretly delighted. This Jade mine isn't on any official maps. I stumbled upon it by accident while out researching plants. People were already mining it back then. It's fine. Like you said, at a time like this, anyone with any sense wouldn't still be mining for Jade. Lin Qian spoke calmly, though she was already making plans in her mind for what to do next. Zhao Tianwei wanted to ask if Lin Qian knew that no one sensible would be looking for Jade mines. Why did she still want information about them? But Dolly quickly tugged at his sleeve, stopping him from saying anything more. Lin Qian looked at the address written above and realized it was right by a mountain range near Jing City. Looks like fate is sending her to Jing City after all. She'd originally planned to head to Jing City to collect some antiques, then swing by Yun City to try her luck. Who would have thought she'd get news of a jade mine already? This was practically a gift from the heavens. She carefully put away the map, then pointed to the 2 bags of black soil beside her. Dr. Li, I have some nutrient-rich soil here. You can spread it on your land when you get back. It should be great for your plants. I hope this black soil can help your seedlings thrive again. What? Dr. Li didn't even bother with his water anymore. He crouched down, nearly burying himself in the black soil as he examined it closely. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Where did you get this black soil? Oh, I bought it from a flower grower a while back. Uncle Chin had nothing to do at home and loves gardening, so I thought I'd get him some black soil for his flowers. The grower said that with this soil, you could grow anything. I figured you need it even more, so I'm giving it to you first. Watching his expression, Lin Qian wondered if he'd noticed something special about the soil. Dr. Li, you don't mind, do you? Dr. Li stood up, visibly excited. No, not at all. This soil looks incredibly fertile, and it's a bit different from what we've used before. I can't say exactly how, but it should be great for plants. I'll take it back and give it a try. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Does that flower grower have any more of this black soil? Probably not. His whole greenhouse only had a little, and he gave it all to me. That's such a pity. Where is he now? Still in Ju City? No, his daughter's in Jing City. He went there to join her a while ago. Hearing this, Dr. Li looked a bit disappointed. Sigh, if someone like him could help with our planting, we'd probably achieve self-sufficiency in no time. Come on, Dr. Li, Dolly chimed in. Miss Lin's already given you her soil. Just be happy with that, don't get greedy. You're right, I was being unreasonable. Dr. Li then bowed deeply to Lin Qian. Miss Lin, you have a generous heart. You've made such a huge contribution to all the residents. Thank you. Lin Qian had always preferred to keep things transactional and avoid personal favors, so Dr. Li's sudden bow took her by surprise. Dr. Li, what are you doing? I gave you something and you gave me information about the Jade mine. This is just a trade. Dr. Li smiled wryly. We all know in our hearts this isn't an even trade. I'm clearly getting the better end of the deal. I wouldn't say that. You're doing this for the good of everyone in the villa community. If you manage to grow those seedlings, it'll be a huge benefit for the country and the people. I'm sure I'll get to eat some of your potatoes and sweet potatoes too. Lin Qian's encouragement made Dr. Li even more excited. Once I succeed, you'll be the first to taste them. It's a deal then. She handed him some seeds. These are mushroom spores. They don't need sunlight to grow and mature quickly. Maybe you can give them a try. Really? Dr. Li took the seeds from her with trembling hands. Sure enough, they were mushroom spores. He carefully put them away. You're truly a good person. Do you know how precious these seeds are? You're just giving them to me. What if I can't grow them? It'd be such a waste. No matter how precious the seeds are, they're useless in my hands. You're the expert. Only you can make the most of them. Just take them. Lin Qian remembered that Dr. Li was later recruited by the authorities to specialize in agricultural research, and he achieved quite a lot. Letting him try these things first, if it worked out, maybe she could have him help her grow some food. That way, others would benefit too, and her own karma would soar. Sometimes, doing good deeds wasn't a bad thing. As long as she was the ultimate beneficiary, she didn't mind at all. As for Dr. Li, he'd heard Zhao Tianwei talk about how capable Lin Qian was, but he'd never met her and thought Zhao was just bragging. Now that he'd seen her in action, he realized Lin Qian wasn't just capable, she was extremely capable. Besides, since the apocalypse began, this was the first time someone had treated him with such respect. He felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Lin Qian. He wiped his hands, then reached out and shook Lin Qian's hand tightly. Miss Lin, everyone says that capable people are selfish these days, but you're different. Thank you for trusting me. I promise I'll grow those mushrooms, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Lin Qian was almost overwhelmed by his enthusiasm and quickly pulled her hand back. All right, if there's nothing else, take the truck and head back. We made quite a commotion just now, those two might come back. She was right. Those two had heard the noise and hadn't gone far. Frustrated at finding nothing earlier, they'd noticed Zhao Tianwei's group arriving. What are they doing here? Didn't we already check that warehouse and find nothing? Yeah, let's go check it out. At that moment, the two of them were crouched outside the warehouse, watching what was going on inside. It was dark, and without any lights, they couldn't see what was inside. They could only make out Zhao Tianwei's group holding oil lamps. Are they here for a meeting? Why would they meet here? Maybe they're planning to use this warehouse to store supplies? If that's the case, we've hit the jackpot. Once they leave, we can move all the supplies out. That should last us a good while. That guy looks like the Asian boxing champion. So what? Right now, food is everything. Even if he were the Jade Emperor, if he leaves supplies here and they go missing, who can he blame? Fair enough. But we have to be careful. If Zhao Tianwei catches us, one punch and we'll be meeting the Jade Emperor ourselves. You think I'm stupid? As the two were deep in discussion, Lin Qian and Zhao Tianwei walked over. Lin Qian glanced over at the two men and said, "See? Those are the two I was talking about just now." Only then did Zhao Tianwei notice the two sneaky figures nearby. If Lin Qian hadn't led him over, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. Now, seeing them, Zhao Tianwei was furious. "So it was you two trying to break in just now?" The two men, caught off guard, panicked. They couldn't understand how this young woman had spotted them when they were dressed all in black and barely making a sound. To be honest, Zhao Tianwei was quite intimidating. Just standing in front of them, even without doing anything, he exuded a powerful presence that made them uneasy. "W.A. Brother Wei, what a coincidence, haha." One of them could barely get the words out, while the other forced himself to greet Zhao Tianwei. "Oh, what a coincidence indeed," Lin Qian said sarcastically. Earlier, she hadn't wanted to waste time, so she'd let them go. But now they'd come back, even planning to try breaking in again. This was just too much. She couldn't be blamed for what happened next. If she kept letting things slide, they'd really think she was an easy target. "You little brat, we're talking to Brother Wei here, who asked you to butt in?" Seeing that Zhao Tianwei hadn't spoken, and that a young woman had instead, the man assumed Zhao Tianwei wasn't going to hold them accountable, maybe didn't even know what they'd done. Trying to regain the upper hand, he shouted at Lin Qian. But Zhao Tianwei wasn't having any of it. He slapped the man hard across the face. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to? This is my lady, and even I have to treat her with respect. What's with your attitude?" The slap left the man stunned. The other one didn't dare say a word or even help his companion up, just letting him collapse to the ground. Sorry, Brother Wei, I didn't know," the man apologized quickly. "Are you apologizing to me?" Realizing his mistake, the man immediately turned to Lin Qian. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Please, you and Brother Wei, just let us off this time. I promise we'll never bother you again if we see you." If it were that easy to get off, Lin Qian wouldn't be herself. "Which hand did you use to try and break into my warehouse just now?" At her words, the two finally realized the warehouse belonged to this young woman. We thought the warehouse was empty, so we just wanted to take a look." One of them tried to keep lying, but Lin Qian's next words chilled them to the bone, even in the summer heat. "I was right next to you when you came in. I heard everything you said." What did we say?" Both men were shaken, but at this point, they knew they couldn't admit anything, no matter what. "We were just talking about whether we could find any useful supplies." The other man seemed a bit smarter, realizing Lin Qian wouldn't have said this unless she'd really heard them. He tugged at his companion's sleeve. "Stop talking." Then he forced a smile at Lin Qian. "Ma'am, my friend here doesn't know how to talk. We didn't know the warehouse was yours. If we'd known, we definitely wouldn't have tried to break in. But we did do it, and we know we were wrong. We don't expect your forgiveness, but could you please go easy on us?" Lin Qian hadn't seen someone so quick to read the room in a while. Since he was so tactful, she turned to Zhao Tianwei and said, "Break one hand each. Then we'll call it even." Zhao Tianwei immediately called over some men, and without a word, they broke one hand each. As the two screamed in pain, no one showed any sympathy, not even Dr. Li, who despised them for nearly stealing the water, soil, and seeds he'd prepared for Lin Qian. Just thinking about it made him furious. He couldn't care less about their suffering. In the future, watch where you go and don't offend people you shouldn't. Some places are off limits to you. If you see a locked door, don't try to break in. Today, Miss Lin Qian was merciful. If it were up to me, you wouldn't have left here alive." After his harsh words, Zhao Tianwei felt he might have gone too far. He quickly turned to Lin Qian with a flattering smile. Miss Lin Qian, would you like to ride in the front seat? Dolly and I can each drive a car back. Sure, let's go. Lin Qian got into the front passenger seat first. Seeing this, Zhao Tianwei hurried to drive her back. When they passed by Lin Qian's villa, she asked Zhao Tianwei to drop her off. Old Zhao, come to the warehouse at this time tomorrow. I'll have someone deliver those 2 truckloads of water to you. She was about to get out when Zhao Tianwei called after her. Miss Lin Qian, why don't you come by our place and pick out some antiques? The rich folks have already sent them over. You can see if they're up to standard. If not, I'll have them bring something else tomorrow. Just have the antiques delivered to my villa. I've been out all day, I want to eat and rest first. Since she was near home and had people to help, Lin Qian wasn't about to do everything herself. All right, then rest up. I'll bring them over tonight. Lin Qian waved her walkie-talkie. I'll call you when I'm ready. Okay. Zhao Tianwei still had things to do, so he let Lin Qian go. He knew she'd make the best arrangements, so he'd just follow her lead. When Lin Qian got home, Wang Hui had already been waiting for her for a while. You're back. Lin Qian knew what was on his mind. She took him straight to the study, pulled out the test report from yesterday, and explained the results. Overall, aside from the change in your skin color, everything else looks good. She thought for a moment. Actually, not just good, excellent. Your physical abilities are even better than before. The changes aren't huge, but they all seem positive. Wang Hui looked at the report, bewildered. But turning blue all of a sudden, it's kind of scary no matter how you look at it. Lin Qian handed him some documents she'd gotten in Guangzhou. Take a look at this. I got it from some former employees of our company when I was in Guangzhou. They just gave you such valuable information? Thinking of those former colleagues, Wang Hui found it hard to believe they'd be so generous. The whole thing seemed like a huge conspiracy, no matter how he looked at it. Lin Qian felt a bit embarrassed as she explained to Wang Hui how Guangshi had managed to get hold of the information. After hearing the whole story, Wang Hui finally felt relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Although the current tests hadn't revealed any problems, Lin Qian already had her own suspicions about the changes happening in Wang Hui's body. Take a look at this information first. Once you're done, we'll talk it over together, Lin Qian said, handing the documents to Wang Hui. While Wang Hui was reading, Lin Qian went downstairs to grab a meal. By the time she returned, Wang Hui had finished reading. So, what do you think? Any thoughts after reading it? Wang Hui was indeed a smart man. Without Lin Qian having to say much, he'd already picked up on the key points. Blue vein, the name comes from its blue color. I never knew its raw material was a special deep-sea octopus. Looking at this now, maybe the changes in my body are because of blue vein, and somehow connected to that octopus. Wang Hui mused. Lin Qian nodded. That's what I think too. I've never seen that octopus myself, but according to the documents, the raw extract is taken from inside the octopus. So it makes sense that you were affected by it. She gave Wang Hui a once-over and added, at least your skin hasn't turned blue. Otherwise, you'd be a little smith, and if the authorities found out, even in times like these, they'd probably make time to haul you off for research. I doubt it. They're running around like headless chickens right now. Who has time to bother with me? Wang Hui replied with a wry smile. After spending so much time with Lin Qian, Wang Hui had gotten used to her personality and knew she was just joking. In the past, he might not have picked up on it. You really are pretty optimistic. If they found out you had their precious project in your hands, they might actually come after you, Lin Qian said seriously. She wasn't wrong. Back then, even a project that top national leaders considered shutting down still tempted people enough to secretly continue the research. Just as they were about to make a breakthrough, a natural disaster wiped out all their efforts. Anyone would feel bitter about that. They might still be in shock now, but once they recover, they'll definitely try every way possible to restart the project. If they found out Wang Hui was still alive, his days would be anything but peaceful. Lin Qian was already starting to suspect that when Wang Hui was sent here, someone from his team might have been involved in that project. Otherwise, why send him of all people? If it hadn't been for her and that sudden disaster, those people would probably have already grabbed Wang Hui for experiments. Thinking of this, Lin Qian couldn't help but warn him, "Wang Hui, you'd better be careful when you go out from now on. We're not weak, but those forces aren't pushovers either. A centipede dies but never falls down easily." These days, a lot of rich people had their own resources and power. Take Zhao Tianwei, for example. He could always pull some business out of nowhere, which showed he wasn't simple. A disaster like this isn't enough to wipe them out completely. Even though the disaster reshuffled the power structure, those with deep foundations aren't going to fall so easily. The fact that you were captured before was definitely no accident. Have you ever really thought about all the twists and turns behind it? Lin Qian continued. Wang Hui used to believe his unit knew nothing about any of this, but after all this time, even the slowest person would sense something was off. Not to mention, his unit was much more capable than ordinary people. Even for regular folks, if someone was sent out on a mission and never came back, they'd at least try to find out what happened. Once he figured this out, Wang Hui completely lost faith in his unit. The more he thought about it, the more he realized there were clues all along. For example, his parents' deaths. He'd taken this mission to seek the truth, so when he heard about it, he jumped at the chance. Looking back, those people probably made sure he heard about the mission, then created an opportunity for his superiors to send him. He hadn't thought much about it at the time and just agreed. Now, it seemed everything had been carefully orchestrated, with him as the target. Wang Hui gave a bitter smile. If I still hadn't figured it out by now, I'd really be hopeless. Lin Qian was a little surprised. Guess you're not as dumb as I thought. Come on, don't tease me now, Wang Hui said helplessly, shaking his head. Lin Qian took the documents back. So, what are you planning to do now? With your body like this, it's not safe to go wandering around until we figure things out. I've already thought it through. You saved both me and my grandpa. If you don't mind, I'll stick with you from now on. If you ever need help, just say the word, I won't hesitate. Wang Hui glanced at Lin Qian again. But honestly, I feel like I've been taking advantage of you all this time. If you ever feel we're a burden, I can take Grandpa and leave anytime. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. When have I ever kicked you out? But if you really want to leave, fine, but Grandpa has to stay with me. And by the way, when I asked you for help before, you weren't exactly eager, were you? No, not at all. I'm more than happy to help. I've been living in your house, eating your food. I'd feel terrible if I didn't do something in return, Wang Hui hurriedly explained. Lin Qian saw how serious he was and smiled. I was just joking. Thinking of Wang Hui's current condition and the fact that she'd soon have to leave home for a while, she decided to bring it up. Wang Hui, I might need to go to Beige. Beijing was over 2,000 kilometers from Shi. Even if he was in perfect health, as a man, he wouldn't feel right letting Lin Qian travel that far alone. Yeah. Lin Qian nodded, not sure how to explain her real reason for going to look for jade mines, so she just kept it brief. Luckily, Wang Hui only seemed a little surprised and didn't press her for details. That was a relief for Lin Qian. When are you planning to leave? Wang Hui asked. In a couple of days. I need to pick someone up from Lujia village first, Lin Qian replied. All right, I'll go with you, Wang Hui agreed without hesitation. But then Lin Qian thought of another problem. But if we both leave, that just leaves Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang at home. Even though their home security was pretty good, Lin Qian still felt uneasy. It's fine, you just go. Us two old men don't need you to worry about us. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang had shown up at some point and, hearing Lin Qian's concerns, spoke up directly. The two elderly men hated nothing more than becoming a burden to the younger generation. The moment they sensed Lin Qian's worry, they grew anxious and hurried to reassure her. Even though they said all the right things, Lin Qian still couldn't set her mind at ease. She knew very well that as long as the two elders stayed inside the villa, nothing major was likely to happen. But this time, she wouldn't be gone just for a day or two. If something really did happen, she wouldn't be able to make it back in time. What weighed on her most was what had happened with the Zhang family elders. It left a knot in her heart. Just thinking about the possible consequences made her afraid to dwell on it any further. Right now, Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang were the people closest to her. If anything happened to them, she truly didn't know if she could bear it. She still hadn't recovered from the blow of losing the Zhang family elders. She simply couldn't accept losing Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang as well. Even though she wasn't related to Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang by blood, in her heart, they were her real family. Uncle Chen, Grandpa Wang, you too, Lin Qian trailed off, worry written all over her face. You and Wang Hui just go take care of your business. Don't worry about us. We'll just stay here in the house and won't go anywhere. What could possibly happen? Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang smiled as they tried to comfort her. Deep down, Lin Qian understood that she had no choice but to do what she needed to do. Only by getting this done could she better protect everyone in the future. She had already made up her mind to go, but she still felt anxious and uneasy. Uncle Chen saw right through her and said, "Just focus on what you need to do. Look, every time you've gone out before, haven't we been just fine?" But Lin Qian couldn't help but think of what happened last time with Zhao Lei. In times like these, even if they just wanted to live quietly, it wasn't really possible. She knew that plenty of people had their eyes on her villa. If word got out that her place still had water and electricity, who knew how much trouble it would bring? Fortunately, when the villa was built, she'd had blackout curtains installed. So now, even if they turned the lights on at night, no one outside could see. But what if one of your old comrades comes looking for you again? Like what happened last time? Lin Qian still couldn't relax. Mentioning last time made Uncle Chen a bit embarrassed. He said, "Zhao Lei was the only one I was really close to. If he comes again, I definitely won't go out." With Uncle Chen's promise, Lin Qian couldn't say much more. There was no way she could not go. What she was struggling with now was whether to go with just Wang Hui, or to bring the two elders along as well. If she brought them, the journey would definitely be much more troublesome. It was a long trip, and anything could happen along the way. If something happened to them and she couldn't handle it, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. After weighing her options, considering the villa's safety, she finally decided to leave the two elders in Jushu. "Then you two must stay home and not go out at all until I get back," Lin Qian instructed sternly. "Don't worry, we definitely won't go out," Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang replied quickly. "If anything comes up, contact Zhao Tianwei. I've helped him out so much, he'll look out for you." Still worried, Lin Qian added another reminder. "That's right, with Xiao Wei around. What are you still worried about?" Grandpa Wang chimed in. Hearing Uncle Chen refer to Zhao Tianwei so familiarly, Lin Qian couldn't help but glance at him. Uncle Chen immediately understood what she meant and smiled. Xiao Wei's a good kid, reliable and knows his boundaries. Every time he comes over, he never asks to come inside, just talks to us at the door. The anti-beast and insect stuff they installed for us, he just left it for us to set up ourselves. Even so, if he ever wants to come in, you can't let him, Lin Qian emphasized again. Uncle Chen looked at Lin Qian, who was fussing over every detail, and said helplessly, I know. I won't go out and I won't let anyone in." "All right. If there's nothing else, you two should get some rest. It's late, no need to stay up for me. We're family now, no need to stick to old formalities." In the past, Uncle Chen always waited for everyone else to go to bed before he did. Now that Lin Qian was still up, he felt awkward going to bed first. "It's fine. I'm old anyway, even if I lie down, I might not fall asleep. You two keep chatting, I'll go make you a late-night snack." Uncle Chen didn't wait for Lin Qian to respond and headed downstairs. Lin Qian had already finished discussing things with Wang Hui. "Wang Hui will leave in a couple of days. Take a look at what you need to bring and pack up." "I don't have much to pack. I can leave anytime. But since we're going so far, we should bring more weapons. Things are so chaotic out there, and we don't know what it's like in other places. Better to be prepared." The batch of weapons they'd taken from Xiaomingwei was stored in the villa's warehouse. "Just go pick out whatever you want from the warehouse and load it in the car. I'll leave that to you." After all, if she needed anything, she could just take it from her space. Still, she had to bring some supplies, or Wang Hui might get suspicious. "By the way, I have an RV. Do you think we should take the SUV or the RV?" This was something Lin Qian had been debating. If they took the SUV, the drive would probably be smoother, but with such a long journey, they couldn't sleep in the wild or in the car every night. Plus, she'd be bringing Hope and Xiaoyu along. With that many people, one car wouldn't be enough, and there'd be no way to rest comfortably. The RV might not handle as well as the SUV, but it would definitely be more comfortable for resting. Maybe we should take the RV? But what does it look like? I don't remember seeing an RV in the garage, Wang Hui asked. Oh, that's not the only garage I have, Lin Qian replied casually. I'll move it to the main garage later. Wang Hui was once again stunned by her wealth, marveling, rich people really are different. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to explain. Let's go down and eat the snack, then get some sleep. Tomorrow, I need to get water ready for Zhao Tianwei. How about I go with you tomorrow? No, my supplier doesn't like too many people. Don't worry, they'll have someone deliver the goods. Not wanting to say more, Lin Qian went downstairs for the late-night snack. After eating, she started preparing supplies for Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang. She sorted through everything in the villa's storage, put fresh fruits and vegetables in the cold room, filled the water tanks, and made sure there was enough water for the two elders to last 6 months before she finally stopped. When she was finally ready to head back to her room, she found Uncle Qin still awake, sitting in the living room, clearly wanting to talk to her. Uncle Qin, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Seeing that Uncle Qin was still up so late, Lin Qian walked over and sat down beside him, planning to keep him company for a chat. Ever since the apocalypse began, they'd hardly had a chance to sit down and talk in peace. When Uncle Qin saw Lin Qian coming over, he stood up, intending to pour her a glass of milk. Lin Qian quickly reached out to stop him. Uncle Qin, don't trouble yourself. Let's just sit and talk. But Uncle Qin insisted, poured her a glass of milk, and set it in front of her before finally sitting down. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Miss, I know you must have your own secrets. As the housekeeper, I shouldn't meddle in things that aren't my business. Lin Qian took Uncle Chen's hand, looking at him sincerely. Uncle Chen, I've said it before, after my mom passed, you became my only family. With me, there's nothing you can't say or teach. I'm still young, and there's a lot I don't understand as well as you do. I hope that if you ever see or hear anything or think I'm doing something wrong, you'll let me know. Before my mom left, she told me to listen to you. Well, Uncle Chen looked troubled. It's fine, Uncle Chen. Just say what's on your mind. Uncle Chen glanced around to make sure Grandpa Wang and Wang Hui had already gone to bed. Only then did he lower his voice and speak cautiously. Miss, I've noticed that the water in our house is different from what's outside. I'm guessing you brought it in, right? And those fresh vegetables and fruits you bring back. Be careful when you go out. Don't let anyone find out. Lin Qian knew what kind of person Uncle Chen was, so she wasn't surprised that he'd figured out her secret. What did surprise her was that Uncle Chen had never questioned her about it. Instead, at this moment, he was just earnestly reminding her to be careful. Uncle Chen, you. Lin Qian had just started to speak when Uncle Chen quickly made a shushing gesture. Just keep your secrets to yourself. Sometimes, the more people know a secret, the less of a secret it is. Hearing this, Lin Qian truly realized how broad-minded Uncle Chen was, something most people couldn't compare to. Still, she couldn't help but ask, aren't you even a little curious? What's there to be curious about? I've been with the Lin family for so many years, watched you and your mother grow up. I know both your personalities well. Besides, who doesn't have their own secrets? You don't need to tell me, just keep them safe. Uncle Chen replied calmly. A wave of emotion suddenly welled up in Lin Qian's heart. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Why are you saying that? Like you said, we're family. Just be careful when you go out. If anything happens, let Wang Hui handle it. Although Uncle Chen had spent some time with Wang Hui, in his heart, Wang Hui could never compare to Lin Qian. If something happened to Lin Qian, he'd rather send Wang Hui out to deal with it. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. I know, don't worry. No one in this world values their life more than I do. Good. Remember, no matter what, your own life is the most important thing. Hearing this, Lin Qian suddenly thought of her previous life. In her past life, Uncle Qin had sacrificed his own life to save hers. At the time, he'd also told her that her own life was the most important, but in the end, he'd still given up his own for her without hesitation. Thinking of this, Lin Qian's eyes grew red. Uncle Qin noticed and grew anxious. "What's wrong?" Lin Qian sniffled. "Nothing, I'm just touched. After Mom left, you're the only one who still says things like this to me." Uncle Qin stood up and gently patted her head. "Miss, drink your milk and get some rest. Don't you have things to do tomorrow?" Over the past 2 days, Lin Qian had finished the tasks she'd promised Zhao Tianwei. In addition to the 2 truckloads of water she'd agreed to give him, she gave him 2 more. "These 2 trucks are just for you. Distribute them as you see fit, don't just give them all away. Look at you. You're so dried out from lack of water your skin's cracking," Lin Qian said, looking at Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei didn't stand on ceremony. He knew that even if he refused, Lin Qian wouldn't take them back, and if he kept insisting, she might even get annoyed with them. So he accepted them directly, secretly resolving to work even harder for Lin Qian in the future. "I need to go to Jing City for a while. Please keep an eye on my house while I'm gone. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang are both getting old and probably won't go out. If anyone comes looking for trouble, help me deal with it." "No problem, Miss Lin Qian. Your home is my home. I'll take care of Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang like they're my own father." Zhao Tianwei unconsciously slipped back into his old streetwise habits. Lin Qian glanced at him. Zhao Tianwei immediately realized what she meant and quickly waved his hands to explain. "Miss Lin Qian, don't get me wrong. I just mean I'll look after the house. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to Uncle Qin or Grandpa Wang." Lin Qian knew he was just exaggerating, so she didn't mind, as long as he understood. "There are some supplies at my place. If you need anything, just ask Uncle Qin, I've already told them." "All right, thank you, Miss Lin Qian," Zhao Tianwei said gratefully. After settling everything at home, Lin Qian set out for Lu family village with Wang Hui. Before leaving, she took out the RV she'd collected earlier. When Wang Hui saw the RV for the first time, his eyes went wide with surprise. "You really have an RV?" Although surprised, Wang Hui had gotten used to things by now. He wasn't stupid, his profession had given him a sharp intuition, and after spending so much time with Lin Qian, he was no longer fazed by her many miracles. Like Uncle Qin, he didn't mind if Lin Qian had secrets. After all, he knew that no matter how many secrets she had, she'd never hurt him. In fact, she'd used them time and again to help him and his grandfather. As Lin Qian drove, she suddenly thought of something and headed downtown first. Sure enough, she soon spotted Xiaoming Hui's men. When those guys saw Lin Qian driving the RV from afar, they immediately wanted to come over and extort her. It wasn't until she got closer that she realized it was Lin Qian again. Instantly, she felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness she hadn't stupidly shouted about a robbery right away. Otherwise, who knew how she might have died without even realizing it? "Fairy sister, why are you here again?" one of them asked cautiously. Lin Qian didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, "Is Xiaoming Hui here?" He is. "Brother Xiao is much better today. He can even walk a little now," the man replied hurriedly. "Then tell him to come see me," Lin Qian said, looking at the man. At that moment, Xiaoming Hui, whose body was supposedly much better, was in his room, having his trusted aide rub medicinal oil on his back. Suddenly, he sneezed. The movement made his aide lose control of his strength and press down on his injured waist again. "Ow! Come on, my injury was almost healed. Why does it suddenly hurt again?" Xiaoming Hui grimaced in pain. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Muttering to himself, he said, "No way, could that lady have come again? Every time I run into her, nothing good happens." Just as he finished speaking, the man Lin Qian had called for rushed in, panting heavily. Xiaoji." Seeing him like this, Xiaoming Hui snapped, "Did you see a ghost? Can you catch your breath before you talk?" "No, not a ghost, Xiaoji. It's Fairy sister, she's here," the man said, gasping for air. "What did you say?" The moment Xiaoming Hui heard this, He jumped up from the sofa in excitement, almost flipping it over with the force. No way. Why is that lady here again? His subordinate quickly explained. She said she needs to see you and asked you to go meet her. She's waiting by the museum. Because he'd gotten up too quickly, Xiao Mingwei pulled at his injury, making him wince and suck in a sharp breath. Grumbling, he asked, "Did she say what she wanted with me?" "No, she didn't say. She just told you to go find her," the subordinate replied cautiously. "She didn't say, and you didn't think to ask?" Xiao Mingwei was exasperated with his men, both annoyed and helpless. I didn't dare, Xiaoji. Didn't you say she's even tougher than Lord Guan? She's the unlucky fairy. I was afraid if I talked to her too much, I'd get unlucky too, the subordinate said, aggrieved. Forget it. Xiao Mingwei forced himself to swallow his anger. Now wasn't the time to argue with them. Hurry up and find something to brace my waist. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll hurt it again by accident. I finally get it. This lady is here to jinx us. He frowned, urging his aide to hurry. The aide rummaged through the room, but couldn't find anything suitable for a long while. Watching anxiously, Xiao Mingwei couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up. Don't keep her waiting. If she gets mad, it won't just be me, our whole team will be out of luck." The aide, frightened, sped up his search. As he fumbled to wrap Xiao Minghui's waist, Xiao Mingwei said, "Just do it quickly, don't dawdle." Hearing this only made the aide more anxious and nervous, and his hands moved even slower. Xiao Mingwei was fuming, but there was nothing he could do except endure it. Forget it, this will do. Hand me my cane, Xiao Mingwei said impatiently. He grabbed the cane and, leaning on his aide, hurried outside. But he quickly realized he was moving too slowly. He thought to himself, I can't let that lady wait too long, or I'll be in even more trouble. So he simply said to his aide and the other men, "Carry me. If she really gets mad from waiting, I'll be in for it." The subordinates were nervous too. After all, in their eyes, Lin Qian was a mysterious and dangerous figure. His aide was quick to act, immediately carrying Xiao Mingwei on his back and running off. The others, some holding the cane, some empty-handed, all followed at a run. Lin Qian hadn't waited long after getting out of the car before she saw Xiao Minghui's aide carrying him over at a breakneck pace. By the time they reached her, the aide was so out of breath he looked ready to collapse. Xiao Minghui, still unsteady on his feet, stumbled and fell flat on his face right in front of Lin Qian. It was as embarrassing as it could possibly be. Wang Hui and Hope had already gotten out of the car and were watching from the side. As he lay on the ground, Xiao Mingwei thought he saw Hope grinning at him, as if mocking him. He blinked and looked again, only to see Hope's usual expressionless face. He told himself, I must have imagined it. How could a dog possibly mock me? That's impossible. Not daring to stay on the ground for long, Xiao Mingwei gritted his teeth and, supporting his aching waist, struggled to his feet like an old man. His whole body ached, but in front of Lin Qian, he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Miss, what brings you here? Why didn't you let me know in advance so I could prepare something to welcome you?" Lin Qian didn't bother with small talk. "Let me ask you, didn't I ask you last time, Decay?